All right. Hello. How's everyone doing today? Got a lot to go over. Things I couldn't even fit into the title. Oh, fuck. Let me put this video. I'm saying the F word right out the gate. Right out the gate, baby. All right. Let's see here. Hold up. Da, 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 da. Good morning. Okay. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. First, chat. Chat, listen to me. Listen to me, chat. Who was it? Who in chat just said it? I saw you, girl. Don't even act like you didn't just say it. Somebody said it. Hold on. Let me fix this really fast before I accuse us all of having one brain. Hold on here. Hello? Okay, hold on. Fixed. Beautiful. Put it here. Hold on. Chat. Is this you, chat? Is this who you're talking about? Stop it right now. Chat says, I just found a philosophy on African philosophy. My Discord just recommended this channel. Yes. Oh my God. We all have the same algorithm. We all have the same algorithm. I'm literally dying. We all have the same. We're all living the same timeline, girls. Oh my God. Oh, what a sneeze. I'm dying. Yes. Discord just told me. Okay. And so we have African philosophy versus Western philosophy. We'll talk about that. Discord also shared from BBC what we can learn from African philosophy. So we'll try to watch as much as we can today without getting copyrighted. Oh my God, that's so fun. Yes, Discord. I love that. I love that so much. And that's okay. That is such a testament to what I want to talk about today. The bubbles are so real. The bubbles are so real. Okay, like we only see the stuff that we see. We consume the content that's available to us. We think we're all on the same internet, but we're not all seeing the same videos. And then when you guys are a part of a community, you start to see the videos. I had somebody in my Discord share a video from a content creator, and we were all like, no, this content creator is bad. And then all of a sudden their feed, they said their feed started changing, and all of a sudden they were being recommended videos from people. They were like, what the hell? That's how it works. Yes, like that's what I'm saying is so interesting about living in existence. Like you think you're seeing all the information available. Like you think you know what's going on in the world, but every single one of us just has like, let's say each of us are watching 100 content creators. We could each be watching 100 different content creators and none of them be the same with no overlap. Or we could all be watching 100 content creators and 80% of that, those creators we watch are the same. And this is why I am deeply empathetic to people because yes, like you have to, that's why the personal accountability requires you or the accountability, whatever, requires you as a person, an individual to seek out the information in a very curious way. Because if you allow the algorithm to do it for you, or if you don't know how to curate your algorithm, if you don't know how to change your algorithm quickly, the algorithm just spits out things related and adjacent to, right? And you don't need to make this whole conspiracy theory about, oh, the algorithm is pushing an agenda. The algorithm just wants to make money off of you, girl. Whatever's going to keep you on their app longer, that's all they care about. And look, like if that's all you consume, it's all you consume. But that's why you have to say, I'm going to deliberately and by choice change my algorithm to be only what boys would see or only what white people are seeing or only like jump into the black bubble, jump into the gay bubble, like jump into that's why I say hop into the bubbles because we're all having very different conversations. And yet we're still not immersed fully. Like sometimes I'll show somebody on stream and someone's like, oh my God, I can't believe you like even know what that bubble is. And I was like, well, I only know what it is because I went down a rabbit hole to figure out what are people talking about in this bubble here. And that's, you know, that's what I think is so exciting about life is like, you're never going to run out of bubbles to explore. You're just never going to run out of bubbles. And it's so exciting, you know, really, it's just like, you think of it like a Belle's library. You know, she walks into the room and the beast is like, I have a library. And I'm like, move over. All I care about is the books. Like, imagine the books, but it's the internet and it's just full of all of this information, all of the, you'll never finish reading them in a lifetime. It's so exciting, right? And yes, Chess, that the algorithm knows we're all philosophy nerds. Exactly. Like, it feels like at least my community, we do joke about it a lot. Like, when we share content, we're like, oh, we all have the same algorithm. We all watch the same people. But that's the point. Now, how do I find more people? How do we find more people who are like us? Because we can't be the only ones, right? And I want to talk about this in terms of moral debates today, because I started off my morning watching Elle, Vegan Gaze, Gaze. And Elle, as you know, she and I have collabed. She's a lesbian. She's a vegan. We love her. Okay. And something about Elle's content that always makes me laugh is sort of when she's having these philosophical discussions or intellectual debates or fights with people, maybe face to face or even, you know, video to video. And she's been in this recent one lately with this guy named Omni King. This is Elle. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm blocking Elle's face. Hold on. So Elle is the one in the bottom left corner, and then Omni King is the guy above. And they've been in like a non-fight fight. It's like they're debating each other, but they won't debate each other because he won't debate her, even though she's like, debate me, bro. And it's like, it's such a small niche bubble. Like, Elle gets like very little views, you know, but she's out here. And I think the reason I like watching her content is because she is talking about morals. And I love a girly that explores morals. And I want to show you why he struggles to understand why this is a moral conversation. And she's trying to get him to understand, I'm not attacking anyone. I'm not trying to, you know, make anyone feel bad. I'm not even trying to force you to be vegan, though I want you to be vegan. I'm explaining why it's an issue of morals. And then I want to show you just a clip, a reminder of when we collabed and how we came to those conclusions, right? So let's talk about it. Let's start today's content with this. So this is Elle, Vegan Gaze, and this is Omni King, and they've been in a little back and forth in regards to veganism and morals. And recently in the news, I don't know if you heard, a few months ago, Penguin Zero made a video that you probably maybe saw. It was this video here called She Beat Her Puppy on Stream. This happened 2 weeks ago. Oh my God, the internet moves so quickly. I literally thought that was months ago. It was 2 weeks ago. Wow, that just shows how internet brained I am, that I thought that was so long ago. But it's not. It just happened. It's a horrific video. It's really, really bad. And just for context, I want to show you the beginning of his video so you so you can kind of understand how this conversation came to be, okay?
Handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response of this.
Pause. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response, right? There are certain things we see that make us go, oh. And when I saw this girl beating up her puppy on stream right away, I was like that was so hard to watch, right? He's right. There is just something about it. Remember that girl from years ago who took puppies near a river and just threw brand new puppies into the river? It was so shocking, right? And I think biologically, reasonably, human beings wanted to like kill her. And I'm not saying that's philosophically good we wanted to kill her, but I think it's biologically within reason that a human being could have such a jarring response to seeing you do this, that your brain goes, I must kill this woman. She's throwing puppies into a river. If you saw the video, you remember how bad it was, right? Okay. So this woman was beating her dog on stream. It was really, really bad, right?
Disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. Like, I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream.
I mean, he saw his dad murdered in front of him, so, you know, I think he, you know, but I get it. But also, he saw villagers who were nice to him slaughtered in front of him. Remember when he tried to tell that old lady to run? And she didn't understand him because they spoke different languages, and then she got slaughtered. So, I mean, I think our bro knows.
That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer and I guess also rapper named Aspen Cartier was streaming, and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because
I don't even know how he's gonna. I'm just gonna. We'll show you. Like, I'm sure he's gonna show you parts of it, but just trigger warning, girlies. It's not good.
Just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age, to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it, as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you, guys.
I'm going to cut it right here.
That's pretty bad. Like, just hearing the sounds, like just hearing the screams is like, oh, you know, like, and as the poor little puppers, like, it's pretty bad. I hate to say this, and I want you to understand, this is why I want to talk about Elle today in the debates around morals. This isn't uncommon. She's not unique in this. There's nothing unique about the situation. Many people around the world feel entitled to hitting not only their children, but their cared for animals because they feel like they're bigger, stronger, smarter, faster, all those things. So this is not new. This is not specific to her. This is not a unique situation. This is a culturally acceptable, as much as it does enrage us. On the other side, billions of other people, it would not. And that's what I want you to remember. There's a whole world out here where people are not only bragging about how much they like discipline their children, but they brag about how they discipline and train their dogs, right?
This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way.
Oh, okay. Let's pause it there. Let's just talk about it. So obviously it's horrible. Obviously it's really bad. And I think it is just unacceptable. Right now, she was arrested. There were charges, allegedly. There are possibilities of some sort of accountability. But I think what's really interesting is if you skip over to Elle's video. Okay, so Elle and I run into similar problems as content creators because the internet is a place that will reward men for coming on stream saying the most basic shit with 1 million views. You know, hey, hitting your dog bad, boom, 6-minute video. And now we have 1 million views 2 weeks ago. Like, that's one of the problems with being a man on the internet is you get to show up with a microphone and say the most basic fucking shit. And everyone's like, reward, $35 million in 5 years. No shade to Charlie, because I'm sure he's like a well-intentioned person. But the dilemma is like, men really get to get up here and say the most basic shit. Okay. And then when women show up or femme people show up and we go, can we dig deeper into the philosophical understanding of why? Everyone's like, boo, no, I don't want to have this conversation. So in many ways, Elle and I would probably benefit from completely changing our content to being, hey guys, beating animals bad. And everyone would be like, but the moment we're like, but also maybe we shouldn't eat them, everyone's like, boo, we want to eat your dog. You know, boo, we actually do want to eat your dog. You know, they don't want you to hit your dog, but they want you to eat your dog. And so I got it locked in. Okay, fine, whatever. So Elle, I'm cracking myself up this morning. So Elle put out this video that was just making, I was really laughing over my coffee today. Just listen to this section here. Just listen to this part.
And she wants to call him out on his...
This is Omni King complaining that Elle is using Charlie, something that's trending, to make a greater point about veganism.
Hypocrisy, because it's so wrong for non-vegans to condemn people who literally legitimately harm animals on their stream.
Yeah, there we go. Already, we are 23 seconds in and you're taking me completely out of context. I didn't say it was wrong to call out someone who is abusing animals. That's not the claim. I made that really, really clear. And if maybe you played a bit more of my video than you actually do in this video, that would be clear to you and it would be clear to your audience as well. That's not my point of contention. So you're just misrepresenting my view. You're misrepresenting my...
They do this all the time. You got this treatment has been had for me about Hassan and everything else. Like, oh, are you calling Hassan out for this reason? Why are you calling out Hassan? it's the same reason Elle and I, we both made videos on Hassan zapping his dog, possibly. You guys are so outraged at the idea he zapped his dog, but you guys aren't outraged while you're eating a hamburger. The question is, why do human beings, and this is the thing Elle challenged me on, why do we say we love animals? Why do we say we value them as a consciousness, as a life? And then we turn around and in farm animals, abuse animals, do bestiality with animals in order to drink milk or to have, this is a moral question. It's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. But the way that it gets reframed is, oh, they hate Penguin Zero. They hate Hassan. They hate these men. And because they're calling these men out for being mad about a dog abuse. We're saying dog abuse bad, right? Dog abuse bad. Also, it begs the question, if dog abuse bad, why cow abuse good? And then they go, who cares about cows? And I'm saying, yeah, but what if? Because listen, I have a lot of as I'm now over a year into my plant-based journey, and I'll explain to you why I say plant-based instead of vegan, because I think this is important. But when I go to get Indiana food, my cat, when I go to get her food, we'll be in the pet aisle, and it will be like a picture of a sheep on dog food as an example. And it will say this food is made out of sheep. And I'm like, man, we really killed somebody else's pet to feed our pet. And that idea is so interesting. We really are an animal species. We're a biological animal species who evolved over all these years, and we're literally killing other people's pets to feed our pets. And I'm not saying your pet should be vegan. I'm saying it does and should pause and make you go, man, life is so weird. And then in one way, I can't, figure out a way to make Indiana vegan. There's no reason to do that. She's a cat. It's one variation I'm not even exploring right now. But myself, I can be vegan. I can be plant-based. I can be, and that's the point. I'm not going to take away Indiana's agency because I don't know how to do that in an ethical way, but I know how to do it in my way. I know how to do it for me. So I'm like, oh yeah, I don't need to be doing this. This isn't a capital N need. I'm not in survival mode. I can afford it because there are, if you eat vegetables and fruits and pastas and doughs and you eat basically most foods, you can be vegan pretty cheap. So you know what I mean? So, okay, easy peasy lemon squeezy. So that's really the question at hand. Why do human beings, why do all of us decide when we're upset about the value of a life being destroyed? And you'll hear this in a lot of debates, whether it's pro-life debates or genocide debates or whatever we're talking about. What we're talking about is, why are you upset versus, hey, why am I not upset? And I think that's the conversation that we really need to be having is why aren't I upset about this, but I'm upset about this? It's introspection that we should contemplate, we should engage in, but we're so busy externalizing, attacking, pointing fingers. And so Elle and I both run into the same problem in terms of content creators, where we're trying to use trending topics to make our point about our values. But the dilemma is, and what everyone hears, and to be fair, Elle is trying to make a prescription when I'm not. To be fair, what everyone hears is Charlie is evil because he's pointing out dog abuse, instead of, oh, Charlie, it's great that you're pointing out dog abuse, but what about Ant? They can't hear that part, right? Okay, so listen to this.
Claims.
Exactly what we're talking about in this video. So I actually made a video about it on my main channel. I didn't end up posting it because
Oh, okay, hold on. Next clip. Let me show you. Okay, so hold on. Before I show you another clip of him, Omni King, let me show you my conversation with Elle 11 months ago, okay? This was hosted 11 months ago, and this was when I had just posted my 30-day challenge of being vegan, which I did not intend to go plant-based after that challenge. I fully planned after doing that 30-day challenge to go back to eating meat, making my own beef jerky, doing all of my stuff. That's the irony of this, sort of journey I'm on, is that I had no intention of actually sticking to it. I had predicted, and I had told my partner, I have a feeling I might not go back to eating meat after meat or animal plants after the animal products after this, but I wasn't sure. But here I am. Okay, so watch just this section. Definitely. I mean, I again, logically, I'm on there. I got it. Logically, I'm locked in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just.
But the emotion.
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't expect when I'm having conversations to people you're going to do the work. You're going to, the conversation doesn't end when we stop talking. The conversation carries on while we are digesting what we, interpreted from a person.
Right.
So you will do with that knowledge what you will. You know, I have said maybe 100 times today that animals are not ours to use, and maybe that will stick, but
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'm glad that you know now that, you know, because people were talking about veganism being a diet. I'm
Right.
glad that I was able to explain it in a way that made sense.
Definitely. Definitely.
And yeah, it's not harm reduction, it's not cruelty, it's not anything like it's fundamentally exploitation, oppression.
You just did it again. Just okay, new layer. Okay, new layer.
Yeah.
It's not about harm reduction.
No, because
That's
you could otherwise you could say remember the piglet lullaby, the you know, giving them a lullaby, giving them a stroke, and then stabbing them, you know.
Yeah.
That could be fine. No, that wouldn't be fine. But that would be
Okay, President Brittany talking now. I am still logically there, but I'm still in a logically like harm reduction perspective. I haven't embodied the acceptance that animals aren't here for us to use and or in ingest or take ownership over. Like I'm still, that's why I don't call myself a vegan, because I'm still not there embodied. And it feels so serious to say in many ways that I like, and I am getting there emotionally. I can feel a transformation happening where when I see an animal, I'm like, oh my God, they're such a person, is what I say, which is sort of that projection of putting anthropolizing, is that what it's called? Where you kind of like, I think that maybe that's the wrong word, but where you kind of project humanness onto an animal in order to validate its existence versus just saying, you don't need to make it a human for you to value its life. Its life in of itself is important. And I'm not there yet. Okay, so anthropomizing. Okay. I'm not there yet embodied, but I think I'm getting there, but it's like I'm trying to make sure that I'm honest and transparent with my communication when I say that I am, because if I said I was vegan, I think it'd be a really big deal. So right now, I'm still plant-based. Right now, I'm still cruelty-free. Right now, I'm still trying to harm reduce. Right now, I'm still on the journey of, you know, sort of asking myself these questions and challenging myself from a moral perspective. Like my morals are personal, ethics are society. When I think about Brittany's morals, what does it mean to value life? And again, Elle and I talked about survival situations. We talked about being in a bad situation. Like obviously, even though we value human life as an example, we still believe in certain situations it would make sense to defend yourself, to kill somebody. And still philosophically, we want to be able to say, I mourn the death of those I've had to kill in self-defense. I mourn the death of an animal I might have had to kill because I was trapped in a forest and they attacked me. Or I mourn the death of an animal that maybe I killed and ate while in a forest. Or maybe I starved myself and didn't kill and eat an animal because I couldn't bring myself to do it. But like that's also dependent on your relationship to these things, right? So I think like there's something so, like Elle said, it is a journey. It's not gonna like, I'm not gonna like overnight, but also something is happening. Like something is happening where my brain and my body are having these like these new changes, these new relationships to this idea of, and I notice it when I watch a lot of cooking shows. I watch a lot of, you know, food related stuff. And it is interesting the way people talk about eating or consuming or any of those things. So, okay, let me show you this. Let's go back to Omni King talking to Elle. Here's this section here.
For those of you who are not familiar with like the mukbangers that she's talking about who used to eat live animals,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
Charlie came out and condemned that because it was a horrible thing to do. Listen, even if you believe that someone is hypocritical, right? You're vegan and you think that all animal exploitation is terrible, it's murder, you know, killing animals for food, all bad, terrible. If you do it, you're a terrible person. Even if you believe that, that's fine, right? Totally okay, whatever, that's what you want to believe. And somebody comes out and condemns something that's horrible that involves animal cruelty. Why is it your first jerk instinct to then come out and attack this person on their hypocrisy and not
Well, nice framing. I didn't attack, but of course people won't know that unless they go to actually watch my video because you want to cut it off early. There's no attack happening. I don't think making a video on someone is an attack, do you? Otherwise, you're just then granting that you attack loads of people and that's your job. And yeah, as you say, oh, it's perfectly fine if you think someone's being hypocritical and you want to like, you know, discuss that, right? Was that the claim? Or I don't know if and you want to discuss that was, but yeah. I don't like it when someone has a view that I have and they're not logically consistent with it in their actions.
This is the thing that I've been struggling to with my work, is trying to get people to understand that Elle, me, and I don't mean to lump us in together, I'm just really resonating with the struggle here, is we're not attacking these men for being imperfect. We're saying, hey, I want to challenge you in good faith to be consistent with your own sense of morality, even though I don't even believe in objective morality. And I think neither does Elle. If I've watched enough of Elle's content, I don't even think she believes in objective morality. So the idea is like, we're not coming from a place of saying like, we're right and you're always wrong. I think it's more like, hey, why is this if not this? And I think this is the struggle of people feeling defensive. And this is why I say men are not required en masse or to the same extent when engaging in my general pattern noticing brain to challenge their belief systems as strongly and not reap the benefits of a benefit of the doubt. Charlie, Hassan, all these people, they get to become millionaires, popular, huge people on the platform for doing the bare minimum and never actually challenging why they got there in the first place. And then when women come out and we challenge them, it looks like we're just attacking, which is so interesting because, again, we're just saying if your value is this, if it's anti-patriarchy, anti-misogyny, then why this? Why would you do this? How are you morally consistent? If you're anti-animal cruelty, why this? You know? And I think that's the difficult part of talking about morals because it does feel like an attack. It feels like I'm saying you're an evil, bad person versus accepting philosophically that all human beings have the potentiality to engage with evil and bad. And what does that even mean, right? So I think like there's a lot of conversation around this that I understand is emotionally charged. Also, I haven't been reading chat, so I don't know if I'm missing anything right now. I've been so focused on what I was doing on stream, but I don't know if you guys are saying anything that you feel like I should comment on or anything. But that's just, you know, I find this really interesting, right? So, okay, let's keep going.
I don't really know what to tell you. Yeah, that's my focus. I'm a vegan who cares about the interests of animals. You got me annoyed. I'm holding my tits for comfort. I don't know what's so like controversial.
Even acknowledge them actually calling out the bad things and being
Okay,
like,
sorry, I'll go back. Unlike Omni King, I actually want to hear what he says and represent his view.
horrible that involves animal cruelty. Why is it your first jerk instinct to then come out and attack this person on their hypocrisy and not even acknowledge them actually calling out the bad things and being like,
I did acknowledge it. Again, you're misrepresenting my view. I literally said, oh, he'd be a great advocate for animals if he would actually just be consistent with it. And yeah, it's good to call this out. I fucking said those things. But it doesn't matter to people who will
I feel the same way. I feel like I'm always acknowledging the good in people and then I'm criticizing, or at least I mentioned that I don't hate this person. I find just an issue with their work and everyone's like, so you're a hater. So you're one of those obsessed haters. You just like hate this person. And I'm like, okay, how are we going to better the world if you don't know the difference between someone who's obviously just a hater and somebody who's just trying to be morally consistent? Like, how do you not understand that these moral differences also means that this is a huge impersonal and philosophical difference between the two of us? So it's gonna be a thing I use. Like, you're very popular, you're very famous. Like I said, Charlie and all these people, they get like million views easy every video. A million views easy. A video. I don't think you understand how many people they are impacting and influencing. Like, I don't think our brains are processing, just to show you how much. He has 17 million subscribers. Okay, 2 million views 21 hours ago. 21 hours ago, almost 3 million views. Okay, 1 day ago, almost 1 million views. Like 2 days ago, 1 million views. 3 days ago, 1 million views. 3 days ago, 2.6 million views. 4 days ago, 2.8 million views. Like, I don't think you understand how many views these things are getting. And so when you think about it from that perspective, how could we not talk about Charlie? How could we not talk about the biggest leftist streamers, Hassan? How could we not talk about, to make our points clear, how could we not go for the most popular given, you know what I'm saying, their reach? And that's why we're saying you have so much reach. Imagine the next leap you could make. Imagine if you were the biggest vegan streamer. Imagine if the biggest streamer went vegan, or imagine if, you know what I mean? And it's obviously, Elle wants everyone to be vegan. So there's a prescription here and a hope she has that the world sees how horrible it is to consume animals. And obviously, I think philosophical growth would change the universe like tomorrow if we could all get on board. Not literally, but you know what I mean. So obviously, there's something there. But it's like, of course, we're talking about people who get a few thousand views of video versus somebody who gets 1 million to 3 million views of video. And then everyone's like, I can't believe you're attacking them. I can't believe they're treating us as if we're the same. They're like, well, why don't you show up? Why don't you do these things? Why don't you do this? And I'm like, okay, first of all, we are doing it to the best of our ability within our framework. But isn't that interesting that no matter what bubble you're in, the powerful and the rich and the people with the most privilege never get held to the same or the standard that they're supposed to be reached? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, nothing is unique about the rich and powerful and elite. It's always reflected in every hierarchy you see everywhere. The people who are the most popular have to do least amount of work because the work they did was to get there. The reason you don't expect Charlie or Hassan or any of these people to keep questioning is because you see in your mind that they already did the work. That's why they're famous. You're rewarding them for their fame and wealth as if to say they already did the work. That's why they're there. Asmongold often says, you're not popular on YouTube because like you're just not entertaining. You're not interesting. But he's rewarding himself with a status he built almost on luck over the last decade. Whether he likes it or not, he is lucky he got on the internet when he did. He's lucky he was chronically online the way he was. He's lucky that he built a whole community on WoW. He's lucky, like there's so many things that went into play. He's lucky he's a man. He's lucky he's white. Like there's so many things that play into what makes these men famous, right? Reminder, we're still just talking about white men right now. Like that's the other part of this that's always going to be interesting is like there's always going to be a very specific thing that allows you. And then society has to also in some ways agree with you. Like that's why, you know, back in the day, the reason being popular was seen as like a bad thing to rebels or more punk groups is because if you're popular, that means bad people like you. Like being popular in an evil world is not a sign of success to a lot of people because it's almost like, uh-oh, what am I doing so wrong that all these people like me? Now you can maybe think to yourself, oh, maybe only all the good people like me. Maybe only the most progressive, non-bigoted people like me. Or maybe bigots feel safe in your community and they like you. But then, you know, I get this understanding, like this is a general point I'm trying to make that might be lost on people because they're almost going to say like, you can't control who your audience is. But remember, if we could take away everyone's following count, subscriber count, if we took away all their haters, what do you think it would be at? Like if we took away, because the indication, again, of popular people is they must be so liked. And maybe that's a part of it, but also remember they're so hated. So the irony is they are making not only money off their haters, but people who like them, but the haters are feeling, it's a toxic cycle. I'm not saying, now someone's going to come and say, oh, Brittany Simon's just jealous. She's not famous or she doesn't have money or she's not more popular. Or watch when she gets there, she's going to say it's okay. It's not, it's about pointing out the irony of the situation. Can you even be a good person? How hard is it to be a good person? That's the challenge. That's why this is a moral conversation. Veganism is a moral conversation. And that took me a long time. Like until I talked to Elle, I didn't get it. And now I get it. And I'm like, oh, it's a moral. I'm not eating animals morally. Like Elle isn't eating animals because of morals. Like that's a big deal. That's why we say Christians are so weird when they say they're pro-life, but they don't care about children in Gaza. It's because it's not one of their actual morals to care about the lives of children. It's just something they like to say. Okay? That's why. Okay? Kat says it's hard for me to take vegans seriously politically, to be honest. Never met a white vegan with an even remotely adequate racial analysis. There are definitely, I follow a lot more black vegans on TikTok. I think they're much more prominent over on TikTok, to be honest. Most of the black vegans on YouTube are more like recipe vegans than political vegans. But a lot of the political vegans who are black do live on TikTok. So I do recommend going to vegan TikTok and seeing them there because they have a much more incorporated philosophical political view of veganism, which I think is much better. And I think that's the struggle as well, is that a lot of the time there was a lot of white vegans I found during my journey too, who talked about BLM and they definitely turned me off to the vegan movement. And I was like, okay, I got to get past this because they're wrong. Doesn't mean veganism is wrong. Like, I got to get past this because they were saying like, why I can't spend time fighting for Black people. I got to fight for the animals. And I was like, oh, don't, that is bad. Like, that is a bad philosophical perspective that animals need your focus right now. So you can't bother with Black people. Like, that's crazy. That is like so morally bankrupt to me that I don't even want to hear you talk. So those vegans, I hear you. The white vegans who are like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me. You know, this is the same. I remember we watched this white vegan on a member stream and she said, is it wrong if gay people only work on gay rights, but they don't focus on, like, I think she said women's rights or something. I'm like, gay people can be women? Like, I'm confused by this conversation. I don't remember what she said exactly, but it's like, you guys can do both. You know, you got to do both. You can't just do one or the other. Like, again, we're either all free or none of us are free. Like, everybody needs to be liberated. And I do agree that that is deeply missing from a lot of white vegan bubbles, is they are not actually about liberation for all subjugated people. They're just, you know, they've got this like a tunnel vision on animals, and they forgot like the non-human animals, and they forgot about the human animals. Hey, what about us? You know? And so that's the part that I 100% I see that. Okay, one last clip I want to show you from this conversation.
Kind of gotten rid of it, and they're now more accepting of imperfect vegans, people who reduce meat, people or vegetarian, or people who do anything to reduce exploitation to animals, and they welcome those people with open arms. Whereas you still have these absolute nutcases who don't get it yet and still haven't caught up and are still.
See, he won't even have a debate with me, but he's happy to just call me a nutcase and a lunatic, or he said lunacy. What the fuck, man? I think you kind of like owe a debate at this point. If I'm such a lunatic or I'm a nut job, then it should be a piece of piss for you to just wipe the floor with me, right? You know, I'll come out and say something nut jobby.
I think the reason he can't debate her is because he doesn't understand her. And men don't want to look stupid. That's especially important, that they don't want to look stupid, especially not next to a girl. I think I relate to that. Like, I think I make people say I tend to make them feel stupid, and I don't mean to do that. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Now my hands are tied, right? You feel stupid. I feel confused because God knows I don't feel like the smartest person in the room. But if I'm making you feel stupid, like, God, am I smarter than I think I am? Or like, are you just dumber than I thought you were? I'm not sure what's happening now. You know, they don't want to feel like they're out of the loop. Like, humans in general, they don't want to feel stupid, right? Now, chat says, what else, if not morals, would it be? Example is like people go plant-based for their diet. That's not a moral issue. Like, it might be related to morals, but it doesn't have to be. You wanting to get healthy might not have anything to do with morals, right? So you going vegan for the health benefits might not have anything to do with morality. That's why, like, people go, like, the fact that veganism is about morals is different. Like, you can do the right thing for a non-moral reason, right? Yeah. Chat says, this is wild. It reminds me of the I can excuse racism, but draw the line of animal cruelty. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, both Discord and YouTube chat said the same thing. Yeah, exactly. It's like people do this thing where, and that's why I find it interesting though. Why do we draw the line here but not here? And that's why I say it's always circumstantial. Like, I'm very circumstantial in my observations of human beings. I'm always trying to figure out, like, what is this thing, you know? That says false dichotomy. No one has to be dumb in the room. These concepts are not locked into a specific form. So how does someone feeling stupid factor into anything? That's a them problem. I want to make sure I have the right word here, I think. So emotivism is a meta-ethical theory, often called the Bouyer theory, proposing the moral judgments do not express facts, but rather emotional attitudes and personal feelings of approval or disapproval. I think we're discounting how heavily impacted we are by feelings. You know, we're heavily ignorant to the fact, because we don't want to acknowledge it, that how we feel dictates exactly what we do, right or wrong. It's why when people feel a disgust response to homosexuals, they assume being gay is evil or bad, because they're like, you just feel it. You just feel how evil it is, okay? This is why a lot of people justified racism. It's like, oh, you can just tell. Like, you can just feel they're different. It's like we're disregarding the fact that a lot of our feelings are playing a very important role in how we gauge right or wrong. The psychological phenomenon of us viewing pretty people as more moral and good and ugly people as less and ugly, what does that even mean? People who are disfigured or have different facial features that signal in people's brains, like, that feeling of, oh, they assume that because of the way you look, like, that must be. And that feeling, it shows up in debates and conversations. Like, it shows up in our personal relationships. Like, oh, hey, that you're kind of like, I feel really stupid right now. And it's making me feel like I don't know if you respect me, because people also want to be respected in conversations. They want to feel like, hey, I really respect where you're at. I hear you, which is, to be fair, like, I think to the right person they can be. Elle was very respectful to me. Elle was very patient. Elle was very kind. Elle really heard me and like went through the debate points with me. But the dilemma is when you're debating like this, you get more like rough. I would do that too. I would be like so hard on these boys I was reviewing. And then when I would talk to them, I would be really nice. And they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, well, now I'm in front of you, bro. Now I'm going to like kind of humanize you and try to like, I'm not going to yell at you. We're talking now, because they have to remember, and this is what the Omni King is missing. Elle isn't talking to Charlie. Elle she said it later in the stream, has no idea that Charlie would even watch her video. It's not for Charlie. But if she talked to Charlie, I'm sure she'd be nice to Charlie. The point is that it's not for you guys. It's for the audience. It's for my stream that I'm reviewing these videos. It's not for the person in the video. That person in the video already made their decision. They posted the content. I couldn't come to this opinion unless they posted the content, right? So there's another layer to this, because we are socializing, debating morals, and coming to conclusions, right? And so I think there's a lot that goes into this that I think is, it's multi-layered, right? You said people justifying things using their emotions are just as irrational as people using concepts without feelings. It's all a logical trap, which I solve by being a bit stubborn selectively, such as racism. I'm not sure what you mean by such as racism, but I will say that generally you want to balance of both. Feelings are just as much good information as like reading Wikipedia. They still need to be deconstructed and dissected and researched, because they're superficial until you introspect on why. I was going back and forth with this commenter who was like, oh, Hassan probably didn't watch your video initially because you had just recently collabed with Destiny. That was like 2 years ago. At that time, it was like 2 years ago. People really have in their mind that Destiny and I had just collabed, even though it had been 2 years, right? Because in their head, it all just happened. And in my head, I was experiencing 2 years of harassment from his community. Like 2 years of not sleeping, 2 years of being pinged on my phone every day, like 2 years of getting emails to kill myself, like 2 years. So for the internet, they think it just happened. And for me, you know what I mean? So that, like, you have to understand, when I posted that video about Destiny, it almost all stopped, because I was vindicated a few months later when the Lauren Southern, not a few months later, a few weeks later, when the Lauren Southern DMs dropped. Once those DMs dropped, people started apologizing to me like, oh, fuck, my bad. I was like, because people said I was a liar. I came with no receipts. Like, he didn't ever say this. And then when the receipts landed, they were like, oh, our bad. I was like, well, and that's what it is. Like, you have to understand, and I understand, I'm here, I put myself here, that I am dealing with a sea of emotionally dysregulated human beings who do not know right from wrong and do not even know why they think right or wrong. They don't even know why they're mad at me, right? Like, they don't even know why they're mad at me. And that's what I think, like, is the struggle in this space for people who spend their whole life debating or dissecting an issue and really getting down into it. Hassan will never know why he didn't watch my video until he introspects on why he didn't watch it and what he assumed about me. And even if he assumed, oh, she collabed with Destiny, she should know better. He was friends with Destiny. He should have known better. But see how we forgave Hassan? But he won't, and I get it, because even Taylor Lorenz collabing with Destiny made me go, Taylor, why are you doing that, Taylor? But we all live on a different internet. I mean, Oxford hosting Destiny is another example of, like, do you not know what he's done? And that's the thing. The world will make excuses for people who are morally, like, evil, okay? Especially if they're men, especially if they're good debaters. As long as the man is popular, has fame and status, and is good at debating, they don't care. Jubilee doesn't care. Jubilee got like 8 million views hosting Destiny. They don't give a fuck what sexual crime he's done. They don't care. They made so much money off of him, bro. There's the potential that that video might have brought in a revenue of like $100,000. Like, you have to understand, these channels do not give a fuck because they have to pay bills and pay employees. And I'm saying, as long as your bottom line is success and money and fame and status, it will never be actually about morals. It will never be about challenging. And so men can get up here, Charlie can get up here and make a video and say, beating your dog is bad. I think we all agree. And everyone's like, the moment a girl gets up here, or a femme presenting person, or even a lesbian gets up here and says, hey, maybe we shouldn't eat animals, everyone's like, fucking kill her, bro. Literally slit her throat, bro. And it's like, okay, so you can't beat an animal, but you can beat an animal to eat it. You can't beat an animal you don't eat, but you can beat an animal you eat. Because you have to understand, these animals are being beaten in these slaughterhouses. They are literally being abused. That's Elle's point. The point is, these animals are literally being abused. So what's the difference? The difference is the end result is a hamburger on a person's plate. And as long as it becomes a hamburger, all of a sudden it's okay. And that's interesting. Is that not interesting? Don't you think that's interesting? Isn't that interesting? I think that's so interesting.
Real quick, won't I? I do wonder why he didn't
Just a
show
few more
much
minutes
of
of
my
this.
video.
Trying to force this idea of absolutism on people when it has gotten them nowhere.
I really, the irony is not lost on me when people are talking about forcing a view. One, it's a YouTube video. One, Charlie's not going to see it. So it's not even forced upon him. Two, are we really that sensitive where it's like, oh my God, a YouTube video was made on me. I've been forced.
Okay, hold on. Chet says, like, feelings inform us of abstract positions we hold, but they're not objective reflections of reality. So we have to be selective in how we relate our feelings to truth and stuff. The feelings do reflect reality, objective reality. This is actually a medical misconception in femme and even like Black women's struggles at doctors' offices. Women feel things and men go, no, you don't. The feeling I have is an information I'm getting to my brain that something is wrong. Like, I have fibromyalgia. I have a feeling that my bones are being crushed. I have a feeling that my body this week has reinforced in me why people with fibromyalgia completely go on disability and stop working. And I have been struggling so deeply with my body this week. But if you ran tests on me, if you looked at my x-rays, if you looked at my body, it'd be very hard to tell there's anything going on because it's neurological. My feelings are real. My emotional irregulation, my feeling of like, I'm dying, that's real, right? So like, I would argue that emotions and feelings can be objective. It's just, it's hard to see what they could maybe relate to. So maybe I'm just struggling with the language use here, right? You said, I think it's very interesting because people eat the product of abuse, but don't like it's happening in general. The feelings you have aren't the same as the emotions is what I mean. Oh, the feelings of what you have aren't the same as the emotions. Okay, I can see the difference in those two words. Okay, I think it's interesting because people eat the product of abuse, but don't like it's happening in general. Okay, I see that. Okay, I get you. Thank you for expanding on that. I appreciate that. Okay, let's a few more minutes of this video and then we'll move on.
And three, when we force animals into gas chambers, when we force them to be bolt gunned in the head or electrocuted or stabbed in the neck, hung upside down and force them to be burgers, like, do you really want to go there? It's unbelievable.
Where in fact it is only reverse progress for them, but yet they do it anyway. Because do they really care about reducing exploitation of animals, or do they care about hearing themselves talk, smelling their own fumes, and trying to make other people feel guilty or feel bad, or just some narcissistic drive? And
see all these weird claims he's making about me. No, I want people to leave animals alone. That's what I want. All right, I've been doing this for over 10 years.
Stop your speciesism. Go vegan, for everyone's sake.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Salad's in the chat. If I wanted to fulfill some sort of narcissistic drive, which, I take it to be, some people could, no, not drive, narcissistic supply. I'm sure people can get plenty of narcissistic supply from being involved in a movement that is considered with like virtue or ethics. But I think...
Listen to this. It's very interesting. Oops. Sorry.
think by now I might have just like dipped and tried to find my supply somewhere where other people would like the smell of my own farts now. Now, when I say things in a room, people want to leave.
It's like, oh, you're a narcissist. You want to inflate your own ego. That's why you're vegan. And I do think some people who might be narcissistic might be vegan, like Elle said. But generally speaking, like, usually you want to get your narcissistic supply in a way that makes people like you. So showing up to be a vegan is definitely not probably going to fulfill that as much, though it could, you know? There's a white boy on TikTok right now, on my side of TikTok, who's like, I'm not vegan, but I am eating more plant-based. And I do think he might be secretly vegan, but he's doing like some sort of like gag, I think. I don't know. But he is being attacked, swarmed, banned on Instagram. Like the meat eaters are trying to destroy his fucking life. He has like 100,000 followers, and people like, oh my God, they're going in on him so hard just because he's like, maybe eat more plant-based. And I don't know, again, if he's secretly vegan and he's trying to, you know, prove a point, but the point is being proved so heavily that the moment you tell people you're plant-based, the way they fucking melt, the way their brains literally start to melt inside their own heads is amazing. They just, you know why? Okay, again, it goes back to what I said earlier. The reason my own family go, oh, you've been plant-based, they feel attacked. They feel like, oh, are you saying like I'm a bad person because I eat animals? I'm not saying that. I'm wondering, though, if you're philosophically engaging in evil. Look, my partner still eats animals. Okay, they're mostly pescatarian, mostly a fish eater, but generally, and that is new. That's new. And I'm not here to force my partner to go on a journey of plant-based eating, but we discuss it. It's a philosophical conversation that happens frequently in this household of, you know, what do we want to do as a family to harm reduce? What do we want to do as a family to do the right thing? That's why I say I'm still plant-based and not vegan, because I'm still on a harm reduction kind of perspective, because I still can't embody, I haven't yet been able to embody like a real animals have agency. But I will say this, I think it must be obviously true. And yet, like, there are so many ways I don't engage in animal exploitation, and I am buying cruelty-free. But I think it's difficult because it is a process. Like when we watch a food channel, our food shows together, my partner will be like, do you want to look away for a second? Like I can see it's actually bothering you now. Like they'll acknowledge that I am starting to be bothered by watching certain animals be killed. They love to kill seafood on live stream. They love to kill, I shouldn't even call them seafood. They like the crabs or the lobsters. They just love to show them being murdered. They just love to show it. These people put blue crabs straight on the grill, alive. Just put the crab right on the grill, alive. Steam them alive. And I'm like, oh, and I'm just sitting here like, oh no. Like, oh, and then my partner knows, like, he's just like, do you want to look away? And I was like, oh, that's new for me. I never would have thought about it much before, though I think that's pretty extreme to put living creatures on a grill. But then we throw lobsters in boiling water, which, by the way, apparently in Europe, they're getting away with. They're saying no more. You can't boil lobster alive because it's too inhumane. But then begs the question, if that's too inhumane, what else is inhumane? You know, it's like, it's a layer, it's a spectrum. Again, it's not about people turning around tomorrow and changing their whole worldview. It's a question of like, what does this mean for moving forward as a, you know, what do we mean moving forward as like, well, how can we ask for a more progressive world and not progress? Especially in relation to what we're consuming, right? You know, Chess said, I personally struggle when my partner doesn't have the similar eating habits as me. It makes me really struggle to meet my goals. That's really difficult. My partner and I eat completely different food at completely different times in the day with completely different, not only diets, but different food restrictions. Like we never eat the same food ever. It's one of my favorite things about us as a couple. It feels so free to just like completely do our own thing and never worry about it. I know some people, like my mom in the past has been like, it's really important you eat the same food. I'm like, it's really important that we eat together. We eat together at dinner, never, because we have different sleeping schedules as well. We even sleep in different bedrooms most of the time. I know, but like we are literally living our best life. We get to do everything we want to do every day. That's the best part about being married, is like to your best friend, is you get to wake up and actually just like live your full life in a way that makes sense for you. So, you know, you do you, but I find the best thing you can do is really have your own relationship with food. It's so personal and it's so private, you know?
It doesn't feel very welcoming or nice. It doesn't help me. It doesn't make me feel very good. I've spoken to people about this a few times recently where, yeah, maybe if someone is narcissistic, they might be like, oh, I'm special, I'm better than everyone else. But actually, it really is daunting for me how awful people can be, how dishonest they can be, how nasty they can be, how unempathetic, how not compassionate they can be, because I'm not special. I'm just like every fucking other person. So does that mean I'm just this horrible, uncompassionate person? Just like people here who make apologia for the exploitation of animals and they can't justify it. If you can, debate me, bro. It's just like, it's not so.
I don't think they can. I think again, I think it's really hard for people. It's like it's just really hard for people to process what is your actual problem, because what they're saying is like, oh, Elle must have a problem. What's her problem? Well, why don't you listen to her? Her problem is a moral problem. Yeah, but what's your actual problem? Okay, it's a good question, but it's not good if you're not actually like interested in figuring it out. This goes to what we're going to talk about later in stream about gay marriage being attacked by conservatives. And that conservative lady, Lila Rose or whatever, I think I used her in the thumbnail. I think that's her name. Talking about how like, oh, gay marriage was supposed to be liberation for adults, but it's actually just bad for our kids. You don't care about kids, bro. You're not anti-gay marriage because you care about kids. That's just what you're saying, right? So the hypocrisy is, okay, there's a philosophical idea. I forgot who said it. Maybe you'll remember when I tell you. There's a philosophical idea that hypocrisy is required of a moral person, meaning that the hypocrisy allows you to even say that I have questioned my motivations. So yesterday on stream, we had a commenter who was saying things like, I'm a bad person and I know I'm a bad person and that makes me better than all the hypocrites, but it actually makes them worse than a hypocrite. A hypocrite is almost a better person because they understand what they should be doing, but don't do it. This person says, I understand what I shouldn't be doing, but I'm going to do it anyways. And I'm going to say it with a full chest. You are a worse person than a hypocrite. It is better to you be a hypocrite and to put out the right ideas, but not do them privately than to literally say, you know what I mean? But they're both bad, right? They're both not great, but it is better. It is better to attempt to be a better person and fail than to never attempt it in the first place. So there's a layered process to this that I think is missing from people, where they want to like logic themselves away from responsibility and just say, well, I'm saying out loud that I'm doing a bad thing, so I'm better. Your brutal honesty, it doesn't make you a better person. Doesn't make you actually a better person though. Okay. All right. A few more minutes on this point and then we'll stop.
Something that makes me feel particularly special. In fact, it kind of just makes me feel bad.
It's looking like maybe that list of things rather than actually caring about exploitation. And now what she's about to talk about, which I already
Well, maybe if you just actually watched my content or showed my content, maybe people could get a picture of like, of all the things. Like, yeah, you could call me what you want. You could call me weird, strange, mean, annoying. You could call me those things. But to say, oh yeah, she doesn't actually care about animals, that's just like, I don't know where the brain has gone, like what realm you may be in. But to make that claim, it would just be fruitless completely. Yeah. Narcissists don't feel empathy for others, and yet vegans are called narcissists. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Narcissists don't feel empathy for others, and yet vegans are called narcissistic. I think you can be a narcissistic person who happens to be vegan, but it depends, because Elle's version of vegan is not just a diet. So do you understand the difference of language here and why it's confusing for people? Not on Elle's point, but on the way that we have informed people about veganism. I literally thought veganism was a diet you did for moral reasons and or for health and or for whatever. I thought it was first and foremost a diet. Then I learned it was a philosophy, and I'm like, oh, it's a framework. Veganism is a frame. Never in my life, watching PETA or any of the media I consumed as a child, was it ever conveyed to me that veganism was something other than a diet. I even at one point worked for a family who owned a vegan donut shop, and they never talked about anything other than health, right? Which is ironic. I was watching Queer Eye, and one of the families that they help out is vegan, and they asked, oh, why are you vegan? And they said, for cancer reasons. It is not as commonly understood that veganism from Elle's perspective in her bubble is a philosophical belief it's a moral standing in relation to the agency and value of animal life, right? Like this is the first year that I've really thought about it that way. And so I think it's hard because when you say, oh, I'm vegan, like, oh, you eat vegan versus I think vegan versus I embody vegan versus I express vegan, like the words we use matter and they change the relationship too, which is why I'm being very careful about my words and saying I'm plant-based. Okay. And that's the part of it that I think is interesting, right? Let's see. Chad says, what's the foundation for the caretaker for animals? It cannot be life because plants also have life. Is it something like consciousness? I think a lot of vegans talk about sentience, which I feel interesting about. I still struggle, I suppose, with the value of the sentience part. But basically, it's that idea that they mostly think about the sentience of it all because, again, it is about doing less violence. And it's about acknowledging like the agency, like do plants have agency for life? Should we ever cut grass? Should we ever cut plants? That is a conversation we can have based off of an understanding of not objective morality. So even vegans know they're not engaging in objective morality, but they're engaging in a moral standing based off of this understanding of sentience, agency, independent life. Like it's very easy to process that like a dog has an individual life and this cow has an individual life. I think it's a little harder for us to contemplate the individual life of a blade of grass. Right? So there's something there. But yeah, Chad says, do plants feel pain? What is pain? Well, again, I don't even think it requires the idea of feeling pain. I think it requires the idea of processing pain. So do they process pain? Do they have a kind of brain that processes agency? I think is more or less the argument, and that's how they come to those conclusions. Because I know a lot of vegans argue around ethically sourced honey and oysters, I believe. I also don't eat oysters as an example, and I've decided not to eat honey. So again, I'm plant-based, but I do not. So we stopped buying honey. I mostly use maple syrup or agave. I don't like agave as much. I like maple syrup better. And so I actually don't really use either of those very often either because I don't eat a lot of sweet stuff. I'm more of a savory girly. But I made the decision because we were getting our honey from a local family in town in Croatia who have their own beehives. And it was delicious honey and I was getting it pretty frequently. And then I stopped getting it and they were like, oh, are you not going to get any more honey? I was like, no, I'm vegan now. And I said vegan because then I wouldn't have to explain the whole thing. And they just understood like, oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I do. And I will say, because Chat said, can we empathize with plants the same way we empathize with the animals? I think that's the moral issue with eating meat. Well, I believe you should treat plants with dignity. I always tell this story of when I was a nanny and one of the babies was like less than 2 years old and he was kicking flowers. And I said, we don't kick flowers. They're living creatures. But I said, you can pick a flower and give it to me. And the idea that I was teaching him was that you should value everything around you the same way that like you should value rocks and trees and creatures and things, right? The idea is like we should be valuing and showing more dignity towards things. Look, we have a propensity for destroying things. Human beings, we like to see shit break. And the idea is like, can we come to some understanding that our desire to see things break, whether it's people's spirits or people's bodies or people's buildings, or we love it. Have you ever destroyed a building before? Like, you know, smashed a rock on the floor, like smashed a plate. It feels really interesting and good. And we like to see things shatter. I love watching videos where they drop rocks in lakes and you see the splash, or you drop a rock from a really high place. I love that shit. Why do I love that shit? You know, there's something inside of us that we just love, like, seeing shit break. But then maybe we should ask ourselves why and have a better relationship with it, right? Because does taking the honey hurt the bees? If not, then what's the problem? Yeah, so they live off that honey in the wintertime. And when you take it from them, they have nothing to live off of. And so they starve. And not only that, but a lot of beekeepers will replace their honey with like fructose syrup. They'll replace their honey with a less healthy thing and then the bees don't end up being as well. Look, we're killing the bees. We know that. We know we need them for pollination. We're really destroying our planet at our own convenience. So this is a trifecta of issues, right? Your health is at threat. The earth is at threat. Animals are at threat. Like we destroy things. Human beings, we're destroyers. That's what our species does. We build, we destroy. We build, we destroy, right? Chickens too. Chickens eat their own eggs and they get nutrition from the eggs that they produce. So when we steal their eggs, we're denying them their they are look at them. They have this thing built into them, right? Where they produce eggs and they eat their own eggs and they forage for food. And we took that away from them. Not only that, but we bred chickens over all of these years to have like bodies that don't support, like legs that can't support their own bodies. So human beings are genuinely so destructive. I mean, I remember working at a vet nearly almost 20 years ago now. And one of the girls had a French bulldog, and I just love a Frenchie. But Frenchies are, you know, all these dogs that struggle to breathe. We make animals, like we make disabled dogs on purpose, like on literal purpose, like not accidental, not like accepting, on purpose. And then we're like, we're so good. And I'm like, are we good? Like as a species that we specifically produce dogs we think are cute, even though they're literally struggling to breathe. You know what I mean? It's just like kind of crazy, you know? Chet says, what about unfertilized chicken eggs? Is that not going to be another chicken? Is that okay? I can't tell if you're asking me a real question. Do you know if you breed animals at home like dogs or cats, if their fetus comes out, if their baby comes out less viable, they'll eat them? Do you know that? Like they eat them. I can't tell if you're asking me a real question. What is okay? You know what I mean? Do you want me to like go into the mind of a cat and question its you know what I mean? Like I'm not a cat. The idea is what are humans doing regardless of what are non-human animals doing, right? So it's like that's the question. It's like you stop trying to be a lion and start just being a human. What is the human doing regardless of what the lion is doing? You can't be like, oh, I'm going to kill things because lions kill things. You're not a lion, right? Chad said, guys, the egg argument is why the way it's processed. Same with milk, and same with milk, right? They inseminate the cows. They take away their offspring. They force these cows into positions they don't want to be in. They have to keep them pregnant almost all year round just to produce milk, right? Imagine being a person, and maybe women will relate to this. Imagine being a person who can have children, and you're brought into the universe and you're just kept pregnant year round, and that's all you're fucking good for. You know, Chad said, I had a cat that ate its kittens and I was about 8 years old. It was traumatizing. I could only imagine. You know, I could only imagine. Yeah. And so again, like when we have Chad said oat milk girly for life, oat milk in my coffee today, girls, it's so good. And I know not all oat milk is the same. Listen, I've tried like 6 variations of oat milk. You got to find the brand that works for you. This brand is creamy and delicious and so good. There are some brands that are more watery, some brands that are thicker, some brands that are too thick, honestly. But I'm just saying, love oat milk in my coffee, girls. I'm an absolute fan. Big fan. Like soy milk too, but oat milk is the for me the way to go. Love me some oat milk, you know. That says I eat meat, but vegans are 1,000% correct, both for ethical and environmental reasons. Well, and it's a process. I've heard that from a few people. Like it is a process. I do think they are. Yeah, I think like the future is vegan, but I also think, you know, the future is also no rape, and the future is also dignifying life, and the future is also a lot of other things. The future isn't here yet, but we have to make the decisions now. We have to make action now. We have to take action now. I think, and this is what's crazy. I saw this TikTok. Oh, damn, I should have pulled it up. Where this girl said, let me see if I can find it really fast. Hold on, give me a second. It would be worth showing it to you, honestly. Hold on. Ba-da-dee-dee. Let me see, hold on. Oh, found it. Oh, yes. Okay, watch this with me. This is so good. This is so related. This is big brain. So get ready, girls. Okay, put on your thinking caps. This is good though.
Olivia, what's your take?
My take is that men's views on tofu directly reflect their views on women.
100% disagree.
No, okay, so I think tofu is like at the forefront of a lot of sort of vegan campaigns and environmentalism, and at a time where the idea of the male breadwinner is sort of going down, and sort of men's like masculinity is more fragile since sort of the decline of fossil fuel capitalism.
Wait, so you're saying that tofu is political and
It's symbolic, yes.
what's that got to do with men?
It's more when men respond with intense disgust to tofu before having
I
tried
see.
it. It's sort of it's more symbolic of their
okay.
fear of their place in
So
society.
have you met guys which like hate tofu because of this?
Yes. Well, I don't think people consciously know it's because of this or that their masculinity is being sort of threatened or their position in society is being threatened. Okay. But it's more symbolic. It all.
Right. Wait. Okay. So tofu is not just a food; it's political.
Well, I think most foods are political.
Most foods are political.
Like you can. Yes. Most foods have like a history and.
Wow. Okay. I actually don't even know if I agree or not anymore because I'm that lost. Olivia, what?
Okay, so a lot of people, some people were really mad at her because the boys were mad at her because they're like, that's stupid. And the girls were like, she's too smart for this interviewer. She just has tools and an educational background that this boy does not have. Everything she said to me feels like really basic, but to somebody who's never even started to ask themselves, how does everything connect? It sounds like, what does this have to do with anything? But you know this is true for so many reasons. And I think it plays into why people can get exhausted at like, oh, you're making everything political, or everything's about race with you, or everything's about gender for you. And like people do this thing where I get it, it's exhausting to you. But at the same time, like for people who have been doing this for a while, they've heard every argument. They've had enough conversations. They know why you're mad, all this stuff. I want to show you these two TikToks in relationship to these conversations as well. So check this one out as an example.
Did you know that vegans kill more animals? But also being vegan doesn't make a difference. Also, vegans are malnourished and all they eat is rabbit food, and wild animals eat each other, so why can't I? And plants feel pain, vegans are hypocrites, I am very intelligent. It's 2026 and I still see these kinds of comments all over the place, and what I don't think a lot of people who leave these comments realize is that a lot of vegans used to use these very same arguments as excuses not to go vegan as well. But then we actually looked into these claims and we learned that these comments don't really hold up to scrutiny, and so we had to align our morals with our actions. So if seeing somebody doing that upsets you, maybe think about why instead of employing the same tired arguments we see every day. After all, answering the same questions over and over again is exhausting on account of our protein deficiency.
Vegan humor. That was all vegan food, and if you thought it looked delicious, I bet it was, girl. I bet it was. Okay, one more video, and then I'll comment on that TikTok I showed you with the girl. Okay.
Foods is promoting.
So this boy in the bottom here, he's the one that I can't tell is really vegan or not vegan, but he's obviously pissing off all the non-vegans. And just like listen to the first 30 seconds of this video.
Fake vegan meat. This is a new low for him. Jacob Foods is what they call a soyist influencer. He promotes the mainstream eat a lot of veggies, limit fat mindset, which I don't really mind because at the end of the day, he's still getting people to cut out ultra processed food. But now he's decided to promote vegan alternatives. First, he started by promoting tofu as an alternative protein source to meat, which is absolutely ridiculous because tofu has way less nutrients than meat, but whatever, it's still a whole food. But now he's starting to promote vegan chicken nuggets, which I have a problem with.
All right, listen here, pal. Me talking about plant-based proteins got me banned from Instagram for being a terrorist, okay? But for real, I've never once said that soy is going to be as nutrient-dense as meat or as many animal products. It's just not. It's missing several micronutrients that are in abundance in other foods. What I did say is that it can be an alternative to save money. It will get you your protein, and it doesn't result in the death of an animal. That's the main thing that I've been going off about is like, if I can get this to get my protein in while I'm still eating an overall well-rounded diet and getting the rest of my micronutrients in, I can have this and it doesn't result in an animal dying. I'm not eating the
Right. So I think he is a vegan. He's just like the way I've seen his TikToks, because I haven't deep dived. It's just like sometimes I can't tell. And that's why I think it's like he's like obviously a vegan, right? I don't know. The point is the way people talk about this, they're missing the moral component. they're missing the moral component for the idea of the health component, but the health component can be override by the fact that human beings over time have definitely like done the work to create supplements, to make it easier, to make it more accessible. And yes, there's there's layers to it, of course, but the point is that girl who was saying that the way boys react to soy or tofu specifically is related to everything else they're talking about for exactly this reason. Notice there's a correlation between people who ate tofu and people who voted for the rapist president that we have today. Conservatives typically just hate vegans, hate tofu, hate soy, hate anything that challenges their moral standing while they vote for a rapist president. Okay, they say they want the Epstein files released, but then the president who's in them a billion times doesn't matter. Okay, and that's what I'm trying to say is so interesting about the world we live in. Look, vegans are one of the most hated groups in the world, so I get it. But it is one of those things where it's amazing to me that just saying, hey, do you know you can get this from other things is too much for people. So ironically, you would say, well, Brittany, then why aren't you vegan? Again, these arguments absolutely convinced me to go plant-based. The only reason they haven't convinced me to go vegan is because I think it's very personal. It needs to be embodied. I think Elle said this to me. She goes, I think you're going to get there one day. I was like, Elle, stop it, girl. But like she did. She's like, I think you're going to get there. And I was like, maybe. My partner definitely thinks I'm going to get there. He's like, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. And like, it's going to be a really big conversation to have in life in general. Like, am I going to get there? Am I going to be a vegan? Like, I don't know. But I know that when I will be a vegan, I'm not going to go back from being a vegan. Now, not going back from being a vegan is a very specific philosophical perspective. It's to say, not only is this my moral, subjective moral relationship with reality, but this is so important to me that I might die for it. Because remember, veganism is really difficult because there's also medications that are tested on animals that vegans don't even take to do life-saving interventions. So does that mean I'm not going to take life-saving medication if it came at the expense of an animal being tested? That's a huge moral question. Because I don't believe in animal testing. Even when I was a teenager, I told my mom, stop buying shampoos that test on animals. And I remember not wanting to buy any shampoos that were tested on animals. But then, you know, I wasn't as consistent because I was still buying stuff that had definitely been either not explicitly vegan or could have been tested on animals. So when we have these conversations, I think it's about also the future. So, okay, here's one last part that I think is important. Obviously, there are going to be exceptions to the ability for every individual to consistently have and engage in a vegan, quote, diet. I'm using the word diet here for this reason, okay? Because they might have a medical problem that science has not yet solved for their situation. That doesn't mean, though, that the majority of people who don't have that medical problem should now not be vegan. The issue is that non-vegans who say they don't want to go vegan, it's because this one person who's not even them couldn't be vegan for medical reasons, so therefore it must not be a good idea. It's to say we should live in a world in which the ideal is reached, and everyone who can't reach it, the system helps lift them up where they're unable to meet those needs. Same thing with like raising kids in healthy homes. Hopefully the goal is most of us are raising kids in healthy homes, which we're not doing right now. And the ones who can't figure out how to do it, the system comes in and we help lift that family up and give them the care they need. But what happens is people go, well, if some people aren't living up to it, or if most people aren't living up to it, I guess I don't have to either. And I'm saying, no, we all should be living up to some standard that reflects and is consistent with our values and morals. But that is a journey. And that's what I need you to understand is that it takes work. It's really hard to be a good person, right? It's really, 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 really hard to be a good person. And that's the point. Chet said, sorry, to me, plant-based food and tofu is nasty to me. I think that's fine. I think it's an acquired taste. I think you have to like it. Example, I don't eat fast food. Even when I was a meat eater, I never went to McDonald's. I just think like that food is disgusting. I think eating at Wendy's is ridiculous. Like I eat certain food and I'm like, that is so fucking gross and I can't believe you eat that. But people tell me every day Wendy's is so good or McDonald's is so good. And I have had a McDonald's or a Burger King burger that I'm like, that's okay, but it's not good. I mean, it's okay, right? Like I used to like vegan or McDonald's chicken nuggets and now, but like I didn't eat it regularly because it was like, it made my tummy hurt. It wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even that good, right? It's taste is acquired. You can change your preferences. You can change your taste buds. You can have a different relationship with like, look, I bought oat milk the other day that was really bad. Okay. And I was like, oh, this sucks. It makes my coffee taste watery. Ugh, I'm not a water girly. In my coffee. Then I was really upset because I had to, for the whole weekend, because our stores close on Sundays in Croatia in a lot of places. I had to just put up with this bad milk. And my partner's like, I'm sorry you have to put up with that. Do you want me to like run to the other side of town to get you milk? And I was like, no. And I sat there and I was so excited for Monday because the store opened again and I got my creamy oat milk, coffee perfect oat milk. And I was so excited again. If I only ate the bad oat milk, I would think all oat milk was bad. You know what I'm saying? If I only had tofu in a way that I didn't like, I would think all tofu was bad. If I only had, the idea is that the coolest part about being an individual person is that you are having an individual relationship with your food. You get to have a relationship with figuring out what works for you, what you like. Like, I don't like my broccoli really mushy. I prefer it fried very lightly. I don't like, I'm autistic. So a lot of the food I consume is very texture based. Like if the texture is wrong, like my food, okay. I told my partner the other day, I was like, I'm sorry, because they do dishes. I was like, I'm so sorry. I make so many dishes. I just can't have my food touching. If my food touches and the texture of my food changes, I won't eat it. And I don't want to waste food. So I just use 10 dishes. Like I literally will have, like, it's very Assyrian of me here. I'll have like 7 bowls on the table and all of my food is in each bowl. And then I'll eat, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you have to realize what it is. And it's a lot of work to realize all of those things about yourself. And because it's so tiring, people just go, you know what? Forget it. Forget it. Also, do not get it twisted. In Europe right now, there's a thing that's happening where they want to punish companies for saying it's chicken when it's vegan. But the problem is psychologically, myself included, if I don't know what this vegan food is similar to, I don't know how to use it. So when the box says, oh, this is chicken, I go, got it. I know how to engage with it now, right? This is a big part of psychology that the meat industry is purposely targeting in your brain. See, they say they just want to be honest and transparent. It's not chicken. Why do vegans call things chicken? It's because our brains are so fucking stupid. We need a transition period between going from actual animal chicken to plant-based chicken to understand what I'm supposed to do with something. And they know that. And you are being manipulated by big meat industries to convince you that they're looking out for your well-being. Well, they are literally not. They are literally not. They don't care about you. Okay? So that's the problem with human beings is they think they have free will in a really like big agency way, and you don't. You have a limited relationship with your free will. You have to engage in an incredible amount of self-reflection and introspection to even understand why you think something is bad or good. You have to understand that marketing companies are spending billions of dollars getting into your psychology to manipulate you at your own expense, and you are falling for it. And I don't even blame you because you're a human being on a planet who's an animal and you don't know any better, right? But the point is some of us do know better. Some of us are doing the research and we're just trying to let you know. Now, you can believe us or not believe us. It doesn't matter. We're all going to die and the world will keep going. But if you would like to improve your limited time on Earth in the best way possible that not only benefits you, but others, you might want to consider. You don't have to do it, but you might want to consider. And that consideration could be the difference between the world changing as a whole and it staying the same as it is now. And that's it. Okay? And it's not about perfection. I am never going to come for you for being perfect. Like I said, I'm on a plant-based journey. I'm not making a prescription. I'm not saying you should be vegan. I'm not making that prescription. I'm saying it would benefit all of us if we asked ourselves, why do I think it's wrong to kick a dog and abuse a dog, but I think it's okay to eat a cow? That's a really, really hard question to answer. And it takes time, so take your time answering it, but you should ask yourself the question in the first place. You know? Or if another question is more jarring but better is, why do I think I shouldn't eat a dog? Like, what's wrong with eating dog? Like, what is the difference between eating a dog and a cow? Because there really is no difference. Not from a moral perspective. But your brain will tell you there is. Your brain will convince you there is a difference. There's really not. You know? Okay, with that said, let's take a break. And then we're going to come back. And speaking about society, We're going to talk about Prince Andrew and just get a little update on that because I think it's important. Let me see here. And climate change and gay marriage being attacked and African philosophy versus Western philosophy and why this man is mad women won't sleep with him. And if we don't get copyrighted, Christina Grimmie, they have a little new documentary on her death. And I thought that would be nice to watch because God knows she died with her arms open to this fan and he killed her. Devastating, devastating because he was angry she didn't reply to his messages. Allegedly. Okay, so if we're allowed to watch it, we'll watch it today too. Okay, let's take a little small break and then I'll come back. right, I'm back. I want to show you this really fast. Let me bring it up. First, let me pause music. 1, 2, 3. This is the milk I use. I grabbed it out of the recycle. This is a DM brand. So DM is a German store. You can find it in Europe in different places. I have it in Croatia, all over here. DM. This is the brand, the Bio or the Bio, whatever I call Bio. Barista heifer drink. It's vegan right here. I like the Croatia or European labeling system here. It's like really obnoxious for the most part. I will say I wish our store just had a vegan section, because sometimes I gotta hunt the whole store just to look for vegan stuff. And I really wish it was just like in one section and screamed like vegan. That would make my life so much easier. But it is nice generally. The labeling here is pretty good and it's easy to look for. And so that's what I do. That was my bare minimum to myself, is bare minimum, grab stuff with the vegan label. And then, you know, go from there. Jess's vegan influencer era. Hey, watch out, girls. It's happening. It's happening. Okay, I want to show you this because speaking of eating animals, just really fast before we go into the other topics, just trigger warning. I know I would never have trigger warning cooking videos before, but now that I am plant-based, I know how triggering it can be to watch an animal get killed or turn into food. So just like a trigger warning, this was going viral all over TikTok. This is the iguana tacos. Have you seen this guy? He, amongst other people, they're doing like vegan, or not vegan, sorry, oh my God. They're doing iguana tacos. Here, let's click on it.
It is currently so cold here in South Florida that iguanas like this one are falling out of the trees. So today, we're making iguana tacos. Green iguanas are an invasive species here in South Florida that compete with our native wildlife for resources. But because they're not from here, they aren't adapted to the cold. So when we get these cold fronts, they become too cold and they fall straight out of the trees. Whenever we have these cold fronts and they start falling down, a lot of people will go out and collect them to help control the number in the population. But they do have the nickname chicken of the trees because they're absolutely delicious. So rather than let this one go to waste, we're gonna make tacos. This next part I'm not gonna show because I don't want the video to get taken down, but we have to humanely dispatch and clean this guy. It's a good thing I managed to remove this one when I did, because inside I found over 20 eggs.
The way I used to eat caviar, and now I just think it's so disgusting. I can't believe I used to eat eggs. Like, I am the most disgusted at eggs, caviar, like that stuff. I'm officially grossed out by.
So by removing this one iguana, we've actually saved the environment from over 20 iguanas come spring. And you guys know that I like to waste as little as possible. So in addition to making the tacos, I'm also gonna try to preserve the skin, and any leftovers are used as crab trap bait, so zero waste. First things first, I filled the pot with water and added onion, garlic, a bay leaf, and some salt, and we're gonna bring this to a simmer. Once it was at a low simmer, I added in the iguana meat, and we're gonna let this cook on low heat for the next 30 minutes. By par cooking the iguana like this, you give it flavor and tenderize it. After 30 minutes, I removed the iguana meat, set it to the side so that it could cool down, and then added the iguana eggs to the hot water to soft boil. Then I added the soft boiled iguana eggs with some avocado, some garlic cloves, a little olive oil, salt, and lime juice, and gave it a good mix. Once it was done, I topped it with black pepper and lime, and we have our sauce. Next, I removed all the iguana meat from the bone, added in my favorite seasonings, and tossed it into the frying pan so that it could get nice and crispy. I like to let the edges crisp up until they look something like this. In the leftover oil, I crisped up some tortillas. Then I added in the iguana meat, topped it with some pickled red onions, jalapeno, and cilantro, and then drizzled on our sauce. And there we have it, iguana tacos. They look good and they smell good, but now it's time to see how they taste. I'm just gonna add a little squeeze of lime to this one, give it a nice little dip into the sauce, and bon appetit.
And there you go. Like, you know, and somebody in chat mentioned guinea pigs. Yeah, guinea pigs in some places are eaten. Like, again, there really is no difference. Like, globally around the world, people are eating animals. I don't think we get to pick and choose what we eat. I think that's the problem, is like, I'm not sure there is a reason to pick and choose. You know what I mean? But oof, when I watch the videos of how things are made, that's what really gets me. I think that's it. And that's what I think is important, is like, can we acknowledge that we're not really processing how things are made or processed? And maybe we should start doing that, right? Here's guinea pig.
Did you know guinea pig is a delicacy in Peru? Let's go try it. The best place to try cuy is in Tipon.
And by the way, just so you know, in case you were new to my channel, before plant-based eating, I was to eat everything girly. I was like, I've eaten bugs. I've eaten any animal that was ever put in front of me. Like, I don't think I'd ever been adventurous enough to eat dog or cat, but I was like, I'll try it. Like, I was definitely one of those girls.
A town outside of Cuzco where basically every other stop is a cuyeria.
And by the way, I am not, this is the problem with Americans or white American vegans, or not vegans, non-vegans, is they think like they're better. This is the problem with Charlie, is that Charlie thinks he's better than people around the world who eat dogs or cats in some aspect, because, or maybe he doesn't, but the idea that the stereotype is like, oh, Peru, God, the Peruvian cuisine is so evil, or Chinese cuisine is so evil. And it's like, they're not any more evil or good or bad than Americans who eat cows. The obnoxiousness of Americans is thinking that because animals are sacred to us, they should be sacred to other people, but they're not even sacred to us generally. We just pick and choose, right?
Before long, my friend...
So I don't want you to think I'm showing you this to be anti-Peru. I'm just showing you this to say it's not any different.
Abdi and I had stopped in at a restaurant and we're snacking on choclo con queso and watching this couple dance. If that's not true love, I don't know what is.
Cute.
We ordered cuy al horno, which is an entire cuy baked in the oven. It came with pasta, rocoto relleno, and since this is Peru, potatoes, of course. And honestly, y'all, it was delicious. It definitely looks like a guinea pig the entire time you're eating it, but nothing beats that Peruvian flavor. Add a little ají verde and we're good to go. Last but not least, we had to finish up with some anise liquor to ease digestion.
Buen provecho.
It definitely...
You know, so like, again, it's like, okay. I think, again, listen, I'm the kind of person that, okay, there's two ways to do
Clear
it.
the sinuses.
There's two ways to do it. You can never watch how something is done and still come to the right consensus. Or sometimes you have to watch it to come to a better consensus. I actually think that's why I'm a big proponent of like the genocide being filmed or atrocities being filmed. I want people to see what we're doing, because if we don't see what we're doing, a lot of people will never change. For me, I'm a seer. I need to touch the stove kind of kid. That's me. So I want people to see what it takes to make that thing happen. So let me show you two videos that give me the ick every time I see them. And it makes me go, oh, absolutely not. I'm going to traumatize everyone today for no other reason than to just make sure you know what's going on. This is caviar. So
here's the new way to harvest caviar eggs by gently massaging the sturgeon's belly to release the eggs, instead of having to cut open its stomach. The thing is, once a sturgeon's belly is cut open, it won't be stitched back up, and they'll just end up as food, even though it takes 7 to 20 years for the fish to produce mature eggs, which is why caviar is so expensive. But with this new technique, the fish only needs to be out of water for a few minutes, and one fish can produce caviar multiple...
The sounds are crazy. The sounds are crazy. This is just an actual without the silly AI editing, right? But same thing. They're doing two variations. By the way, these are, so they raise the sturgeons, then they take their eggs out, and this is your caviar. But they're pumping it out of them now instead. And I'm just like, ugh, it's all gross. So did McDonald's recently, after the trend happened, announce that they're putting caviar on their nuggets or whatever? You guys remember that trend? See how pro-lifers don't care about babies in the womb because they're eating the fuck out of caviar. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I'm good. I think I'm good. Like, I think I'm good. You know? Yeah, I'm just not a fan. So again, like, you can decide. You know, just seeing the processing definitely changes things. For my brain, Discord, I need to see things. But okay, you don't want to do the things boys on the internet do where they go, I can watch this and I'll have no emotion. Because that is also the other part of this, is they'll watch a person get beheaded on the internet and be like, I have no emotions about this. Because what they do is they actually shut down all of their feelings. They shut down all of their disgust instead of recognizing and processing logically and emotionally like what is happening. They just go, I can watch a genocide happen and have no feelings. War is just what happens. People have to get blown up into smithereens, bro. It's called war. So you don't want to do that either. You don't want to like shut your brain off so much that you don't allow yourself. So be logical, allow yourself to feel, and then be logical about how you're coming to your consensus. Because again, I don't want to just, I used to watch these videos my whole life. I never felt a way about it. You know, it haunts me to this day that I killed a rooster once and I did it very badly. I think he suffered more than he had to because I was learning how to kill animals, which is a crazy thing to say out loud. Like, oh, I was learning how to kill animals. But like, that's what you're doing when you learn how to hunt or you work on a farm. You're like, they teach you how to kill animals. And so like, it's a weird thing to realize like, oh man, it kind of haunts me. And that was the only animal I ever was in charge of killing. And I feel so bad about it. Like, oh, it makes me, ugh, you know what I mean? Kat says, do you have any advice for low iron? I'm a vegetarian and I struggle with it. Take your iron supplements. I take mine every day. I take a little bit extra when I'm on my period as recommended by female physicians. So take your iron every day. Take your supplements every day. The coolest thing about being a human being is we have made it easy and accessible supplements, and they're great for you. They're not bad for you. And my blood tests came back totally fabulous last year. I'm going to redo them, you know, to make sure they're still great. But take your supplements. Take your B12 if you're vegan, especially. Yeah, cast iron pans are another one, you know, but just do the thing. Get yourself the things you need. That's the best part about living in a very privileged world is we usually have access to these things. Yeah. Because even as a vet, you were taught how to euthanize animals. When I worked at a vet, my job was processing their bodies, like taking them in bags and tagging them and taking them to the freezer. Like, yeah, I would be there in the room while animals were killed. And it's really devastating. Like, it is devastating. Like having to, you know, even like, again, it's just, this is life. We're in a life and death. We're having this life and death experience. We're in a process. And it's just a matter of asking ourselves about that process. Okay. Okay, look at this.
Oh, God.
It's Gordon Ramsay.
They're everywhere. But first, I've got to catch one. If you can't grab that.
It's like they're sitting there and they're wrestling these animals who do not want to be kept, who do not want to be held down, who do not want to be, and he's harvesting the caviar from these animals. And this is what we watch for entertainment.
That's good, just keep going.
That's perfect. Well, I wish you told me. Jesus Christ. Look at all that.
And like, you know what I mean? Like we make entertainment out of violence. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like humans are interesting. Again, it's not about me making a prescription. It's about me asking myself, what does this mean? You know, and I get it. Look, I was talking about anime the other day with my partner and I was like, man, I love a fight anime. I love it. I love an anime that has a good fight scene. I don't watch anime. Like if an anime doesn't have a fight scene in it, I'm less likely to watch it, but I have liked a lot of slice of life anime, but I'm a fight anime kind of girly. What is it about anime that has fighting that's interesting to me? It's not power for power's sake. It's the feeling like I actually have a chance to defend myself, that I have a chance to fight against injustice that I love about it. But I came to recognize not everyone's watching anime for that reason. A lot of boys just watch anime because they want to feel powerful and strong, but with no justice. Missing the whole point of most of the guys in anime. Goku fights for his friends. Luffy fights for his friends. Like a lot of these men, that's the difference between a bad guy in anime and a good guy. The bad guys fight to be strong, to bully people and be violent. The good guys fight to be strong, to protect people, and some for the love of the game, but generally to protect people. And the fact is, a lot of guys watch anime and they take away the wrong message, which was like to be strong is to like be able to be the baddest, you know, girl in the room or something, you know? And that's why I say like, know why you're even watching it. You know, why do you even want to watch it? But yeah, when I watch, like, we're watching Luffy and Kaido right now, not to do spoilers, but that's the arc I'm on. And just watching him fight, watching that sense of justice, not like political sense of justice either, just his personal morals. Like Luffy is fighting for his personal right or wrong. He's fighting for he knows what he thinks is right or wrong. Luffy is constantly saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And that's what I'm trying to say is like, so interesting about Luffy is like, he's not even political. He just happens to coincide with politics. He's philosophically understanding his own morals, even if he doesn't exactly exhibit a lot of introspection. He has his own idea of morals, right and wrong. And based off of that, makes a decision. And that's interesting. Now, of course, I would ask Luffy, like, have you ever thought about why you do it? I don't think so. I think Luffy is the embodiment of the spirit of knowing. So, like, that's kind of not, he's not really a real person. But I think that that's what's kind of fun about these fighting animes is, like, it makes you feel powerful. Like, you can do something when someone is doing something wrong, because the scariest part about being a human is you feel pretty hopeless. You know, look at what's happening with Epstein and Trump and everything, and ICE agents kidnapping people off the street. It feels like, fuck, I wish I was powerful enough to do something. And that feeling feels like it would get over. You wouldn't feel it if you were strong. But the irony is like you can do something. Protests do something. Community rallying does do something. Standing up against the government does do something. You don't need superpowers. You need community. You need collective. You need a moral understanding of why we're fighting for something. Like, the irony is like you don't need, to eat the gum fruit. It's within you. And that's why the government sort of does do this as a scare tactic. I do think ICE and everything they're doing is a part of that scare tactic. I think they're trying to make you feel like you don't have power, And that's the thing that I think is psychological warfare, right? That is the psychological warfare, is they want you to feel like you don't have any say in your life, while also advocating to allegedly give you the most freedom, Okay, with this said, look at this. This is a video on climate change. I didn't really want to make this video. My Discord was talking about it. But one thing I realized from the comments of this video was like stuff like this, like fighting against climate change meant fighting the ruling class and billionaires, but people are too comfortable with their KFC and trash TV. It's not us versus them. It's us as a collective. I still philosophically believe you cannot hold billionaires more philosophically accountable than yourself, but you must hold billionaires more practically accountable than the average person. So obviously, the billionaires are practically, like within reason, much more accountable. Philosophically, though, they rely heavily on that sort of like psychological warfare to convince us at the expense of ourselves that they know better for us, and or that the convenience they're about to give us is worth it. This is why I don't mean to call out Hassan specifically, but I mean to say it's interesting when I meet the most progressive people who say, I would love to do what you're doing, but I can't because of XYZ. And I'm saying, I'm not asking you to be perfect, but I'm saying, well, then let's sit down and brainstorm. How can we do it? If you say, I want to do this thing because it aligns with my values, let's sit down and brainstorm. Let's look at all the possibilities. But just like your money, when people say like, hey, I know you don't make a lot of money, let's figure out how you can ethically make money and save and get independent. And they go, well, I can't. The system is too hard. It's like, okay, well, see, now I can't do anything with you. Or if somebody says, Brittany, I'd love to stop shopping at Amazon, but I'm disabled and I just need to. That's so fair. Have we looked at all of our options, though? Because if you don't want to shop at Amazon, I hear you. Or if you want to shop at Amazon less, I hear you. Let's figure it out. And they go, no. But what they mean to say, and what I mean to encourage you to say is, I'm not ready to change. And that's okay. But also do it now. But also, that's okay. So like, what they say is, I can't because of something external, but this is all internal. We are not ready to change, and so we cannot change. But what we do is we externalize the responsibility so we don't have to be accountable for the collective. This is so ironic that I think we want a collective, but we don't want to hold the collective accountable. But yet we want to hold individual MAGA voters accountable. Individual people who voted for Trump are evil and won't be forgiven. But I, who shop and engage in all of these horrible displays of capitalism and overconsumption, I'm not as accountable because I didn't vote for Trump. I feel like we're all accountable. Some are accountable more or less, but we're all accountable. Let's try to be better. Let's try to be less bad, right? And I'm not saying it means never shopping at Amazon, but maybe it means only shopping at Amazon once a year. Like, imagine what the world would have looked like if all of us only ever shopped at Amazon once a year versus, let's be real, some of us were shopping at Amazon every day there was a package at the door. Or almost every day there was a package at the door. Oops, that's me. That was me. I admit it. It's me. Kill me now. Take me out. It's me. And that's the problem. Oh my God, I was doing that. And I'm like, why was I doing that? Why was I shopping on Amazon every fucking day? Because it was easy, bro. I'd be on my couch, high as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, hey, bro, we should get like a table for this living room. Yeah, bro, we should. I got you. Table's on its way. Turn AOT on, baby. It's like, okay, that was my life. That was my life. weed, streaming Amazon, eating sushi, getting sushi every week. You know what I mean? I get it. And then I had to ask myself, well, hold on. Wait a second. Is this what we want to do with our life? And then that's it. Discord. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not here to act like I was better. I'm here to say that, hey, I figured out something. If you guys want to do the same thing, you know, you don't have to, but if you want to, okay? All right, let's watch this video together because I think it'd be fun. Well, horrible fun, but let's go.
This is the most important video
Let me rephrase. It will be philosophically challenging.
you are ever going to watch, and it's why I'm here on screen talking to you today. Because humanity has lost the fight against climate change.
Hold up. I don't even know who this homie is. This is Ostrom Earth. I don't even know who this is. So we're just winging it.
These were the words of renowned environmentalist David Suzuki, and they sent shockwaves around the world in July 2025 when he spoke them. And I'm afraid it gets worse. Carl Sagan, an American scientist, said extinction is the rule. Survival is the exception. So yes, he said, we will go extinct. The only question is...
Hold on. Chat, great point. Says not shopping on Amazon is still easy, but it's soon gonna be impossible when there's no options left. But listen to me. We are the reason there's no options left. We as a collective are the reason why there will be no more mom and pop shops. We're the reason. Because I remember when malls became extinct. I remember when everyone stopped shopping at stores. I remember when I went fully online with my shopping. I remember being the first girly, because listen, I'm a millennial. I'm 36 years old. I remember going from in real life shopping to online shopping, and I contributed to that reality. And you might say, oh, that's better. We're not making a footprint. We're not driving to the store. But yeah, but all these delivery trucks now, all these semis that are on the road, all these men driving 18 hours a day to get you your Amazon Prime. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh shit. Like, I remember. That's why I say it's us as a collective. Because, and they know that. Jeff Bezos knows that. He knows if he makes it convenient for you, that's all he needs. And I don't blame us for wanting things to be convenient. Life is so hard. Convenience is a point of privilege. That's why Americans are so privileged, and then we feel like we're suffering. We're so privileged, we can order things in the same day delivery, and yet we can't afford homes. And that is the point. Okay? And I'm saying we as a collective are not ready to live in a better world because we don't know. Where our morals are not embodied. Our values are not embodied. Okay? And so they utilize that thing. That's why I'm saying, isn't it interesting that Hassan orders a coffee for delivery? Isn't it interesting that Hassan, who's like anti-capitalism and does all these things, is literally ordering what an Uber Eats maybe? I don't know what delivery system he works, to get in a car to bring him a coffee? Don't you think that's interesting? This millionaire who's privileged, who probably has a machine in the house to make him coffee, literally, and he'll say, oh, my time is really valuable. I'm doing a podcast right now. You mean a podcast where your friends just sit around and talk about how you give gay hugs or straight hugs? Yes, very important stuff. So important that you validated and told yourself, I'm going to, with my big chest, go on a microphone and say, I ordered a coffee. I ordered a coffee. I know it sounds silly, but isn't that the whole point? Even the guy with the loudest mic, the guy who's in the position, he can't even do it himself. Okay, who is this? Who did what? Ren? 5 Brittany Simon gift memberships, girlies. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Just that I'm not anti-capitalist, but to be honest, I think overconsumption is an issue. Yeah, overconsumption. I mean, capitalism is the part of overconsumption that makes it work together. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, guys. Enjoy that. But I do think that overconsumption is one of our biggest issues as a species. And I'm saying that's why some people say humans are an invasive species. You know, Ted says the texting and driving thing with Hassan was so crazy. Well, that's the other part of it too. Like, I'm saying it's ironic that human beings wonder why the world can't be the way it is. But the guy who's supposed to be the dude, do you know what I mean? Right? Is unable to engage because I don't think he knows why he's doing what he's doing. I think it's really hard to know why we do what we do. It's really hard to know why we make decisions that are right or wrong. It's so hard. And I'm not blaming him. I'm saying he's he's susceptible the way everybody else is. We all are, right? So that's a part of the problem, okay? But I do think capitalism is the problem. And I think the exploitation within the system and the framework uses psychological warfare to exploit your vulnerabilities and convince you that you can't have a different life, you can't make different choices, that life is too hard not to use Amazon, that like they're making you desperate. They're your abusive boyfriend that's convincing you no one will ever love you, and if you break up with me, you'll never be independent, you'll never be on your own, you'll never make as much money, you need me. And I'm telling you, break up with your boyfriend. Break up with your boyfriend.
When and not if. I find it hard to believe that humans will still populate.
But also, I don't want to victim blame people in an abusive relationship. So I'm not blaming you for being in your abusive relationship. I'm just saying when you're ready for yourself, know that you can free yourself.
The planet by 2100. And if you think that's bad, wait till you hear this one. Michael Dowd said, I think half or more of the human population, that's 3 to 5 billion people, will likely starve within 16 months of the first multi-breadbasket failure. Most
Chat says, I think the richer you are, the more you engage with convenience without thinking of exploitation. I actually think the poorer you are, the more you feel alive when engaging with convenience because it makes you feel rich. That's the exploitation of your psychology. You're so poor, you'll never have anything, but at least you can have this $15 coffee and it can be delivered to you for $30. You're poor, you'll never have anything, but at least you get this Amazon Prime. At least you'll get this Gucci bag. At least you'll get this thing. Rich people don't care. They've already engaged. They don't give a fuck. But the psychological they want you to feel rich. Okay, somebody said it the other day. They said, what was before for rich or privileged people became like the convenience of getting Uber Eats, which should have been for people making more 6 figures or more, became accessible to people and a part of the lifestyle of people making $40K a year. And what could have been like housing, like getting a house was the goal for everybody. But now, because we can't afford houses, getting Uber Eats is the goal. Well, I can't afford a house, I might as well get Uber Eats. Instead of thinking, well, I should get a house and the Uber Eats is for people who have a house and have money, right? Like Uber Eats should have been for people making a ton of money. But poor people, middle-class people, we want to feel rich, so we engage in rich activity as if it should be ours. This is why little kids on the internet watch YouTubers with these fancy homes and these Bugattis and think, I want that, instead of realizing that was never for me, and also I don't want to have to do what it took to get that. So we traded in as a collective the feeling of being rich instead of the richness of community, the richness of the environment, the richness of philosophy, the richness of, because these rich people have a life you think you want. I cannot explain to you how you don't want it, but also they only want it because they're lost. You know what I'm saying? So it's like ironic a little bit. It is like, it's a little ironic sort of the whole thing, because like you don't even want this. What you do want though is stable living and healthcare and education and a good life for your kids. And we shouldn't have to be rich to have those things. You know, we shouldn't be rich. We shouldn't have to be wealthy, rich, disgustingly rich to have those things. And that's the pain, right? Discord said your content and a handful of others are getting you through the surgery recovery. Brittany is my bias though. I appreciate that. And I wish you the best for this surgery recovery. Talking about other things, surgery, taking time off work. Like even myself, even though I have healthcare here in Croatia, I have to deconstruct my American thinking around healthcare. Guys, I got to get myself to the doctor. I need to get a consultation for surgery. I've got to get these things done. And even though I pay €100 a month to get this basically universal healthcare, my brain is like, I can't take off work. I don't have the money to take off work because I have to stream every day to make money. If I don't stream, I don't make money. And then I have to pay rent. And then I have to go to the doctor. And then I have to take time off. And my American brain is so hard to deconstruct from this idea of like, you just have to go, you know? And that's the problem because doctors aren't open on the weekends when I do have my day off. And so I have to take a day off work. And it's like this whole cycle. That's why Hassan not going to therapy is crazy, because not only can he take a day off, he could take 6 years off and literally still have money. This man could stop going to work for the next 20 years and still have money. That's the part that's hard. I couldn't take 2 weeks off and not risk not being able to pay rent. Do you know what I'm saying? And so that's why, you know, looking at life is so ironic. Like life is so funny. Life is so funny. But it is what it is. So you have to make those decisions. You got to be like, we're doing it. So we're doing it. I don't know when. I think Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm taking off next week to go to the doctor. I'm doing it. Fuck it. Okay, I'm doing it. But it is what it is. So I understand the struggle everybody is in, where it's like, I can't even take a day off work to go to the hospital. That's how broken the system is. The system is so fucked. Imagine a world where like going to the doctor was so normal. We had it on rotation every year. You know what I mean? Chet says, is it a major surgery? No. If it was major, if it wasn't my choice, no. They're checking for endometriosis and I'm getting sterilized. Because I've been living with this chronic pain, which I've told myself I can put up with because I already have fibro. What's wrong? You know what I mean? But I'm going in for endo and sterilization. So it's an elective surgery to mitigate. So it's not life or death. Otherwise I would have gone. It's just pain. It's pain reduction. And also I don't want to bring a baby into the universe. Okay.
Likely this decade. Truthfully, I would rather tell you differently. I'd love to talk about some sort of climate silver bullet that can bring us back from the edge of the cliff, but I don't think that exists. And I didn't really want to make this video, if I'm honest with you, but I felt like I had to say something in response to all those words. You know, I have a channel called Astrum Earth. It would be remiss not to talk about what's actually happening here on Earth. And this one's a little bit different, as I'm sure you may have noticed. This feels like way too an important conversation not to have eye to eye. So that's what we're gonna do in this video. You and I having a conversation. I want this to be your all-encompassing guide to climate change. And we're gonna look at where we're really at. And fair warning, this ain't gonna be pretty. You're gonna get angry. I mean, geez, I'm angry. I'm outraged. Whatever the right word is.
Wait, sorry. Chat said, this is why I save my money so much. I feel like I can spend 1K on anything. Bro, I just had this realization the other day. I know this sounds crazy, but it's amazing how fast that money can go. Like 10K, you can spend it so quickly. 1K, you can spend it so quickly, which is why like we're so diligent with money now. Because when we got married, we both had 10K in savings in our private accounts because we were both working and stuff. And that money went so quickly. Like all of the immigration paperwork, all of the cost of moving, all of the deposits, rent, it went so fast. It was like, holy fuck. So we locked in. We like sat down and locked the fuck in because we had been managing to save all this money like over a period of time, working, of course, not extravagant jobs. We weren't making, we were making okay, but we weren't like, and then it disappeared. It just disappeared so quickly. We're like, Jesus. And then to buy a house, they want you to have like $80,000 to $100,000 down, depending on what your house price is, 20%, 30% to avoid, penalties. And I'm just sitting here like, girl, maybe if I started this when I was 18, maybe if everything was perfect and I started saving for a house at 18, but I'm 36 now. Everything is it's so crazy. But I do recognize, and this is what's hard, I do recognize that had everything gone perfectly, if I wasn't mentally ill, if I did have to pay for therapy, if I didn't have disability, if everything was perfect, sure, I could have afforded it. If I absolutely was diligent and I absolutely saved and everything went great and my job was always good and everything was perfect, sure. But that's not how life goes for 99% of people on the planet. We are running into problems all of the time, emergencies left and right, cancer, a car breaking down, rent fees going up, medical bills. And the reality is the landlords are selfish. Everybody is greedy as fuck. Everybody is charging you money based off how much they think you make versus how much the market says. Like, we really need to move into a future that says you cannot be charging rent more than the median amount of household income in the area. Like if the median household income in the area is 30K, you can't be charging 3K for rent every month. Come on. You can't do this to people. And it's so fucked up that you'd be willing to do this to people. And like, that's the point. We should be allowing people the right to spend 20 to 30% of their income on rent. That's it. That's it. You cannot ask people to spend more than that on rent and expect the economy to flourish. It's ridiculous.
I feel it too, and I'm right here with you on this strange journey we're about to embark upon. I feel like I should say now, please don't hate me during this. Be angry at why it's been allowed to happen. Feel free, shout in the comments, rage at policymakers, be pissed off. Please, we all are. This video is based not on my opinions or anyone here at Astrum Earth's, but in true Astrum Earth style, this is based on science. All right, let's get into it. I'm James Stewart and you're watching Astrum Earth. In this video, I'm going to show you
Apparently he's a science channel according to my Discord.
Single chance humanity has to stop climate collapse and how we blew every single one.
Also, I just want to say, because my Discord, sometimes people really misunderstand me and my work and what I'm doing. And sometimes they'll try to speak for me or like what they think my opinions are and they're like really wrong and I just want to correct people. when I was a conservative, I used to think climate change is what it's going to be. We can't do anything about it. When I became a liberal, I started protesting at climate protests. I started engaging. When I came back to the internet, I tried to philosophically explain how you have to let go of the results of climate change and then still do something about it. I'm not saying we can't do anything about it. I'm saying first you have to let go of the idea that something is going to happen, and then you have to do something about it. Because what happens is psychologically you get discouraged when you don't see results. And the point is you got to do it even if you don't see the result. Okay? So that's what I'm always going to say is like, you got to do it anyways, even if nothing happens. Because the point is we won't know until we try. And the problem is we gave up trying because we figured, oh, well, the billionaires aren't going to do it. Like, listen to the collective, like listen to the majority of people who say, well, if the billionaires aren't going to do it, why should we? Who cares what the billionaires are doing? Who cares what billionaires are doing? They're not the majority of people. Who cares? I don't care what they're doing. Fuck them. You should be doing it. We should be doing it as a neighborhood. Do you guys remember as kids, they would have us in America turn off all of our lights and use candles for one night just to save on electricity to help people? Like, it's like we don't, as a group, as a neighborhood, it's not part of our neighborhood culture because they go, well, unless the billionaires do it, we're not doing anything. And I'm like, you have to do it anyways because the billionaires aren't going to do it. These fucking people with their private jets, they're not going to do it. That's why. Listen, conservatives are so fucking, they're so right, but they're so wrong. They'll say, why is Leonardo DiCaprio, why is George Clooney fighting for climate change, but they're taking private jets? Good question, conservatives. But the problem is conservatives turn around and go, well, if they're going to take private jets, we're going to take private jets. You can't criticize Leo and George. You're not doing the thing either. But I can because I'm not taking private jets. And if I'm not taking a private jet, what are we talking about here? Okay? What are we talking about? Why are you taking a private jet? It's like, why are you engaging? Remember when Jeffree Star, who we do not like, remember when Jeffree Star was on a normal plane and someone was like, oh my God, you're on a normal plane? He's like, and that's how I'm still a millionaire and you're not. It's like, at least he's taking a normal plane and not flying private. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hello? Yes, chat said I found the reframing of climate change can change people's perspective. The planet will survive, life won't. So saving humanity instead of planet sometimes makes the opposition think. Yeah, but that's the problem is like, we're only thinking about us, but I think the more philosophical sound, to make your argument, I agree. But the problem is philosophically, we should actually care about the planet. The fact that we don't care about the planet is the reason human beings suck so badly because we only care if it impacts us. And I'm saying I understand that psychologically and I agree with you. But isn't that such a testament to how shitty we are as a species? And yet I agree with you, 100% agree with you, that at the end of the day, we have to convince people to care because it will impact them. It's like, isn't that crazy? Human beings are so funny, but I agree with you 100%. Like you have to make them see that like you should care anyways, but also, I mean, I can't believe conservatives are like, you guys should have babies. Well, we are literally dying. Like everything is so hard. And that's why this obsession with having babies is so fascinating because like, again, we love babies. We showed babies on stream yesterday. I literally ended stream crying, watching happy babies like laugh. Like we love babies. But what part am I being incentivized to bring a baby into this universe? Like, what is the point of bringing a baby into a universe that I can't even spend time with because everybody has to work 2 jobs? What is the point? You know?
Explore the latest climate data to see whether David Suzuki's claims are backed up, and we'll confront the ultimate question. Have we truly lost the fight against climate change? So first things first, you may be wondering how we got here. So let's start by looking at all the times the world has come together to successfully unite on fighting climate change and save humanity. Yeah, it makes for short reading that, doesn't it? Actually, it makes for no reading at all. So instead, let's look at all the times we could have saved the world. Yeah, I've set up a handy counter in the corner of the screen so you can keep track. Back in the 1970s and 1980s.
I'm covering the counter with my video, but I'll just tell you the number. It's at 0 right now.
There weren't any conferences or meetings of world leaders to talk about climate change at all. Then, as science caught up, the UN sort of decided it would be a good idea to have some policies or agreements that sought to regulate our changing world. Enter the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It was set up in 1988 to provide scientific assessment on climate change for policymakers. And I bet all those policymakers were thrilled. They set up some other fancy-sounding groups too, like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is a bit of a mouthful, or UNFCCC, which is the treaty that provides the framework for international climate action. They also started hosting COPs, or Conference of...
I just had the realization. So Okay. Like I'm looking at the panels of people, the groups of men, mostly men. And I had a thought to myself that said, I wonder what the world would look like if it was run by women, not because of gender, but because of upbringing, how women are brought up, right? Because I don't believe in gender essentialism and stuff like that, bioessentialism. But I will say that I would like to believe that because women are raised under patriarchy, if they had come together to fix everything that men fucked up, because y'all have been in charge, the ways we would do it is by literally helping people, feeding people, housing people. Like that would be our suggestion. As a general group of people, we're the kids going to school. We're the same way that when I watch these finance shows and couples call in and the husband goes, the wife's been spending money on herself. She always has Amazon packages. She's constantly spending money. And then Remy, as an example, will be like, oh, what's the list of items she bought? And it's like diapers for the house, cleaning supplies, toilet paper. So the husband in his head thinks the woman is spending all of his money, all of their money, even though she works all of their money on herself. But she, as the woman, is actually spending it on the household. I think if you took those women and put them in charge, the first thing we would all think as a collective is like, how do we get everyone fed and clothed and housed? And then how do we make everyone stop fighting? No nukes, no fighting, put down the knives. How do we get people into therapy? Like all of our solutions would probably be very much that, right? And then that would change how everything else is run. You know, I think about women as an example. How many men do you know who put together clothing sharing events where you bring all your clothes together and then you share and you trade clothing? You know how many girls I know who do this? They literally go, okay, girls, everyone bring their clothes they're ready to get rid of, and everyone show up and trade so they don't have to buy more clothes. Like these are things that men probably adhering to capitalistic expectations wouldn't engage with because they want the new thing, right? No, not swap meets, like your friends getting together, like your girlfriends or the neighborhood friends, not a swap meet. I've been to swap meets growing up. Those are a little bit different, but or at least the word I know it a little bit different. That's more of like strangers who you spend. I guess you could call it a swap meet, but it would be money. I'm saying no money. I'm saying just trade clothing, right? Like yeah, more of a local or personal thing, right? Angel, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. So like that's the thing that I think is interesting is like when we think about exchange, we don't think about making money off of our friends necessarily. We're thinking about how to trade with our friends, right? It's a very the alpha guys will be like, it's a very feminine trait to trade goods. You know, trading goods is so feminine, you know? When I was on my road trips, a lot of the women I met up with would trade with me. You know, like, oh, hey, like I have oranges. Do you want to trade for some apples? It's a random example, but I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. You know? So a lot of those things, I think play into these larger problems. So as I'm looking at these pictures and it's all these men with a few women, I'm just thinking to myself, man, how would that change? And then, you know, I got, you know, that email that guy sent from, that guy sent to Epstein saying, hey, I love the torture videos. I just think about that all the time. Hey, I love those torture videos. Those torture videos. Those torture videos. Hey, I love those torture videos. It's like, whoa, you know? Yeah, huh. Like, I just keep thinking about that. Love those torture videos. And he got out, he had to resign. Epstein, I love those torture videos. He had to resign. Dubai tycoon replaced after DOJ reveals email torture video. Yeah. It's like, bro, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. This guy, who looks like half my relatives, by the way. Yeah, that guy. It's like, hey, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Oh, no. From Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey sent it to that guy. Sorry. That guy supplied Jeffrey Epstein with a torture video, it looks like, which is even crazier. So he's making the torture videos? Yeah, here it is. So to Jeffrey Epstein. No. From da-da-da. There it goes. And then from Jeffrey Epstein, where are you? Okay, love the torture video. So these other men in these other places, the point I'm trying to make is all these men are creating torture content and then sending it to each other and talking about how great it is. It's just like, whoa, that's great. I just keep thinking about that. I love that torture video, you know? So weird. It's just so strange. But then, of course, you know, it takes a lot of work to deconstruct from the way we've been trained to find success. I won't be successful until I do X, Y, Z, right? Like, I won't be successful until I have this house and this car and this thing. And this is all of us suffer from this. So I'm not saying like I'm exempt from having thought that myself. I used to watch Samantha from Sex and the City and think like, oh, I want to be like her. You know, I want to be rich and I want to have things and I want to, you remember that whole Birkin episode where she's like, it's about having the Birkin. It's about what it symbolizes. Think about that. That's why I say adulthood is high school with money. We're like symbolizing wealth, keeping up with the Joneses. We're symbolizing, and this need to, you know, that's why I'm so disappointed in Chelsea Fagan, no offense, from the Financial Diet, who recently she's my age, and she recently put out a video about plastic surgery and how women are treated and saying she might get stuff done because she's like, nobody ever does anything for themselves. Like Chelsea, who says she's more progressive, is expressing something that I think she probably should have talked to a therapist about, because I've made content similar, but from a, I think, more deconstructed lens, which is not only do I think you can get plastic surgery for yourself, but I think you first have to deconstruct if it is, and you can get plastic surgery that is strategic, but you should know the difference. But to say that no one ever gets plastic surgery for themselves, I think is so reductive. Because I think you have to get past that point of understanding why you're getting it done. Because I think pressuring people to just like the way they look is also like, what the fuck is that? Right? So again, you can only know why you really got something done. But if you're going to say with your full chest, I'm not getting this done for me, I'm doing it because people hate women and I feel pressured. Like, that's not what we want to hear. But that's the part of being in the capitalism bubble. So even though Chelsea identifies as a progressive, she's in a finance bubble that still plays into capitalism instead of engaging in something more liberated. And that's why she finds herself struggling. I've been wondering what the girl has been going through, right? We're like, what is she? She's obviously going through something. This makes more sense to me that she's still struggling with like, what? She doesn't have any internal moral compass. She is saying, I don't have that internal compass. And I'm saying, I don't blame her. I'm saying it's just interesting that she's where she is, but then that makes sense for why I think why she was able to rise to sort of prominence with her 1 million subscribers, because she still is in that externally motivated bubble, which everyone is trapped in, that keeps you consistently fighting and clawing your way and feeling like you're not good enough. And I'm saying you are good enough. You are good enough. You are good enough. You are good enough. But as long as you chase validation from outside sources fully 100% and not just 20%, because we are community motivated. It's okay to be 20% validated at the external. But if 99% of your understanding of self comes from external motivation, you become a capitalist. You engage in overconsumption. You think the planet is here to benefit you and what you look like in your house and your car and your way of living. And you start to feel entitled, because that entitlement is what's going to get you ahead to then brag about all of your accomplishments. Remember when TikTok became obsessed with like subtle wealth? They wanted to look like rich people. They were trying to fake looking wealthy. Why? What's going on there? You know? So there's a lot of layers to this, right? And I want to say this with love. Like, I really wish the best for Chelsea Fagan. It's just hard to watch the people that are supposed to be the most progressive with the loudest platforms, or some of the loudest. She doesn't have the loudest, but Hassan and all these other people engage in exactly the reasons. That's why conservatives will see them and be like, okay, but like you just ordered a coffee. You just had a guy get into a car at the expense of the planet and unnecessary waste to bring you a coffee you could have made in your kitchen. And I'm not saying that when you order food for your family, you're doing the same thing. I would argue if you're buying a whole bunch of things for your family and you need delivery, that's beautiful. And if you tip your delivery guy, that's even better, right? You know, because some people aren't out here tipping. And that's great. I'm just saying it's when I make the decision about whether or not I get delivery now, I have to think about the cost of the planet, myself, and the convenience of it. I don't think other people are doing that, obviously. And that's interesting. That's interesting. And I'm not saying conservatives are correct. I'm saying that there is a hypocrisy here. And it just begs the question of bringing down the level of the hypocrisy, not eradicating it because we're not perfect, but bringing it down.
The parties, which are the annual meetings you may have seen hit the news every year, in which countries that are parties to the treaty gather to make decisions, or at least they're supposed to. And by the end of this video, you'll see why every one of those meetings failed, and why actually the most dangerous decade to be alive is the one we're living in right now. It wouldn't be until 1992 that one of those UN acronyms came to fruition, and at the UNFCCC, parties agreed to stabilise greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Chance number one to save the world went about as well as you might expect. In the subsequent years, the planet did actually cool down, but not due to government action, but because of a huge volcanic eruption. With little human progress made, just 5 years later, another meeting was held, the Kyoto Protocol, which, although adopted in 1997, due to a complex ratification process, didn't enter into force until 2005. Who needs urgency anyway? Its main purpose was to commit 37 industrialized nations to cut their greenhouse gas emissions by an average of 5% below 1990 levels by 2008 to 2012, with, by the way, no mention of temperature limitations. You can probably see where this is going.
3.
Fear not, because there was another agreement in 2010, of course there was, the Cancun Agreement. Maybe this could be the one. Now this really was the first time temperature levels were mentioned, and an agreement was formalised to limit the increase in global average temperature to below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. However, during this time, research continued to show, unsurprisingly, that for some countries and vulnerable ecosystems, the risk of grave damage rapidly increases at less than 2 degrees Celsius of warming. So yeah, another miss. Now, here's the good stuff, because in 2015, nearly the entire world, 195 odd nations, came together at the United Nations held International Climate Meeting, or COP21, to sign the Paris Agreement.
Oh.
And that date in December 2015 should have been remembered as the day the human race came together and saved the world. Now, up to this point, you could argue the world didn't really understand the scale of the problem. But after this next meeting in Paris, that excuse disappears completely. The Paris Agreement aims to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, and pursue efforts to keep warming within the safer limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I don't think I need to tell you what happened here, do I? Once again, owing to self-interest, economic inequalities, and some would say downright greed. Spoiler alert, current end-of-century predictions place us at 3.5 to 4 degrees of warming. Now, hilariously, I'm also recording this hot on the heels of the most recent COP30 in Brazil took place recently, and once again, they failed to cut fossil fuels. Great work, everyone.
Oops.
Great trip. Love that. Now, in any conversation about...
Yeah, chat says we'll do the right thing after trying everything else. Okay, that, I was thinking about that while he was talking, and I was thinking about, again, going back to veganism, I was thinking about the impact on the planet from meat consumption, and I was just thinking about, like, it's not a joke that cows burp. People think they're farts, but I think they're burps. And it ends up impacting the planet. And the idea is to bring that down. Like, I know it sounds silly, but living creatures impact the earth. And the question is, if humans are sentient enough to observe and come to, and are able to problem solve problems, why shouldn't we solve the problem? Right? The thing I'm trying to get people to understand is I don't believe we are interested in solving problems. I think we are interested in talking about problems, and we are interested in feeling good about ourselves. And that's where it stops. That's why when I was on debate bubbles or debate panels a while back, I'd be like, hey, are we having like a serious conversation about solving problems, or we just want to talk? They just want to talk. That's it. People just want to talk. They just want to talk. They want to feel heard. They want to feel like they did something, and then they want to go home. That's why professional debaters who make money debating will debate things they don't even believe in just for the thrill of debating, which I did debate in high school, and you would have to debate opposing sides. It didn't matter what side you were personally on. The point was they were teaching you how to debate. And so when you turn that into a professional job and the people on the internet are watching you and they're being swayed by your arguments, you are... And it's not quite grifting, but it's almost like you are making a living convincing people, because you're so good at debating, to believe in worse things. Holy fuck. That's a crazy way to make a living. It is a crazy way to make a living, to convince people of something you don't even believe in, and then it ends up being something evil. And so that's kind of the why I'm like, but why do you believe this? Do you walk the walk? Is it a part of your life? How does it show up? And again, I am never advocating for perfection, because I don't think humans can be perfect. I would never advocate for an unrealistic solution. I'm only interested in what is realistic and possible and makes sense within the conditioning of being a person.
Climate change, you'll notice the figure 1.5 degrees Celsius is rarely far from the discussion. But what does this actually mean? Because it doesn't sound like a huge number, does it? So what's all the fuss about? 1.5 degrees Celsius above what? Well, the answer is a wholly unsatisfactory average. We usually define it as the average global temperature over the pre-industrial
And
period.
it probably feels like, why care about the planet when Israel is killing the land? You saw the way Israel purposely went into Gaza and uprooted all the olive trees, purposely destroyed the earth so they couldn't come back and plant. Like, that's the number one, that's how evil human beings are. So they win a genocide. They will destroy the earth. They will literally make it so the land won't produce. And that's why the symbol of hope is a baby growing tree. The symbol of hope is a green sprout. The symbol of hope is life. The symbol of hope is life. Because where there is a will, there is a way. And they are trying to crush that hope from Palestinians in the name of what? In the name of what?
Or the time before the increase in atmospheric greenhouse gases due to human emissions began to significantly influence global temperatures. For instance, the September 2023 global surface temperature was 1.44 degrees above average, specifically the average September of the 20th century. But it's not always that simple, because we don't make it easy for ourselves. The definition of which years make up this pre-industrial period varies. Most historians would define the dates of the Industrial Revolution between the mid-1700s and the mid-1800s, but scientific definitions of pre-industrial typically cover some ranges of decades between 1850 and 1900. Now, that's not because scientists are terrible at history, but because that's the earliest time period with widespread, consistent surface temperature records to go off. Without getting too bogged down in the technicalities, the crucial takeaway really here is that industrial versus pre-industrial is actually about the human impact on our climate, and how scientists can distinguish that from natural variability going back thousands of years. Which brings us back to the big question: who decided 1.5 was going to be the magic number? The Paris Agreement was the only time everyone agreed to an actual number for the global warming limit. That's it. We sort of have no other benchmark but that 1.5 degrees. As a direct result of the Paris Agreement, the IPCC put together a special report in 2018, in which they warned global warming is likely to reach 1.5 degrees between 2030 and 2052, if it continues to increase at the current rate. Okay, good news, it's still 2018 at this point, remember, there's still time to act! So, did we listen to that warning? What do you reckon? Well, in its sixth assessment report, the AR6, released in parts from 2021 through to 2023, the IPCC said if we wanted to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, then global CO2 emissions would need to peak by 2025 at the latest, and then
This is so interesting to me, because I can see, like, this, it matters. We have to talk about it. We have to have these conversations. I think what's hard is that it's hard to make this interesting to people, because people are like, cool, bro, I can't pay my car bill. Cool, dude, my kid's in the hospital from cancer. It's like, cool. And that is done on purpose. I do think this administration, Trump's America, on purpose is making your life so stressful so you don't care about the planet. I do think when people say, oh, it's so privileged to take care of the planet, that's kind of the point. They're taking away your privileges. They're taking away your ability to be in a position where you can be privileged enough to care about the planet instead of just yourself. They are convincing you that your focus is here, and that is the better position, because you don't want to be privileged enough to care about this, right? They want to keep you here, and they're doing it so it can benefit their pockets and their power. You know, it's not much more than that. It's not more interesting than that. That's just what it is. They're sitting here and thinking they don't give a fuck about you. So how can they weaponize your psychology, your vulnerabilities in order to benefit them? They just don't care about you. It's not much more interesting than that, right? Okay? It's not like Satan is involved. It's not like there's magic involved. They just don't give a fuck about you. And because they don't give a fuck about you, they're going to convince you not to give a fuck about anybody else either. And so they, in ways, turn you into them. You're just poor and they're rich. They are making you just like them. You don't care about anyone else, right? You're too poor to care about anybody else, right? So now you get it. You're too poor to care about anybody else. And then you start to not care about immigrants, not care about the planet, not care about gay people, not care about marginalized folks, not care about anything. Except you don't have the money to enjoy that not caring in Cabo. And they do. Yeah.
All by 43% in time for 2030. That's relative to 2019 levels. And methane emissions, well, they'd need to drop by about a third in the same time frame. Now, here's a good bit, because I'm here. This is the future. It's early 2026 as I record this. They've had so many chances to sort this out. Oh, they wouldn't last down, would they? Surely not. Up until this point, everything so far.
I remember there was a mom on TikTok who was like, I'm relaxing for Mother's Day. And it was like overconsumption core. It was like really bad. Like, girl. And someone in the comments was like, hey, mama, I'm so glad you get to celebrate Mother's Day or mom time. But aren't you concerned about the overconsumption? And her responses were pretty hostile. And I don't blame her in a big way, because even though she's responsible, she has millions of followers, she has been trained by this system to feel like liberation is overconsumption. That the sign of success is to overconsume, which was my whole criticism of Pokimane over on my podcast channel. The issue with the world is that it's allowed, they've tricked you into thinking liberation is overconsumption. That liberation for your bodily autonomy or for your civil rights or for any of these things, that's not liberation. Liberation is being able to afford not to care about those things. Because so when you say, oh, you're privileged so you don't have to care, that's their point. That's a good thing. You feel like it's a bad thing, but in their brains, they're like, yeah, I'm privileged. I don't have to care about people. That's the goal via capitalism. That's what they're trying to convince you is the goal. Become rich so you don't have to care about poor people. Become rich. And so I'm saying to you, you should acknowledge that that's their privilege, but you should understand that to them, that's literally the point. And they're looking at you like, why aren't you trying to be like this? Look how fun it is. Look how good it is. You know what I mean? And they're looking at you like you're crazy. Poor people are so crazy. I can't believe poor people don't want to be this rich. But they don't understand too how they even got there in the first place. It's really interesting. Like it is, I find it fascinating. So then they look at you. Like I remember when I was talking to certain people and they were like, hey, what should I do? And I was like, you should do this. But if you do it, you won't make money. And they were like, okay, well, I don't want to do that because I want to make money. And I was like, okay. And I remember telling them like, oh, I finally made 6 figures. And they're like, oh, congratulations, a 6-figure month. I was like, no, a 6-figure year. And they're like, you're not making 6 figures a year. And I was like, no. And they literally thought I meant 6 figures a month. 6 figures a month. A month. And I looked at them like the fuck, because to them, they're all making that money. So then they look at me and they're like, you're not making that money? No, of course I'm not making that money. But they literally all thought I was making that much money. And I was like, oh, like there is such a discrepancy. Like there is such a misunderstanding of how much money people are making. Because when you're making that much money and you're a young person, you have to assume people who are older are making it as much. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, that's what I'm saying about these boys with microphones. These boys with microphones who so casually are like, oh yeah, I'm making 6 figures a month easy on AdSense. And I'm like, yo, I'm not making 6 figures a year. And that's why they're like, why would I ever give up what I'm making to be you? Why would I ever do that? Because their whole point of liberation comes from how much money they have, right? And I'm not saying money doesn't help. It certainly does. But you don't need 6 figures a month to be liberated. You know? Chad says, no wonder they read you as so predatory. They expected you to be playing the same game. Exactly. They expected me. They thought I was playing the same game as them. And I was like, no, like, that's not what I'm here for. And that's why when they would call me and they'd be like, hey, get on stream and talk to me. I'm like, bro, I'm hanging out with my family. I would literally choose to hang out with my family. And they were like, why are you doing that? Like, you're giving up opportunities. You're giving up business opportunities. And I was like, I'm prioritizing my family. I make enough money. They thought I was crazy. And I looked at them like, don't you all serial cheat on your partners? Aren't you all literally miserable? Don't you have bad relationships with your family? Why would you think I would want to be with you? And then, or be you? And then it was literally like the money, the money, the money, the money. And that's why I'm saying, like, it is hard to be a good person because, you know, it's hard in a world run by capitalism not to feel like you have to make that money to even have a chance, right? But for me, for Brittany, what I found was making enough money was the point. It wasn't about making an excess amount or all the money I could. It was about making enough money. And enough money for Brittany is like, I can live off less than 6 figures easily. But for a lot of these people, that's like so poor to them. For a lot of people in America, a lot of middle-class people tell me, they're like, I don't know how you're living off or how I'm supposed to live off less than 200,000. And I'm like, it's about priorities, but also it's easier for me because our value system won't allow us to consider buying 3 cars. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, in other people's minds, the goal is to be able to afford 3 cars, but our value system as a family won't allow us to justify buying 3 cars. So of course it's easier for us to live off less. Our morals won't, we're not even allowed to buy 3 cars. Why does a family of 2 need 3 cars? You know how many families of 2 I know or have heard of or have seen on the line that have 3 to 5 cars because they wanted different models of car? What does a singular person need multiple vehicles for? Do you know what I'm saying? We are not living in the same world. Our values are they're not the same. Okay? 1 car per 1 person at most. Nobody needs 2 to 3 cars. But then it's this idea of like, but I want it. Wants versus needs, right? It's so interesting. Okay, now give me a second. I need a 2-second break and then I'll come back and we'll finish this video. But anyway, this is the stuff I think about every day, girls. Every day. I'm just like, man, like all the little ways all of us as a collective could to just make one decision different and the impact would be incredible. If we just made one decision different, 2, 3, if we made up to 5 decisions differently, the whole world could change. But just getting people to make one different decision is so hard. Just one singular decision. Just eat plant-based 2 times a week. Holy fuck, the impact would be incredible. But even that is so hard. Just eat plant-based 2 times a week. It would be amazing. But we can't. It's so hard. It's so hard. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's pause music in 1, 2, and 3. All right, let's keep going with this video.
It's been nothing short of a brief history lesson, really. But what comes next is the part that decides whether this century is survivable. Let's start with emissions, where the news is, not good. In fact, it's terrible. Because atmospheric emissions of CO2 hit a record high in June 2025 at 427 parts per million. For context, the last time CO2 was that high was likely over 3 million years ago, when global temperatures were about 2.5 to 4 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels. And sea levels were 25 meters higher than today.
Ugh.
What? So yeah, what I'm telling
Love
you
the
is that
ocean.
despite knowing this would happen for 40 odd years, not only did emissions continue to rise, they're now so high.
It's because conservatives worked really fucking hard not to care about this shit. Like, especially in America, which we have the responsibility as a superpower to influence the world and to participate. Like, we conservatives worked day and night to contradict everything about climate science, to convince people there was nothing to be done, to convince people not to invest in solar, to convince people not to care about anything about the planet, to feel entitled. And that's why I think veganism is so interesting, because it plays into this idea. The sense of entitlement is so a part of things. And I get it, like, you're entitled societally to a lot of things, but it's funny that we're not getting the things that we're actually entitled to, which is like human rights, livable wages, healthcare. Instead, we're entitled to having 10 cars if you can afford it. You're entitled to, raping and murdering, animal life if you so choose and call it a hobby and post it online. Like, we're entitled to all the worst things. It's like we want the right to be the worst people, but we don't want to invest in trying to be better people. And that is a part of our nature. That is because I do think we're evolved animals. I think that's why I don't really believe in this concept of like full free will, or like this idea of like true agency, because if we had the free will to just like do the right thing, I'd like to believe that we would do it. But it doesn't seem to be the case that we have that ability, because we have to process, we have to go to therapy, we have to deconstruct, we have to meditate, we have to do the work, we have to read books. Like, it seems like we actually have to do a lot of work to even have a choice in any sort of right direction, right?
They're at the same level as before.
And I just want to say again for the 100th time, I'm applying every criticism I say today to myself, because again, I am not one of those people that's like, human beings are the worst, man. I'm so morally superior, and if everyone would just be like me, the world would be better. I'm saying, oh man, I'm really empathizing and deeply sad for human beings that it's such a struggle for us to be good people, which is why I say I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying like, yeah, humans seem to be pretty bad, and like we're doing our best, but damn, it's enough, but it's never enough,
Earliest known members of our genus even existed. Should quickly say the reason it's not actually 2.5 to 4 degrees Celsius hotter today is down to a time lag between cause and effect in our climate. In other words, we'll experience the full effects of today's emissions in the years to come. So sorry in advance, future grandchildren. And if you thought that was bad, it gets worse, because
oh my God, Chet says we're getting a 2,100 acre data center. Holy fuck. It'll be near a national park. Jesus fuck. The data center will be allowed to dump waste water into the rivers. That's so fucked up, bro. That's so fucked up. Angel, welcome to memberships tier 2. Guys, if you're on tier 2, I did just post a Dr. Daff review of LGBTQI people or women versus former LGBTQ. So you guys can check that out. I have members only content for tier 2. Tier 1 get live streams. Tier 2 get both live streams and specific videos made just for them. So please go check those out. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. I am devastated for all the people that are having to deal, all the electricity bills that are going up in towns. Like, these videos are crazy. All these data centers, the people are paying the electricity for them. How fucked up is that? People's electricity bills went from like 200 to 800 in some places. That's fucking outrageous.
growth isn't slowing. In just 1 year, from October 2024 to October 2025, CO2 jumped by about 2.2 parts per million, from 422.35 to 424.54. And there is no sign, according to NOAA, that we've even hit the peak yet. At the beginning of 2020, scientists estimated that humanity could only emit 500 billion more tons of carbon dioxide, only, if we were to have a 50% chance of keeping warming to 1.5 degrees. But by the start of 2025, a new study said this so-called carbon budget had shrunk to just 130 billion tons. Oof, ouch. yeah, if you're still keeping score, emissions-wise, there's not really anything else to say other than based on those IPCC reports and those numbers, yeah, as our friend David Suzuki said, we have lost the fight against climate change, and we've lost bad. The next factor we have to look at is global temperature, the sort of bottom line outcome of all those emissions. I don't even want to tell you about this one, if I'm honest.
Okay, so this plays into, I saw a chat earlier that said, the problem with antinatalism, which I agree with generally, is the wrong way to think about anything. But the problem with this idea that you shouldn't have babies is the worst people will be having them. The worst people aren't having babies, though. Okay, most of the worst people in the world are having 1 to 2 babies because there is just a correlation between more education and more money means less children, because everybody knows having kids is a pain in the fucking ass. Okay? Love babies. They cost money. They're hard to raise. And more than that, you don't need more than one heir for your legacy. So rich people are not having 10 babies. The worst people you know are not having 10 babies unless they're Elon Musk. And even he is only having 1 baby with each of his partners that are willing to birth them. So I do not think it is your moral obligation to have babies as a form of resistance against the elite or rich or white supremacy or evil people. Because I've heard that argument come from all types of minorities, like the way to battle oppression is to have our babies. And I'm like, with peace and love, your babies are not here to fight your battles. Okay? So when we have these conversations, like, I still don't think that's the right reason to have a baby. You know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, the baby's born into these families. I mean, look at Vivian. Vivian was Elon Musk's daughter, and she's not a fucking Elon person. So like, even these babies born into these homes can still rebel, right? And so like, again, when we have these conversations, I think we should be very cautious about this idea of procreation as a form of liberation, though I do believe you are always entitled to having that baby. And I think that's beautiful, but I just wish you would have that baby because you, for better reasons than to fight the oppressors. See how we're still centering the oppression as our reason why? Imagine being the baby that's born into the world as like, hey, why'd you have me, mom? Oh, I had you to fight oppression. Thanks, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, you know, oh, I had you because Jesus wanted us to have babies. Thanks, I guess. Oh, I had you to be a soul for Christ. Oh, thanks, I guess. I had you so I could have a little child that looked like me. Oh, thanks, I guess. You know? Oh, I had you to keep my legacy alive. Oh, thanks, I guess. It's like, damn. You know what I mean? So there's like all these conversations, right? Chances I'm not giving that as an argument to have children. I'm just countering the argument of being unethical to do so. I did, for real. If you were the person who left that comment, I didn't mean to take you out of context or anything. I just thought that's what it made me think. And I thought that was interesting. But yeah, like when we have these conversations about why we're having a baby, it's like it's such a funny one. But I do think, like, you know, there's a lot of really good and wholesome and beautiful reasons to have a baby. I don't think it's wrong to want to start a family with someone you love, or to give a home to a child, or there's so many good reasons to have a baby, but there's so many also good reasons to accept that maybe not for you in this lifetime. And I think that's hard. I think it's hard to feel like, why the fuck do I not get a baby, but everyone else gets a baby? It's like, well, you know, that's why I say, like, life's not fair, but you can do something about it. But also, here's the question I've been wondering for myself. Let's say a perfect progressive country existed. Like a perfectly progressive country, okay? Like truly progressive, like no fucking conservative anything, okay? Like truly progressive. Would we all move there? And how would that country play a role in the world government or the world relation, like the world government, you know, governments, right? But would we move there? Would you immigrate? Would you leave all your family, your friends, your neighborhood, everything you knew about life behind to move to a country full of strangers just to live in a progressive utopia? You know what I mean? Like, would we do that? In my brain, I actually think, in my brain, I'm like, I would do that because I've already moved to a country where I have nobody, right? So then I would kind of want to do that, right? Oh, but then chat says, would a truly progressive country believe in borders? That's the other part of it. Would a truly progressive country deny people immigrating if they were bigots, right? That's the other part of it too. Like, I think in some ways, again, it goes back to the paradox of toleration or tolerance. Like, I would want to live in a world where bigotry wasn't tolerated, but also to live in a world where people could immigrate with the hope that they would deconstruct. So then it's like, hey, I want to bring my sibling with me, but they're still deconstructing. You know what I mean? And that's why there's like this. This is why it's a difficult thing to answer. Like, the truth is that we love people that are bigoted. We love people that are evil. And it's hard to not want to hope that those people will get better. And it's hard to feel like you're not abandoning those people. And it's hard to say, like, are you abandoning America if you get out of there? Or should you stay and fight for it? Are you abandoning any place that's having an issue right now? Are you abandoning your family and friends if you try to survive? First and foremost, like, your why is everything. But I like the idea. Like, in my head, I was like, man, that'd be really nice. I'd probably move there. But then if I move there, am I abandoning anybody? You know? I don't know. It's hard to imagine, you know? Yeah. Chat says yes and, you know? Yeah, yes and. But I think that's the issue. Like, when I lived in America, as an example, if my partner and I if I get kicked out of Croatia and I have to go back to America, we've already decided we're moving to a progressive place. I was like, I'm not living in a conservative place. Yes, it would be cheaper. And yes, we'd be able to get ahead financially, but for our mental health and our statement, our fuck you to American politics, we're not moving there, right? Like, I'd rather move somewhere more progressive. But even those progressive places have pockets of conservatism, so it's also kind of a myth. Because, like, if you move to Texas, you move to Austin, it's where the gay people live. If you move to Washington, you move to Seattle, because outside of Seattle, it's Trump country. If you move to California, you have to move to Northern California, because Southern California is typically conservative. So even if you move to these like progressive or liberal places, it's just the city you're moving to. The whole state as a whole still has other conservative people in it. So if you move to California, I don't know if you want to move to San Diego, even though it's beautiful and I want to live there, it's pretty conservative. Orange County, it's conservative. Even LA, it has conservative places, but it starts to become more liberal. And the more north you go, the more liberal you get. But like, a lot of places in California are conservative, you know? So when we have these conversations, it is a fun hypothetical to think maybe I would move, but also, what does that mean? Yeah, Discord said same with New York State versus NYC. Exactly. It's like, and I've traveled all throughout New York, but yeah, like it's a very different place when you realize, oh, New York isn't just New York, you know, it's not just the city. And so, you know, when we have these conversations, it's an interesting hypothetical to also challenge yourself and like what it means to move. Because again, we talk about moving or going places. Americans are always talking about, I'm going to leave America. I'm going to go somewhere else. But it's so hard. That's why I am so compassionate towards people who try to come to America or who come there illegally or whatever that means. Because genuinely, like, you must really want to be there. Because I could never. Like, I would have to be in the most horrible position of my life to risk sneaking into a country. Like, you have to understand, like, I couldn't even fathom. My anxiety over paperwork is so intense that even when I do everything above board, I'm terrified I've done it wrong. Now, imagine purposely doing something that you know is against the rules, and you must be in such a position that I'm like, and plus, I don't really believe in like paperwork being the reason you should deport people. Like, get the paperwork straightened out, right? But it's kind of like, you got to really have a reason. You must have a real reason. You know what I mean?
So NOAA, NASA, other agencies track Earth's surface temperature via thousands of weather stations, ocean buoys, and satellites. And when they're not being torn apart by the US government, they release their findings. And who'd have thunk it? It's more bad news. I did tell you at the start of this video this was going to be a tough watch, didn't I?
Uh-oh.
Well done if you've got this far. The data here shows an unequivocal warming trend. In fact, the past decade, from 2015 to 2024, has been the hottest since records began in the 19th century. For small islands and low-lying nations, the reality is hitting hard. They are already seeing storms like 2025's Hurricane Melissa, the largest hurricane ever to hit Jamaica. There, water temperatures were 1.4 degrees warmer than average, dramatically and rapidly increasing the intensity of the storm by nearly double. These conditions were made up to 700 times more likely due to human-caused climate change, according to analysis from science nonprofit Climate Central. A once-in-10-year heatwave in pre-industrial times is twice as frequent at 1.5 degrees warming, and would cause about 14% of Earth's population to face severe and regular heatwaves. A new report from The Lancet suggests heat-related deaths would surge, increasing by 23% from the numbers seen in the 1990s, and they were absolutely right. Very sadly, heat-related deaths now register at well over 500,000 per year. Even in 2024, pollution from wildfire smoke alone was attributed to 154,000 deaths. In short, even at 1.5 degrees, billions of people would be impacted. The best case scenario is arguably still horrendous. And if that doesn't piss you off enough, this might. even if you think about the most recent years, 2023 was the warmest year on record at the time, 1.18 degrees above the 20th century average, and roughly 1.3 degrees above the pre-industrial level. And no one said a thing. And even more ridiculous still is it barely held that title for 12 months. 2024 came along and shattered that record at 1.55 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Oh, honestly, I need a break. I'm sure you must do as well, because this is exhausting. So if you're looking for a tiny piece of positivity in amongst all of that, I might have one. Because NOAA points out that although global surface temperatures in September, October, and November 2023 exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial period, there were other influences outside of human-induced changes. Factors like El Nino and random weather events can briefly push up monthly or even yearly global temperatures above 1.5 degrees. But to bring us back to reality, human-caused warming was by far the main reason for those high temperatures. And 2025, now we have the data.
Hold on. Chat said, I just looked it up because it's not my experience growing up, but SD is mostly liberal. These counties growing up, it was my experience that they were mostly conservative and voted Republican, but liberal is conservative. Like, when I think about liberals, I still think conservative. So when I say like San Diego's pretty conservative, I'm saying like they're not progressive. They're you know what I mean? They're basically like pretty conservative to me, you know? And that was generally growing up, right? So that's what I mean to express is like when I think about these places, I think about how generally it's a mixture of more conservative than more progressive, compared to like a San Francisco, right? But I love San Diego growing up. A lot of Assyrians live in San Diego, all conservative mostly, but they can be liberals. Like there's a lot of Democrats. But again, when I say conservative, I do mean to engage with a typical, generally, liberals just not good enough, right? But I hear you.
Was the third hottest on record, beaten only by, yeah, you guessed it, 2023 and 2024. Now, these aren't sort of secret stats I've conjured up and hidden in a vault down here. These are readily available to you, to everyone, and of course that includes governments. And well, should I say this? We might cut this bit out. Anyway, in the 12 months leading up to 2025, governments awarded 492 new oil and gas exploration licenses globally. And right on cue, Donald Trump, to start 2026, very generously helped Venezuela, the country with the largest
I will say to the chatter in chat who's like, it's an illusion to keep people fighting. There is no left or right. There is a left and right if we're getting very, very pedantic. But I just want to mention, it's not they are trying to keep us fighting each other. We are just fighting each other. It's not them. There is not a them. There's not a they. There is not them. It's us. We are going to keep fighting each other. And we're doing it because at the end of the day, there is a distinct nuance between all of us. And like, there is a difference between being a liberal and a conservative. In the micro. On a macro, it's like they're the same. So like, there is no thems. There's only us, right? Chad said, really? There's no them? LOL, no, there is a them. There is not a them. There is no conspiracy theory. There's no overlords. There's nothing. There's just people doing people thing. Right? It's just people doing people things. They're just greedy humans in positions of power. But you also, as like individuals, right? They write the book saying they're doing this. Read the books. Okay. What books? Go ahead. Give me one of the books. What book would you say to read? Go ahead. Share the book. Read Hope and Tragedy. What is that? Who wrote it? Who wrote it? What is that? Carol? Is it Carol? A History of the World in Our Time? Georgetown professor? Okay, but who's the they? Right? Like, again, you can talk. Okay, I see the book you're saying, but I want you to understand the they you're talking about is human beings in power. And there's not a they. When you put out the they, you take away any of the agency from the us. And there is no us versus them because you're taking it as if they're not human beings with family and friends and all these things. So when you say like it's coordinated the way anything is. Okay? like when you have these conversations, I think what you're doing is you sound, first of all, crazy. And I'm saying, say it in a way that's grounded. Don't write in all caps in my chat, right? And then you sit here and you look crazy. There's nothing crazy about people in positions of power playing human beings like a chessboard. There is something crazy about being like they. There is no they. There's just human beings in positions of power who are making decisions and playing games with our lives. But there's nothing unique about that. Parents do it all the time when they have kids and force them into college. Like, you say they don't, but people do it on a micro. You do it when you breed dogs the way you want to do it. We do it on a smaller scale, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're making it sound like they're different from any of us, and they're not. Okay, you don't put I can't say his name. You said read Demons by Dostoevsky. Don't listen. That's what I'm saying. See, you're doing the thing. I've read over 2,000 books, homie. I've read books. I've read him. I've read them. I'm telling you right now, you are looking at this through some tainted lens. You are doing the thing everybody does. Okay? I'm telling you, I've read the books. I get it. I'm saying you're doing the thing that everyone always does that never moves society forward. You're making it sound bigger than it is because it was enough that there was rapes happening. It was enough that people were being enslaved. It was enough that people can't afford homes. And you're making it sound like it's conspiracy. It's like with the Epstein thing. In order for you guys to even find it interesting, you had to create conspiracies around it instead of just believing the women that they were raped. You're making it sound crazier than it is when the truth is crazy enough. Okay, you don't have to make it bigger. You just have to say, hey, these things are happening. If you don't want them to happen, human beings have to move in a direction. If you would like to work together to move in that direction, let's do it. But the moment you make it sound like, oh my God, they're coming for it's us. You're making demons out of humans. You know what I mean? Chet said, bro, all the conspiracies came true. Okay, I'm going to mute you because you're absolutely unhinged. All the conspiracies were not true. Lots of them were literally not true. And the only thing that was true was what those women were already saying. The conspiracy theorists are tainting the stories of those victims. The conspiracy theorists are so fucking narcissistic and only care about themselves. They do not care about victims. They only care about being right. And they're not even right a lot of the time. You know who was correct? The victims. The women who came out and said, listen to us. They were right, and they're the only people we should be listening to. Thank you. Blocked.
Known crude oil reserve influence how that oil is sold. So 2026 is picked off where 2025 left off. It's off to a flyer. But it's not all about data and scary numbers, because all of this alarming information affects something we can't see too. As the independent climate change research organization Berkeley...
Exactly, Chad. They have no real care for people. They do not care about people. They only care. They're the same problem with society. They do not care about humanity. They do not want to make it better for people. They just want to be fucking right. And they want to say, if you don't believe everything I believe, then you're on the bad side. Okay? Absolutely not. Wait, are you back? Is this the same person? They have like similar usernames. Yeah, you do. You're all conspiracy theorists. Look at this Mossad Prince American school books. You guys are crazy. Again, stop making it crazy. See how you sound crazy? This is what I'm saying. This is what they want. They want you to sound crazy. You need to approach people with facts, with science, and with data, and you need to move and understand people. Even if you're right, you are conveying it in such a crazy way that you cannot be trusted because you are not willing to admit when you're wrong. Okay, this is why you're unsafe, because you're not willing to say like, oh, this is true. And we did this and things happened. Okay. And we need to do something about it. You're saying, oh my God, it's them. It's this crazy monster in the bushes. This is why people don't think women are raped, because you keep thinking it's going to be a monster from the bush instead of a man you know.
The Earth put it. The Paris target of staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius at this point is unobtainable. Even UN Chief Antonio Guterres, speaking ahead of COP30 in Brazil, acknowledged it's now inevitable that humanity will overshoot the target. Let's recognise our failure, he told the Guardian newspaper. Looking at those temperatures on their own without context can be a little meaningless, but these temperature records aren't just numbers, they translate into tangible extremes. NOAA's data also calculates an uptick in extreme events that aligns with climate change predictions. For example, in the United States in 2023, they suffered a record number of billion-dollar weather disasters, things like wildfires, hurricanes.
Hold on, I want to show you this TikTok. This is what this reminds me of. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, give me a second. La la da dee, la da da do. Oh, I want to show you this after this video.
We have 3 divisions.
Shh, don't talk. Okay, hold on. What did this guy say? Oh, I got it. Hold on. Oh, I have so many TikToks. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. For TikTok, looking for TikTok. Oh, come on, bro. Oh, no. Oh, come on, Brittany, find it. Find the TikTok. I think it's all the way down here because I saved too many TikToks to show you, but it's absolutely related. It is about conspiracy theories. Oh my God. Honestly, I saved too many TikToks. Basically, it's a TikTok talking about how people are making it worse on the internet because you're spreading misinformation about the Epstein files, which then adds to the layer of like people not understanding that like you're making it worse for victims. And there was, you know how there's this whole conspiracy theory that they're Satanists or there's doll or they're like, you know, sacrificing babies to Satan or whatever, which of course my mother would eat up. It's like this guy was like, they're like, doll is in the Epstein files. Doll is in the Epstein files. Hold on, maybe I can search for it on TikTok and it might come up. It's not coming up. And it's just a paper that says DAAA1. And people are like, it's doll, it's doll, it's doll. But there's also DAAL2 and 3 and 4. And it's like you're doing this thing. Oh, maybe this is it.
I think it's going to be
Wait, is this the video? I don't know if this is the video, but let's see.
really funny when we find out that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, and the way we found out is
No, this isn't the video.
because he bought.
There's this video of this guy debunking things because people are saying they're like, there's Satan in the video. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like, the same people that are like, we know the truth, we don't know the truth. It's Satan. It's like, it's not Satan. It's man. It's men. It's people. Do you know what I'm saying? It's people. And so I think like the problem is like the mental health of the people are deteriorating so badly because you're going down rabbit holes thinking something is true that isn't. And then you're literally having a mental health crisis. You're like, they're eating the babies. They're eating the babies. First of all, humans eating each other is not surprising. So you need to calm down. And 2, we need to do something about it. But there is no evidence from any credible source that they have proof of eating babies. But you know what there is credible source of? Dozens of women being raped. Dozens of women being raped. And you're like, yeah, but that's boring. Are they eating babies? That's so much more interesting. And I'm like, hello? We have direct evidence of women being raped, of children being raped. Is that not enough for you? And the fact is, it's not enough for them. And that's why humanity sucks, because you guys aren't interested. These conspiracy theorists are fucking losing their fucking minds. And then they're like, you're the ones who don't know the truth. You're the ones who don't know the truth. It's like, girl.
Severe storms, which NOAA tallied at 28 separate major events. Globally, we've seen unprecedented wildfire seasons, as in Canada and Australia. Deadly heat waves, I think back to 2022 in South Asia, or 2023 even in the Mediterranean. Intense floodings like we've seen in Pakistan. These kinds of extremes regularly make the headlines now. They've become normal. Climate change has moved from a future threat to a present-day emergency. Indeed, if we judge by atmospheric metrics alone, humanity hasn't even slightly begun to win. In fact, you could argue we're still digging the hole deeper. For David Suzuki, the man whose words prompted this video, data around temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions are just the start. Because there's
And by the way, there is a psychological phenomenon that happens where they put out so much misinformation on purpose that when you start realizing that information's wrong, you're going to start assuming it's all wrong. Right? And that's the problem. Okay? You're going to start thinking you're all like, it's all bad information. That's a part of the problem too. Like, guys, focus, right? Chat says, anyways, if you have psychosis, you're not a bad person. True. If you guys want, I interviewed my friend who experienced psychosis. We didn't do psychosis during lockdown. horrible experience. Honestly, it was so traumatizing for all of us. If you guys want to see, I have that interview. You can Google Brittany Simon psychosis and the interview should come up. You are not a bad person if you are undergoing psychosis. You are a suffering person. You deserve health care and help and stability. And I'm devastated for all the people experiencing psychosis in the world who have no one to help them because it's a devastating experience.
Something else going wrong too. Very wrong. I know that was a lot, so thanks for sticking with me. And if you are in desperate need for some good news, you're not alone, I promise you. Not because we want a comforting story, but because we need evidence that doing something still matters, because it does. Enter Planet Wild. They are a community-based nature protection organization helping our planet. I think of them like crowdfunding.
Guys. Do you ever think about how many jobs you could have in the world? This could be your job. You could be environmentally girly, like an environmental girly. You could do so many things in life. That's what I'm saying. Stop thinking you can only be the few jobs they suggest. How do you think the world works? There are people doing so many jobs in the world, you don't even know what they could be. So don't stop yourself from thinking, this is what I did. I said, what do I want to do? Okay, I want to do this. How do I do this? And then I made it happen in the sense that I didn't allow myself to think the only job I could have was teacher and fireman and cop and president. Okay? And that's what I want you to realize, because the world has these jobs, they're looking for people, and they're desperate for help.
For nature. Each month, their community funds a mission to restore nature around the world, and they document it with a YouTube video, so you can see the impact of your contribution. It's actually that transparency that encouraged me to become a member in the first place. They've done such a good job at helping our planet. All you need to do is check out their page to see what they're all about. From turning farmland into an ancient swamp to a wild plan at restoring a forest without planting a single tree. That's particularly impressive. Honestly, I adore what these guys do, which is why the first 100 people to sign up using my code ASTROM2 will get their first month paid for by me. Yeah, I mean it. Just scan this QR code or click the link in the video description. You'll immediately have an impact and see the results in less than 30 days. If you want to see them in action, check out their mission to restore a forest with the link in the description below. As we head back to the video. Well, apparently I'm a glutton for punishment because here—
Wait, this is the perfect time to transition. We're going to keep watching, but I want to show you this video. It's just this is an insane video to my brain. So CEO of Beast Industries breaks down Mr. Beast's 5 billion empire. So Jimmy started off as a kid on the internet, Mr. Beast. And he gave the illusion of, I'm just a guy with a dream job. But now his viewership is turning on him. His viewership hates Jimmy right now because of this video. It came out 2 days ago.
Media division, which we have 3 divisions. Our media division, which obviously, as Jimmy talked about, YouTube is the anchor, but our shorts on TikTok and Instagram. Beast Games, which season 2 is airing in January. We just dropped animation. We also are working on other channels. So all of the content is one division, and that today is about half the revenue. And then we have a second division, which is our consumer products and services. Feastables being the anchor, our chocolate brand, the largest ethically sourced chocolate brand in the world. Our Mr. Beast Labs toy, where our toy is now the #1 action figure in America. And our Lunchly, which is our snack product, in addition to our joint venture with Jack Links for beef jerky. We're also launching a phone company, Beast Mobile, and a financial services platform in there, wrapped in financial literacy and access to the world's information in making sure we're doing good while doing well. And then the last one, which we're really excited about, is building a 2-sided marketplace and a global creator platform, matching creators with Fortune 1000 marketers who want to be able to access the creator influencer economy in an efficient way to be able to build demand for their products and services.
So how much right now, for example, the chocolate business, is that the biggest business, or you're saying the content business is the biggest?
So we haven't launched a global creator platform yet, so half is in the consumer products division, half is in the media division.
So then the comment section is exactly chat saying people realizing he's a billionaire by just being an indie YouTuber. Exactly. His audience is not on hold, but in the comment section of this video is having a realization of like, oh my God, he sold out. And I'm like, he sold out like a while ago. But yeah, he never intended to just be a guy with a camera. I don't know when Jimmy knew. I don't know when Jimmy decided he was going to be this guy, but it didn't just happen overnight. He knew, he made a decision, and he is building this thing. That's why I'm saying like people really want to believe. That's because you know how Jimmy gets on an interview? Hold on. Have you seen this interview? Mr. B says he has no money. Have you seen this? Billionaire. I fucking hate billionaires. They always fucking do this. They always do this. I drive a no car. I have the same t-shirt. I have no money.
You keep less than $1 million for yourself despite being a paper billionaire. Why do you choose to operate that way?
It's funny talking about my personal finances because no one ever believes anything I say. So, I mean, because they're like, you're a billionaire. I'm like, that's net worth. I have negative money right now. I'm borrowing money. That's how little money I have. Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than me. And their bank account, if you subtract the equity value of my company, which doesn't buy me McDonald's in the morning or whatever.
You know what I mean? Like, shut up. Bro, shut up. Like, that's literally this is their favorite marketing campaign. Remember when Jeff Bezos drove a shit car for 10 years? Look, it's good branding. Conservatives eat this shit up. And it's true to some extent in the sense that they believe it. I think Jimmy believes it. I think these billionaires believe it. I think in the same way, people who call up financial shows and go, guys, I make $250,000 a year and I just don't know how to live off of it. We're living paycheck to paycheck. I know you believe you have no money. But that's the point, is like, I know you believe it, because they do. They psychologically believe that they're supposed to be in a different place. It's never enough for them. That's what the point of the psychology is. So I'm deeply empathetic to people who genuinely don't realize this is like, hey, you need to sit down with yourself, you know? And look, I feel that way. Even in my position, in a sense, like, you know, when you make even 70K a year or 80K or 90K or hell, sometimes 60K, you're still making more than, like, let's say the global population. You know, you don't feel rich making 50K, but damn, like, that's more than making 20K. But also you have to recognize, and I think the world should recognize, the balance of, it's not enough to make 30K. You can't be 40 years old making 30K. You can't. Unless you have another person helping you with income, you have to make more money. And the fact is, it's not, you have to. It's not enough money. So then the question is, okay, what is enough money? Well, that number looks different based off of a lot of things. But again, if you're making $250,000 and you feel like it's not enough money because you also want 3 cars, you don't need 3 cars. People making 30K, it's not enough money because they can't pay rent. Not because they're trying to buy a third car. Right? So Jimmy getting here and saying, like, you all have more money in your bank account than me, he might feel like he doesn't have enough money because he's comparing himself to Elon Musk or, you know, Jeff Bezos or something. Right? So the point is like, all of us have this psychological problem. It's not just Jimmy. We have it now, making $300,000 a year, or making, you know what I mean? Like, remember when Pokimane was like, eat the rich? And then the guy was like, wait, aren't you rich? And she goes, I mean, the real rich people. The dilemma is that I agree with her system-wise, eat the rich, but I don't want to watch Pokimane. Look at this video. I just saw Pokimane that made me roll my eyes. You know, I think she's an overconsumer and I think she's unethical, but not because she's a woman, but because of the way she spends money. Okay, but that's just my opinion. Look at this. Look at this video. It came across my feed the other day and I was like, Jesus Christ, like, read the room. Hold on, let me find it.
Lord,
nope, not this one. Hold on, I got this. This one. I have to mute it because it's music. It goes, I really want Chinese food. And then the people go, sure, where? And then they get into a car, they go to the airport, they jump on a plane, and they end up flying somewhere to get Chinese food. 6 days ago, posted 6 days ago. Girl, what is this? Like, why am I seeing this on my feed? Why am I seeing this on my feed? People can't pay for groceries. You know what I mean? And then she's like, eat the rich. No. I think eat the rich should also relate to how you live your life. How is this okay? Oh, I want Chinese food. I'm just going to get... It's a stupid video. It's only good if you believe in the lean-in feminism. It's only good if you believe in capitalism. It is only a good video if you want overconsumption. Like, why would you make this video and post it? Anyways, you know, then she's making aspirational content. So now the message she's sending to her viewers is, you should want to be aspirational like me and get rich so you can fly to get Chinese food. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and then they're gonna be like, oh, you're just jealous because you don't have this money. And I'm saying, If I ever make this money and I post a video like this, you guys should fucking rake me over the coals. You should fucking grab me by the hair and drag me. Because what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? No, this would not be aligned with my values. Even if I made that much money, I should not be flaunting it that way. I should not be making content like this. I should not be bragging about, you know what I'm saying? This is not the content I would ever want to make if I had this money. That's what I'm saying. Like, the fuck? Anyways.
Here we go again. Strap in, folks. It gets better. And by better, I mean worse. In the mid-2000s, a group of Earth system scientists led by Johan Rockström identified 9 planetary boundaries, essentially Earth's critical life support systems, each with a threshold we shouldn't cross if we want to...
Wait, what do you mean? Chat says, did you see how much he spends on skins? Drops of thousands? Skins? Like gamer skins? Isn't that gambling? Why? That's so bad for people. See, that's what I'm saying. You're a capitalist, bro. How do you say eat the rich and be a capitalist? Do you mean skins, like video game skins? The fuck? That shit pisses me off, bro. That shit really just like, not literally, like it is so human. Like, you know, Chet said not necessarily gambling. Okay, but like, I guess you could just buy, like in the gacha games, you could just buy suits. You know, again, it's just proving my point. I'm just trying to prove my point that the world works the way it works because we engage in it in this way. There's no justification for buying that many skins at that price. It's not good for the planet. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody else. Even if you have the money, why is that how you're spending your money? And then people say, oh, people said this about Hassan. Brittany, why do you care how he spends his money? It shouldn't matter. Are we confused? It absolutely matters how you spend your money. It actually absolutely matters. That's what I'm saying. Like the fact that people are like, it doesn't matter how people spend their money. Since when? Since when doesn't it matter? I don't get that. I've never even, like, since when? I know I've heard that my whole life. Both sides of it. Oh, who cares if they bought a Hummer? What does it matter? It matters? What are you talking about? Oh, it's not up to you. Like, I get it. This is why we have to have the discussion. What is ethical spending? What isn't? What is good for the planet? What is good for us? What is not good? What is personal to us? What is it? This is why we have the conversations. That's why objective morality doesn't exist. This is what Curry was trying to say the other day in the philosophy debate. Oh my God, wait, this reminds me of this. Hold on. Fuck, I'm never going to end this stream. Hold on. That reminds me of this. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on. Dun 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 dun. Where is this video? We're never gonna get through this video. Oh my God, is this stream gonna go on for 20 fucking hours? Hold on. Wait. Good example here, and then let me find you this video. Hold on, it's 6 minutes. It's a short video. Oh my God, are you fucking with me right now? Hold on. Found it.
It doesn't make sense to me to say
pause,
that we
Curry.
want.
Wait. First, look at this video, and then I'm going to show you that video. Middle-class Americans selling their plasma to meet ends meet, to pay bills, to groceries.
America's newest side hustle isn't your usual gig, and it tells a prickly story about the U.S. economy. People selling blood just to get by.
It was out of necessity.
Like Ian Pleasant, who started donating at this center outside Philadelphia after being hit by a car and breaking his leg.
It was a lifesaver. It even paid my rent.
A lifesaver for him and the patients on the other end, with researchers saying the U.S. provides around 70% of the world's plasma, that gooey substance that transports the essential cells and nutrients our body needs. Ian is one of an estimated 200,000 people that walk into plasma centers like this every day across the country to sell their blood plasma for money.
People will come in and use this money to supplement their income. For a lot of people, it's their lifeline to afford that little thing that's extra.
A booming market worth more than $30 billion now, pumping through the veins of American households. Collections up about 30% in the last 3 years. There are now more plasma centers than Costco's across the nation.
The U.S. has a really incredible demand for this product, and that obviously saves a lot of lives and helps a lot of people.
Filling that demand are cash-strapped Americans, ranging from college students who told Rolling Stone they were looking for some extra cash to afford Harry Styles tickets, to middle-class workers struggling with rising costs and a slowing job market. Jill Chamberlain in Scottsdale, Arizona used to make $87,000 a year overseeing the finances for a local business until she was laid off in August 2024. Now she works more than 80 hours a week to barely cover her bills. Twice a week before work, she sells her plasma.
Everything that I get from here or the other overtime jobs is food. It's power, it's gas in my car, it's car insurance. One day it will fix my sunroof.
Chamberlain makes about $400 a month from her plasma, but she says it leaves her exhausted and frustrated.
I chickened out for the first 2 months. I went and then backed out and went and backed out, and it was just too scary.
You were afraid to do it?
Yeah, there's a lot of stigma attached to it, and I wanted to find other solutions before I went that far.
Critics say the plasma sellers getting about $50 a session isn't enough and point out that the U.S. is one of the few countries that allows payment for plasma and for people to sell as often, twice a week. But plasma companies say they're meeting a critical need.
Yes, the companies make billions when they collect plasma, but guess what? Donors receive billions in return. And the other nice thing about this is that these plasma centers are located in the communities that need that money the most.
Peter Jaworski is a researcher at Georgetown University studying the ethics and economics of blood plasma collection. He says compensation is key to the system working.
If we did not compensate donors, the whole world would have a massive shortage.
Selling plasma is generally considered safe, but side effects include fatigue, dizziness, and in rare cases, severe reactions. And there's limited data on what frequent long-term donation does to the body. But for Jill, it's not just about the physical effects. It's about working more than ever and still coming up short.
We always heard the middle class was disappearing, but really, really quickly. The rich are getting richer, and the rest of us are sinking quickly.
A rapidly growing industry built on life-saving science and the blood of financially stretched Americans. Shannon Petty, Peace.
Again, I'm not saying we should live in a world where people volunteer their plasma. I think that's great. I think it's crazy that people are doing it because they're desperate to afford the basics. I think that's what's devastating, is why they're doing it. I would love for the why to be giving back to the community, right? But the why is something that's desperate, and that is a statement of the system being flawed. We shouldn't have to donate our plasma to pay for groceries. We should just do it because we care about our community, right? Now, this is philosophers Peter Singer, who is infamous, he's a utilitarian, so he believes in maybe aborting disabled children for the betterment of society. He believes in veganism. He believes in donating excess money. He tries to live pretty in line with his values. So he thinks he has an argument he's made. We've talked about it on stream. You might remember that if you have excess money or something excess, you should give it away because you don't need it. You don't really need that thing. Okay, him and Tommy, it says Tommy clash on indigenous land rights. Let's talk about this in relation to what we just talked about too, because I think it's important.
Want to pursue, say, the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Right? It doesn't make sense to me to say that we want to pursue, say, the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Right? I'm just picking utilitarianism as an idea. When you've already eliminated all the other groups of people that could be the majority.
So I'm not an utilitarian. I think it's a deeply flawed and honestly disgusting philosophical framework because, again, when you're not part of the majority of people, which most of us won't be, then it just ends up being what it is now. If we're only ever helping humanity for the most people to benefit instead of everyone to benefit, meaning benefit not in terms of everyone having a yacht, but everyone having sustainable living or something like that, then people will be left behind. And I'm on all or nothing girly when it comes to the reality of creating a infrastructure or a system that liberates all. Now, even in a system like that, people will suffer. But the idea is that I am never going to intentionally exclude people by saying for the benefit of most. I will say for the benefit of all. Whether or not the all engage, that's for something else, right?
I don't think there's a universal right to property, and therefore it can't apply to indigenous communities.
Okay, so this is Singer, so he doesn't believe in a universal right to property. Okay.
Either if it doesn't exist. The reason for that is that...
And then he says indigenous people then aren't entitled to the land, right? It's an interesting idea. I think we should be open to the concept before we deconstruct it. But I think that's interesting. There's something to that initial thought, right? If we don't believe in borders and we don't believe in land, then why would indigenous people get access to land, right? If we don't believe that any land is owned, then why do these people? And obviously, indigenous people having a connection to the land is in reaction to people coming to take it away from them. So the idea is if we lived in an ideal world, would indigenous people need land, right? But then how do we get to that perfect world where maybe that's not needed? And that's the question. Who starts first? Do we start with indigenous people and take away their land first? Or do we start somewhere else? Because the threat to this conversation being had the way it is it sounds like, once again, indigenous people are the ones who are going to have to make the first sacrifice, right? Instead of everybody else. And so then it starts with them once again being the target of this ideal sort of world where they don't even get to reap the benefits of it, right?
I hold a consequentialist ethic. That means actions are right or wrong depending on their consequences. And the particular version that I hold is utilitarianism, which says the consequences we should look at are the consequences for the well-being of all sentient creatures, all sentient beings affected by our actions. So consequentialist ethics are forward-looking. They're not backward-looking. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't think that anybody has a right to property. They may, because it may be that the system for improving the well-being of everybody is one that recognizes property rights. If we're considering land rights in the context of indigenous people, and I'm very aware of this being an Australian, so it's not, I think, that there was an inherent right that was violated. Though, in Australia, because the indigenous people were not settled, at one stage there was the view that it was terra nullius, so that is that there was no land ownership until the Europeans came there. And that was a justification for denying indigenous people any land rights, which I think was clearly wrong. And fortunately, in a court decision in the 70s, that was rectified, and indigenous people recognized as some land ownership. But that land ownership was of Crown land and unsettled land, so it wasn't that all of the people living in Melbourne or Sydney, for example, suddenly lost their land ownership. And I think that would have been completely unrealistic and would not have had good consequences. But respecting the land rights of indigenous people where we can, where they have a continuing connection to the land that they inhabited, and where it doesn't cause massive dislocation of lands that people have closely settled. I certainly think that's justified, but it's justified because indigenous people are generally less well off than other people in Australia, and we can improve their well-being by recognizing their close connection with land and allowing them to continue to have that connection. So it's a consequential basis that I would put forward, not a sort of fundamental rights basis.
In this conversation, I'm confused as to why the white settlers' view of what a boundary of property is becomes the basis by which they get to judge the indigenous people's claim to whether or not they own the land. And this is the interpretive problem I think happens in philosophy, where we say, okay, we don't think they're universal rights, that these notions of rights are contingent and culturally situated, historically situated, but then the dominant rights that we have are recognized today in our time becomes the way that we evaluate these other principles. So because I'm trying to figure out what gives the European the right to the land. So if the Europeans not in the country, they're not on the land, they're not making use of it. And if there are people there that are making use of it, be it nomadic or settler, what then gives them the right to use force to claim the land unless it's unjust? Their initial property claim, if we're going with Lockean social contract theory, the initial Lockean claim of making use of the land through labor does not apply to the European because they're the settler. They have not made use of the land. So it's this kind of anachronism that creates the problem, where we've situated the positionality of the Eurocentric legal system and the history that Europe's used to colonize and conduct imperial spheres of warfare and genocide as the basis for us measuring whether or not indigenous people actually had an ownership claim. The reality of the situation is actually pretty simple, right? If the values are the principles that we're utilizing to say ownership exists within the European context, and we say, well, look, indigenous people had a different value system where they understood relationally and historically that they were making use of the land and that they understood themselves to be reflected in that land. What is the argument the Europeans use to then convince them otherwise? And the answer to that is there was no argument. It was just brute force. You killed 95% of a population to claim that, hey, now we're the majority, we set up these laws, and then we'll distribute or rectify what we think indigenous people who suffer these atrocities deserve based on the laws we set up after we killed them. Now, as a philosopher, I'm motivated to think, what kind of ethics is that? And that doesn't come from the polemical side, it comes from a serious endeavor. If we say, as social contract theorists did, that we can look into the world and we can observe how we make agreements and arrangements and how we want to decide security and liberty and freedom, then what kind of world is reflected empirically in a contract that is started by genocide and elimination? And that's why I think these questions of ethics and morality need to be not only defined well, but understood well. It doesn't make sense to me to say that we want to pursue, say, the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Right? I'm just picking utilitarianism as an idea. When you've already eliminated all the other groups of people that could be the majority. So let's say indigenous people outnumber Europeans. I killed off 95% of them. Now I'm the greatest number of people, so I can make ethical deliberations. It's this process that formulates the basis of how we're having these debates today. And I think we need to be honest about that, because the intuition of a consequence, or the maximizing good, or even the idea of property rights and ownership, these were things that were contested and not afforded to everyone. And now we're saying, but if it's afforded to everyone, that should be the standard by which we make more ethical deliberation. And I think that part's dishonest.
I just need to say that utilitarians do not think that's the way to achieve the greatest number.
Fair enough.
I somehow thought that was your view.
Whether the people are indigenous or not, they're going to have particular vested interests.
To continue watching.
So there's that argument that the way we see things without taking it, so there's a flaw in even how sometimes I'm having discussions as well, where we have to do all of this sort of like foundational work before we can even have the real conversation, because we don't know where people are coming from, and that changes the context of the conversation, the consequence of the answer. But it's hard because you want to sort of say, okay, like, what is the goal outside of everything that's happening? Not taking into consideration, this is how I personally found my own relationship with introspection. What does it mean to be joyful as a person if I didn't take into consideration anything? History, the fact that I show up in the world the way I do, or anything, because that's introspection, right? Extrospection relates it to the world and everything that came before me. Okay, these are two different forms of self-actualization, if you will, right? So I think we have to do the same with society. What is our goal for an ideal world outside of everything we know about the world? And then once we figure that out, we can say, okay, how does that play into how we have the world as it is? Because sometimes when we think about, you know, how to fix the world, we get confused on what the goal is and we lose our way. So like, why are we doing this? Well, why are we doing this? Well, if we figure out what the goal is, I think it's easier sometimes to then figure out why we're doing anything we're doing, because otherwise it just feels like we're going through the motions. And then one day you wake up and you're like, why the fuck am I doing this? Because you lost sight of the goal. You lost sight of what the focus was, right? I think that's why many people can't really do anything without knowing the why. I certainly can't. If I don't know why I'm doing something, I'm not going to do it, which is why I was a pain in the ass in school, because I would ask teachers, like, why am I doing this? And if they didn't give me a real reason why, like, I just didn't know why I was doing anything. Like, what's the point? Like, why am I spending any of my limited time on earth doing something I don't understand why? And this is why people who get stuck in the sort of rat race of like, we wake up and we go to work and we pay taxes and we make people rich. I don't go to work to make people rich. That's a consequence of me going to work. I go to work to fulfill my joy and sense of obligation and duty to the world, right? Like, I wake up and I go to work every day and I pay my tax because I think people deserve to put money into a system that should then turn around and uplift the community with that tax dollar. I don't go to work and labor for rich people. I go to work and labor for my community. And yes, one of the consequences of me laboring for my community is that rich people will get rich, but that's not why I labor. Okay. And I think when you forget why you labor, you only think of laboring as a benefit to rich people. And then you become nihilistic, and then you become depressed, and then you're like, why even try? So you really got to figure out for you why you labor, why you show up, why you wake up every day, and that why is everything that I think is missing from everything that we're doing, Okay, let's finish out this video. We're nearly done, 10 more minutes.
To maintain a stable planet. This is something Suzuki directly referenced in that interview. And the boundaries include climate change, biodiversity, land system change, that's when the transformation of landscapes from things like deforestation and urbanization, freshwater use, biogeochemical flows, which includes the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, ocean acidification, stratospheric ozone depletion, atmospheric aerosol loading, and novel entities, so things like chemical pollution. Staying within these boundaries keeps us in what science calls a safe operating space for humanity, which obviously would be very nice. Crossing them risks triggering large-scale, potentially abrupt or irreversible environmental changes. Think of them like pressure limits on a life support machine. Pushed beyond the red line, and the system can fail in unpredictable ways. So how are we doing with these? Honestly, at this point, I'm almost scared to tell you. From research published in 2023, 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries have already been crossed. Those are climate change, biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater use, biogeochemical flows, and novel entities. Yes, 6, 2/3, done, gone, finito, goodbye. And just when it seemed things couldn't get any worse, they did. Quite literally, as I was recording this live, we crossed a 7th. Ocean acidification, gone. Since the start of the industrial era, the ocean's surface pH has fallen by around 0.1 units. That's a 30 to 40% increase in acidity. pushing marine ecosystems beyond safe limits and degrading the ocean's ability to act as Earth's stabilizer. What this means in real terms is that warm water coral reefs, vital to nearly 1 billion people and a quarter of marine species, have already passed their threshold of stability. Mass coral die-off is underway, and unless global warming is reversed, large reef systems as we know them will disappear. Only 2 of Earth's boundaries remain in the safe green area, the stratospheric ozone layer and atmospheric aerosol loading. Some of you of a certain age, like me, may remember hearing about the ozone layer at school, but these days we never really hear much more about it, and this is kind of a good news story. It's all down to a global phase-out of CFCs, which worked spectacularly well. So well, in fact, the ozone is slowly recovering, a rare success story in amongst all this chaos. Everything else, climate, biodiversity, deforestation, fresh water use, pollution, ocean chemistry, and nutrient overload, well, that's lit up in warning colours. In Suzuki's words, if we pass one boundary, we should be shitting our pants. We passed 7. You know what really gets me?
Chez says, when do you think we'll be getting another girls talk show? It's been a while since you did the last one. I'm not doing any more anymore. I messaged people and I said, I'm not going to waste any more time doing like fun collaborations. Like, we need serious solutions. So like, if we're going to collab, let's be serious. And nobody, I want to collab with people who are in an industry with a focus. Everyone I used to collab with is great, like, but it's a waste of time. You do not need another podcast where people are shooting the shit. Okay, we're done. There are hundreds of podcasts that do that. I think they're all great, whatever. But like, I don't want you to spend your limited time on Earth watching me shoot the shit with people. I want us to be creating content that makes you go home and think about stuff. And I want to be working with people that have an industry. It's why I collabed with the ThoughtSpot or Britt Hartley, because not only do they have a job and a focus and a goal, but they're really solving people's problems in different ways. And so moving forward, I want to make sure that I'm collabing with people that are like in the problem solving business and or dedicating their life to like a purpose in that way, talking about purpose. So no shade to anybody I've ever collabed with. They're all great. It's just that I don't think that's what I want to do here. So, you know, again, you can watch debate panels. I certainly do. I watch people shoot the shit with their friends. That's great. I just want to do it here. And I don't want to ask you to spend your limited time on Earth doing it in one more place. So I am not collabing with anyone moving forward that isn't progressive, focused, and like offering people solutions to benefit their life in any capacity. That, again, isn't self-help or anything, but is like serious. Like, people are suffering. Let's like lock in and give people a way to help themselves today, tomorrow, and for the future, you know?
To all that we've just digested from this video, there was a 2019 report from the Climate Accountability Institute, and they found that just 20 state-owned and private companies are responsible for 1/3 of all global emissions since 1965. All of them are big fossil fuel companies, in many cases still to this day turning record profits. Collectively, national governments spent $956 billion on fossil fuel subsidies in 2023. Yeah, subsidies. Why do these oil companies need subsidies with their profit margins? Like, have they suddenly rebranded as charities that we weren't aware of? Yet, despite all of that, somehow we...
And by the way, that's why Trump wanting Greenland is so awful. Like, Trump is saying, we want your resources. He's saying, this is a game of Catan and I'm about to take it over. And that's why it's so scary, because like, even if you live, going back to that hypothetical earlier about like this ideal progressive country, even if you had it, evil people would come and nuke us or take us over. And that's the point. We don't live in a world en masse, on whole, that would preserve or desire to preserve peace. And that is human beings as a whole responsibility. It's us. We're the problem. It's not just the billionaires. It's not just evil people. We are engaging in philosophical evil because the world is a reflection of us as a whole. If 90% of the world was peaceful, truly progressive, then these billionaires wouldn't have a fucking shot. They only have a shot because we engage and uplift them. That's why Trump is elected. That's why Trump is president. It's why people love billionaires. They love tech bros. It's why they love Mr. Beast. Like, that is why the world is the way it is, because we are in the minority. If you care about sustainability, if you care about the planet, if you care about peace, if you're not a violent person, if you're trying to actually be a good person, you're probably in the minority. It doesn't mean you're better than other people. It means for some reason, it is your form of privilege. What a privilege to be a good person. Isn't that ironic? You're privileged enough to be a good person. And yet, because we always think of evil as privilege, I think, in many ways, like when I talk about introspection or doing the right thing, people go, you're so privileged, Brittany. Exactly. Isn't that the irony? It is almost a form of privilege to be a good person. And then we expect people with billions of dollars to be good people, but their privilege is not having self-actualization, not being their lack of privilege is not having introspection. You would think the money would be enough, but then why Hassan, why Pokimane, why all these people? Why are these people in the most position of privilege in saying the right things, not engaging in? Am I more privileged than them, do you think? It is sort of, isn't it? I am privileged enough to not do these things, and yet they make more money than me. So you would think they would be more privileged. But I have the privilege of curiosity. I have the privilege of knowing why I do the things I do. I have the privilege of knowing what role I'm supposed to play. I have the privilege of a lot of things that they don't have. You know? And that's the point, is like, we are all complicit in the world, and we have to have the humility to know it can't be anyone else. They can't do what I can do. They can't do, because if they could, they would, I think. But they can't, and that's why they can't do it. So I'm not any better, though. It's just my journey, right? Like, it's not like Britney's better than them. It's just Britney had an opportunity and she took it. I had an opportunity to do a 30-day challenge that led me to being plant-based. You know how many people I watched do a 30-day vegan challenge, and 99% of them did not remain plant-based or vegan? Most of them even aggressively accidentally. One of these girls I was watching, she goes, I forgot I was doing a 30-day challenge and ate pork. And I was like, how do you accidentally eat pork during a 30-day challenge? I did, during my 30-day challenge, accidentally eat a candy cake that ended up having dairy in it. And I was like, fuck. Because I got it from the health section, the gluten-free section. I thought it was vegan for some reason. And I ate it and I was like, this doesn't taste vegan. You know what I mean? But eating pork, ordering a whole ass pork burrito, like, obviously I understand that it's not like, this is why I say, like, you have to have the humility. If you getting to a place where you feel like you're better than other people, like, I don't feel like I'm better than other people. That's why I say, like, I understand why you're doing it. I understand why you voted for Trump. I don't blame you for voting for Trump, but I do think you're accountable for the contribution of evil you added to the universe. But I'm not blaming you, because blaming, it's almost like saying you knew better. I don't know if they knew better. It's hard for me to imagine you knew better and did it anyways. Like, it's why I kind of, it's hard because I'll use that language sometimes, like, hey, you know better. But I don't really believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say that sometimes, but I don't know that that's true. But I think in the same way that I knew better, that I was in a toxic relationship and I was being abused, like, I knew, but I didn't know. And until I really embodied and I realized it, could I leave? So, like, I don't want to blame myself for staying, but I want to say I was accountable, responsible. I'm responsible, not accountable. I was responsible for coming to the realization that I was being abused and I needed to leave, right? But you really have to really know. And then I did. Once I truly realized, like, oh, he's never going to change, that was it. I was done. I was really done. But anytime I maintained a belief that he could change, it kept me in that abusive relationship. Think about that. I stayed because I believed he could change. And I thought it was my responsibility to stand by him while he figured it out. Once I realized it was not my responsibility to stand by him while he figured it out, you know, same with my parents or same with my family. It is not my responsibility to stand by them while they figure it out. It is my responsibility to act within my values first and foremost and to put down boundaries, you know? And that's what it is. So again, I don't want to blame people for voting for Trump, but I will say you're accountable. I'm not blaming you for shopping at Amazon, but you wonder why the world won't be a better place because it's really hard to be a good person. So hard that even people who know better can't help but do it. You know? But see how I just said that there? Even though they know better, they still do it. But do they know better? Do I even know better? It's really hard. But again, I do believe in the context of the situation. I do think morals You know what I mean? It's really dependent on the circumstance in a big way. Jet says, Britt, it sounds like you were self-sacrificed back then. Well, you know, I'm raised as a woman in the world. I think a lot of women are trained to sort of like sacrifice and stay in and be miserable for the sake of others. You know, I did think it was kind of like a strength of mine to be miserable for humanity. And then I realized, like, girl, that's why I say, like, real sacrifice should feel good, because it shouldn't feel like a sacrifice. It should feel like you're in line with your values. But I think when you're making the wrong kind of sacrifice, that's why men, we're going to cover this later, men get really like, I sacrifice and I build for my family and nobody appreciates me. So then they kill their family. It's like, hear me out. Like, hear me out. Right? Maybe don't kill your family. Maybe go to therapy and express that real feeling you have, because a lot of people feel that way. But that's capitalism and patriarchy convincing men that they have to work themselves to death in order to be real men. Instead of making men realize they should advocate for a system that doesn't make them not be involved in their kids' lives 80 hours a week. You know? Yeah. Just as I guess that's why you said earlier, the person who's hypocritical is less harmful than someone who knows what they're doing and still do it. Yeah, in a way, that's what it is. Like, I'm used to people not realizing they're being a hypocrite. It's weirder when people are like, oh, I know it's bad and I'm still going to do it. I'm like, oh. But they think they're better people because they're saying it with their full chest. Like, I'm honest. I do cheat, but, you know, at least I'm honest about it. It's like, oh, I don't know about that.
It makes it feel like it's our fault. Make that make sense. Okay, granted, passing multiple boundaries doesn't guarantee immediate catastrophe, but it heightens the likelihood of severe disruptions to the planet's equilibrium. We might not notice the cliff until we're falling off it, in other words. So, another battle lost, and another win in the column of David Suzuki's statement for a game he does not want to be the victor in. So is that it? Did we lose?
Did we?
Despite all of what we've just talked about, the IPCC still doesn't frame this as game over, and I don't know, frankly, if they're just naive or if they're too scared to say it. Instead, they say limiting to 1.5 degrees with a small overshoot or to well below 2 degrees is still worth fighting for. After Paris set 1.5 degrees as a goal, researchers scrambled to figure out how and if it could be done. The emerging consensus was that meeting 1.5 degrees likely requires a temporary overshoot. In other words, we have to go over the 1.5 degrees before we bring it back down again, which is surely an admission of defeat from that agreement, but there we go. The basic concept is that we'd have to use negative emissions, things like carbon removal, to draw CO2 down and cool the planet back.
Didn't Trump just change something too with emissions? Didn't he just make it like unnecessary or something to check other emissions? Like, conservatives, listen, conservatism as a philosophy is deeply negative. Okay? Entitlement to the planet is deeply negative. Drill baby drill, deeply negative. Like, all of this short term instead of long term is negative. That's why I say, like, if you think you're progressive and you only are progressive because you want to see things change for you in your lifetime, you are a problem. You have to consider everything you're doing for the future. So you have to do things now that you might not see the benefits of in a direct way, because, like, if your form of liberation is being able to afford eating lobster every day for dinner, do you know what I'm saying? Then you're only thinking short term. You're just thinking about yourself. That is not liberation. Liberation is not being able to eat lobster every day. Like, you have to think of the future. You have to think of, like, again, we have been convinced by capitalism, because, again, if your version of liberation is getting what rich people have, then you're not progressive. You're a liberal. Because liberalism teaches you success within the system is liberation. And I'm saying there is no success in the system that in the long run is about destroying the planet and humanity and everything that lives here. Right?
Below 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. This was a concept floated by renowned climate scientist Professor Piers Forster at the University of Leeds. Forster's article points to modelling scenarios where this happens. He even provided a chart showing how a 5-year ratchet mechanism of increasingly ambitious pledges could flatten or even slightly reduce emissions in the 2020s, and then drive them down in the second half of the century. During the process, global temperature might overshoot 1.5 degrees by a few tenths of a degree for several decades, maybe hitting 1.7 or 1.8 degrees mid-century, but then slowly decline to 1.5 degrees by 2100. Now, for this to work, every single tool must be used in parallel. Renewables, efficiency, electrification of transport, reforestation, carbon capture, behavior change, methane reduction, you name it, we have to do it. And that also includes things that were once unthinkable at scale. Things like direct air capture of CO2 or burying carbon with biochar. Because to pull the planet back from an overshoot, we likely have to go to net negative, where we remove more carbon than we emit later this century. And perhaps we stand a chance. The IPCC has documented rapid advances in clean energy. Since 2010, the cost of solar power, wind power, and lithium batteries, for example, has plummeted by as much as 85%, making a renewable energy transition more attainable than ever. Many nations have strengthened policies, and by 2022, over 170 countries included adaptation and mitigation in their plans. The IPCC chair Ho Sung Lee stated, "We have the tools and know-how required to limit."
Chad said, what's the counter, Brittany? I think the last counter I saw was 8. I don't know if it went beyond 8.
Warming. But the big question still remains, doesn't it? Just because we've got the tools, will we use them? Because what I find particularly worrying about all of this is where this blame for not meeting these targets is being placed. Because it's not on the biggest offenders, is it? It's not on big companies and industry. It's on us. It's on individuals. The focus of many policies calls...
Okay, wait. Deconstruct that. It's not on us individuals. It's on us collective. See? Pause. Listen. This is what I keep not understanding by progressives. If the counter is billionaires should be accountable, not us as individuals, then isn't the counter that it should be on us collective, not billionaires alone? Like, so you stop the billionaires, then what? Do you stop human nature? Do you stop our greediness? Do you stop your need to not deconstruct? Do you start going to therapy? Like, so the billionaires give in, but aren't the billionaires just people who had babies and the babies ended up saying, well, fuck the system, I might as well take advantage of it? Because it's like, don't you see that the billionaires are a symptom of us as a collective? The billionaires don't control us. We create billionaires. We create them. We had them. We birthed them into existence. And then we raised them in a society that gave them this pathway into thinking this is success. Jimmy's mother gave birth to her, and then he became Mr. Beast. And a woman married him. A woman is about to marry Mr. Beast. Who's this woman? Who is us as a collective? What is this society? What are these fans who uplift him? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why you keep saying it's an individual's responsibility. It's not the individual's responsibility. It's the collective. It's all of our responsibility. It's society's responsibility. It's not individual. I'm not gonna change the world alone. So you have to help me. But if you tell me, oh, I can't do it till the billionaires do it, well, fuck. They're not ever gonna do it. You know they're never gonna do it. So we have to do it. We, us, together. So why are you just making it sound like it's me alone? I don't want to do it alone. Nobody should be doing it alone. But it's us. So yes, us as a collective have to say, we're not voting for these people. We're not engaging with these people. We're not putting them in positions of power. We don't need this extra computer. We don't need this third car. Their job, you know what I'm saying? Chat, we. Collective. I agree. It's not the individual's responsibility, right? And so it's like, hello? But obviously, I'm not expecting you to change it tomorrow. The point is start thinking of the future because we can't change it overnight. I can't even get my parents to go to therapy. I can't get Hassan Piker to go to therapy. Brittany, what does it matter if Hassan goes to therapy? What does it matter if I wake up and kill myself tomorrow? Apparently nothing. Like, that's what you're saying. What does it matter if he goes to therapy? What does it matter if everyone just, like, don't you understand it's all connected? It's all connected. It's all connected. It's all connected. It's all connected. How can you say food is political and you don't think therapy is? Like, it's all connected. You know, it is going to be what it is. That's why I'm saying, let go of attachment, girls. Free yourself from the idea that any of this matters because of the result. It matters because it's the right thing to do. Don't do it because you expect a result. Do it because it's the right thing to do. Because if I waited around for the result to matter, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, the only reason we do the right thing is because it's the right thing, not because it results in the right thing. Because my one person doing the right thing is not going to result in the world getting better. It only changes if the collective does. It only changes if the world does. It's not going to change if the billionaires do, because once again, that's what you're saying. You're saying, I'll be a good person when the billionaires are a good person. You know that's not going to happen, girl. So you just gave up. Just say you've given up. You know what I mean? So we can all move on with our day. I'm still going to do the right thing. But don't pretend you're doing the right thing when you're giving up. It's like waiting around for your oppressors to do the right thing.
On regular people like me and you to drive less, recycle more, minimize water use, eat less meat, etc., etc. Even the term carbon footprint was marketed by BP, who are a petrol company, to shift the rhetoric and put the onus on individuals to save energy instead of fossil fuel companies. Given that only 27% of electricity is used domestically, this is a huge win for fossil fuel company lobbyists. While I'm worrying about turning my heater down by 1 degree, BP in Q3 of 2025 reported a $2.2 billion profit. But there is still a reason to lower your carbon footprint, not because turning your lights off or cycling to work make a big difference in itself, but because the real impact comes from the collective action of others doing the same, just by watching this video, for example. It's not about the carbon you save, but the cultural and political change you build. Now this is
building norms, changing norms. They make the biggest difference. That's why we raise our kids better. Guys, if raising our kids better didn't matter, right? Because that's, again, it goes back to voting for MAGA. If you individually, it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter that someone voted for MAGA. It has to matter what we do individually because it's a reflection of the collective. Raising our kids better, having a norm as a collective that we're not going to marry children, having a norm as a collective that we're not going to litter, having a norm as a collective that like we're not going to buy 3 cars, you know, having a norm as a collective that we're not going to do XYZ. That's what makes the difference in the world.
Is hugely important. When millions of people start changing their habits, it does 2 things. First of all, it builds personal awareness and a climate-conscious culture. But secondly, it creates social and political pressure. It signals to politicians and corporations that voters and consumers demand drastic change elsewhere. If we keep that pressure on, then hopefully it's only a matter of time before we see a shift in global policies, and those most responsible for climate change are forced to stop. So, have we lost the battle against climate change? If winning meant no damage, no overshoot, and staying under 1.5 degrees Celsius, then yeah, David Suzuki was right. The battle is well and truly lost. Even the greatest scientific minds seem to suggest the only way back is going over the target set. Suzuki's despairing view that it's too late also resonates when we count the missed opportunities over the last 30 years, and we still, to this day, see emissions rising. We will endure a period of climate suffering that might have been averted with earlier action, and that is just a fact. And the stark reality is there's a 50% chance, according to researchers at Stanford, that global warming will breach 2 degrees Celsius even if humanity meets our current goals of rapidly reducing greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by the 2050s. With our current rate of warming at around 0.27 degrees per decade, which is faster than anything in the geological record, by the way, 3.6 billion people will be left highly vulnerable. Yes, a lot of change is already baked into the climate and ecological systems. And yes, a lot of bad things are going to happen. But remember this also, the Earth is incredibly resilient, and guess what? So are we, so are humans. You know, I find myself watching the film Don't Look Up every now and then, and if you've seen that or you've heard of it, take a moment as we come to the end of this video to think about who you are in that film. And
are you Leonardo DiCaprio who cheats on his wife because the world is coming to an end and leaves her abandoned by herself? I know they all die together at the end. I reviewed that video. I think that video is exactly what's wrong with humanity. It sucks. And even Leonardo DiCaprio sucks. He literally has the audacity to think he's the hero in the film while he's cheating on his wife. The fuck?
More importantly,
the world is ending, but I guess he has to slip one last one in.
Who do you want to be? Thank you for watching this video. If you've got to this far in the video, please.
Okay, hold on. I want to show you this. Also, you know, Colin and Samir, hold on. First of all, focus, Brittany, focus. I feel like we just started stream. Here's the video in chat if you want to check it out. Okay. You know who Colin and Samir are? I usually watch them for like a capitalistic kind of like YouTube videos, you know, just to be in the bubble, you know? And they have this video called The Internet Era Nobody Asked For. It has AI slop right here. Do you guys see it? This video. You know what's funny is like they asked for it. They're always interviewing capitalists. They love Mr. Beast. They're always supporting him and his work. You asked for it. Listen, you promoted the guy who claims, oh, you guys all have more money in your bank account than I do. Guy, you're best friends with him. You asked for it. You think you are supporting innovation and original creators because you're naive. But you have to understand that's not what Mr. Beast is. Mr. Beast doesn't want organic, real creators to exist. He wants cookie cutter, AI generated thumbnail creators to exist. He doesn't want real, authentic creators. He wants money making machines for capital. Like this idea that you're promoting Mr. Beast as if, but that's the thing about Jimmy. That was the brand. The brand of Jimmy was, I'm a chronically ill girly. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to, do ethically sourced items. He's doing everything every billionaire has ever done. Look at all the money I give away. Look at all the trees I plant. Look at everything. And look, for a time, even I was like, well, maybe Jimmy's like a good one. No, Jimmy's not a good one. Okay. Jimmy is a problem because Jimmy follows the exact script every billionaire follows. What did Epstein say? Look at all the money I give away. Which is why I am begging you, stop defending Hassan Piker with the explanation of he donates his money. Stop using that reasoning. Him being rich and donating his money is not good. That's every billionaire's script. I don't know how you don't see it. Okay? You have to understand this is exactly what they do. This is the script. Look how much money I donate. I'm not accountable. Look how much money I donate, though. You can't say anything bad about me. So stop. If you like Hassan Piker, you got to come up with a different reason to defend him other than he donates his money. That's exactly what Jimmy says. It's exactly what billionaires say every day. It's exactly what Epstein said in those interviews, right? You have to stop. You have to stop. Okay. You have to I think the most ethical plan for like a Hassan maybe is like I don't know if he does this already, is like, how he streamed on YouTube when he got banned this month, and he turned on memberships and then he bailed on YouTube, and his viewers are like, why'd you do memberships though? We just gave you a bunch of money if you're gonna bail. And he's like, I'll figure out what to give you. Does he share how he spends his money as an example? Does his corporation, pay him the most? Like at least Chelsea Fagan, she doesn't even make the most in the company, right? Like her girls who work for her, not that I'm saying you have to do this, right? But like, I'm saying it's when you're transparent with your money, is the money, like, are you living off of, are you the one making six figures, or are you making 500,000? And what are you putting memberships on YouTube for? Like, what's the money for? Right? Do you need more money to stream in your bedroom? Like, do you need more money to go to different protests? Do you need more money? What do you need more money for? Maybe stuff like that. It's like, again, I'm not saying there is a perfect way to do it. I'm saying like, what's the reasoning? Again, we're talking about what is the reasoning behind your morals? What is the reason behind your positions of right and wrong? Why are you making this decision? Right? What is it about you? Now, again, it's not to say he should make money, but if we are not liberals, and if we are not just focused on being the richest people, and if we're focused on being stable people and sustainable for more than just ourselves, what's your thought process around money? What's your relationship with money? How do you engage with money? How do you feel about the fact that Charlie Zero, Penguin Zero, do you know this? Do you know Penguin Zero turned off his way to give, for people to give him money because he made $34 million. And he's like, I don't need more money. Do you know that Asmongold doesn't he didn't for a long time turn on his memberships on Twitch on his one channel because he's like, I have enough money, I don't care. And it's too much work. But he might have to turn it on because Twitch might need him to. But I'm saying when people come out and say like, I want to make the most money, I make more money on YouTube. That's what Asmon said. Asmon's not a saint. Asmon makes a lot of money on YouTube, so he doesn't need it. But I'm saying, isn't that interesting that Hassan did one stream on YouTube and then turned on memberships? And I'm saying, why did you turn on memberships? What was that for? I'm not accusing him of something. I'm literally asking, I don't get it. Why did you turn it on memberships? What was the purpose? Why did you do that? I'm just asking a question. I don't know what his thinking was. Maybe he's like, I turned it on, but every single dollar went to Palestine. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That makes sense. Now I get why you turned it on. Or, I turned it on because I'm trying to fund this project I need and I need the money. Oh, okay. Like what? There could be so many good reasons is what I'm saying. Okay. Apparently, again, he's trying to be transparent with his audience. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. Okay, let's watch this video on Prince Andrew, an update, because I thought it was interesting. And I also want to remind you that a lot of the women have made videos, done interviews. I thought about covering them next week because I haven't had a chance of the interviews from the women. That might be interesting, but women have come forward. You don't need to rely on conspiracy theories about what's happening. Women have been screaming from the top of their lungs for literally years about what's been happening, and none of you wanted to listen until the possibility of them eating babies happened. You know what I'm saying?
Former Prince Andrew was just arrested by police in the UK over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, in the US, a few people have resigned, I guess, although really not anybody in the Trump administration, not even Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, despite
This is a great example, too, of how America specifically fails to hold people accountable because it's within our culture, right? Just as have you thought about double streaming on Twitch? I have thought about it. Twitch is its own ecosystem. I don't understand it. And just imagine what it would be like for me to stream on Twitch and talk about Hassan. I would get harassed. I already get harassed here from Hassan fans. Imagine if I was on his platform in his house streaming about him. I would just get I would get harassed. At least here I get to become I get to be a little safer, but it's not a safe space. It's not a safe space to disagree with Hassan. Because even if you come from a good perspective, like not a hater perspective, it's not a safe space. And that's the point. The point is there is no safe space to disagree with anyone because they're just going to write you off as a liberal or they're just going to write you off as like a Asman fan. By the way, that it happens in every community. It's not unique to Hassan, right? Okay. Chesed, isn't Hassan bigger on YouTube than Twitch? No. In what way do you think he'd be bigger on YouTube? No, he's Twitch. He even explained the other day why he's staying on Twitch. Like he will always be bigger on Twitch. Twitch is the #1 streaming site. You make the most money on Twitch as well. Streamers make more money on Twitch. I could have made so much more money being on Twitch than I ever could have made on YouTube. Yeah, Twitch makes a lot of money for streamers.
blatant lies about visiting Epstein's island. And the whole thing just seems to be the latest example of the U.S. proving itself uniquely unable to hold almost anyone who associated with Epstein even remotely accountable. But we've got to start with this news that's rocking the UK today because it started this morning when police issued a statement that they had arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And while they didn't specifically name Andrew because it's policy under British law to not name a suspect taken into custody, the details in the statement match what's known about the allegations against him. Police were seen at the same time at his estate where Andrew's living. Right, and then you had Andrew's brother, King Charles, confirming the arrest in a statement and adding, what now follows is the full, fair, and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I've said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. And you had a spokesperson for Charles saying that Buckingham Palace hadn't actually been told about the...
Did you see what Trump said about this? He said, very sad. Wow, I'm so sad. I think this is so bad for everybody. I can't believe they're doing this. Like, he literally said that. Let me see if I have it saved. I don't know if I saved it. No, it doesn't. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't look like I saved it. I saved this, though.
Thank you very much, young president. Thank you very much, young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, I like. Men know how to have any interest. President, thank you very much.
Okay, but he did say he was very sad. I can find it really fast.
Former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it.
Twisting history.
Very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages.
Blah, blah, boo, boo. Absolute gross. What a loser. What a reshaping of history, rewriting of history, okay? What a loser.
The arrest before it took place. But whatever the case, right, it has been a long road to get to this point. Andrew's links to Epstein, they have been known for years. Virginia Giuffre, probably the most well-known Epstein survivor, first publicly accused Andrew of sexual abuse in court filings way back in 2014. Right, she said she had been trafficked.
You know what the worst part is? We keep calling her a survivor, but she killed herself. She was so burdened, so haunted by what happened to her, the way the world turned on her. She is exactly what we need to prevent in the world because she suffered so greatly, the burden was too much to carry. We keep calling her a survivor, right? You know? And chat says, I question if she even killed herself. A lot of people did, right? A lot of people said that she was killed because I guess she was quoted as saying, Discord said she wouldn't suicide. Well, that's the other part of it, right? Is like, then she, like, that's the problem. We don't even know who to believe. But let me tell you, it's devastating. We should feel devastated that it happened. That's why I'm saying, like, in the world, like, it should make us pause and ponder.
Epstein to Andrew sometime around 2001 when she was a teenager, and that he raped her multiple times, though Andrew denied any wrongdoing. And it wasn't really until 2019, after Epstein was arrested and lawyers for victims called on Andrew.
Look how gross this photo is. Is this not the most disgusting photo you've ever seen? It looks so innocent, but it's not. It's gross.
Raped her multiple times, though Andrew denied any wrongdoing. And it wasn't really until 2019, after Epstein was arrested and lawyers for victims called on Andrew to speak to investigators, that he started to take a step back from public life. Then in 2021, Giuffre sued Andrew in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. Andrew then paid roughly $16 million, according to reports, to settle the lawsuit in 2022 without admitting to any allegations against him and again denying any wrongdoing. And then it was only last year, about 6 months after Giuffre took her own life, that the king finally stripped Andrew of his royal titles and evicted him from his royal residence, with Andrew then moving into the massive estate that I mentioned, which is actually privately owned by Charles. So now with the news today, after all this time, there is a chance that he might actually face some real consequences. Though also, to be very clear here, he hasn't actually been arrested in connection to allegations of sexual assault or trafficking. Right? He's believed to have been arrested based on suspicions that he shared confidential information with Jeffrey Epstein while...
Isn't that always the funny part? Every single time this happens. This is so typical. I say this every time. It is so typical that a man can do the most horrendous fucking shit, and the only time they actually arrest him is like always on the most random charges, because they can't actually get him for the real shit, which is why, you know, it's a criminal enterprise. It's like Diddy with the prostitution or Epstein with the prostitution. It's like, I can't get you on the real charges. I'll get you on tax evasion. It is so fucking annoying.
Serving as British trade envoy. And that was actually only exposed thanks to the files released by the DOJ on January 30th. Those files that you might remember included photos of Andrew kneeling over and touching an unknown woman or a girl lying on the floor, which brought to mind the accusations that Giuffre has made against him. And understandably, while most of the attention was there, they also included several emails suggesting that he may have broken the law in this other way. So in one email, he appears to have forwarded internal reports about an official trip to Asia. In another, he seems to have sent a confidential brief given to him in his official capacity with information on investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Afghanistan. And the potential criminal charge he's facing is misconduct in public office, which carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. Though also a very big thing here is you've had legal experts warn that this charge is very difficult to prosecute because the narrow definition of the crime. So you're seeing things like a London-based lawyer telling the New York Times, the authorities will be looking to prove that Andrew was a public officer acting as such at the time of the allegations, and that he willfully neglected to perform his duty to such a degree as to amount to an abuse of the public's trust in him as the office holder, and that he did so without reasonable excuse or justification. And with all that said, you still had the family of Virginia Giuffre welcoming the news of Andrew's arrest, saying in a statement, "At last today our broken hearts have been lifted at the news that no one is above the law, not even royalty," saying he was never a prince. For survivors everywhere, Virginia did this for you. And now, as far as what this process is actually going to look like, Andrew has already been released from police custody, but he is still under investigation. But if and when police are assured that a crime has been committed, they'll send the evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service, which will then bring charges if it thinks that there is a real shot at conviction and the case is in the public interest. Now, you know, with all this, there's obviously been criticism that more should have been done sooner. But also, when you look through the reactions, right, Andrew's arrest, it seems to be yet another example of how different the response has been to the Epstein files internationally versus in the United States. Right, in the UK, in addition to going after Andrew, they've been looking into Labour Party politician and former ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson. He's also being investigated on suspicion of misconduct in public office, tied to sharing sensitive government documents with Epstein. That whole scandal also led to Prime Minister Keir Starmer's chief of staff and communications director to resign. Starmer himself has also faced calls to step down since he appointed Mandelson to the ambassadorship, despite knowing that the guy had a relationship with Epstein. The Starmer has claimed that he wasn't aware of how close they actually were and accused Mandelson of lying about it. Also, outside of the UK, the former Prime Minister of Norway has been charged with gross corruption in connection to his ties to Epstein. A diplomat and her husband are facing a corruption investigation by police. In France, the authorities have said they're investigating reports that the country's former culture minister and his family had financial links to Epstein. Prosecutors in Paris announced this week that they've opened 2 new investigations into potential sex abuse crimes and financial wrongdoing linked to Jeffrey Epstein, with them calling on victims to come forward and share their stories, saying, "We will listen to all the statements they wish to make." But then in the US, like when Attorney General Pam Bondi testified before the House Judiciary Committee last week, all 6 survivors in attendance raised their hands to say that they had still not been able to meet with Trump's DOJ. And Bondi, she not only refused to apologize to survivors, she actually demanded that Democrats apologize to Trump.
The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
And this was
that video was going so viral on my side of the internet when it first happened. And the amount of stitches and the amount of like, oh my God, this is what I'm saying. Like, and this might be enough. That's why the strain is so heavy on Americans right now, because when you are financially strained, you become less conscientious. When you are so stressed, because stress is a literal killer. I know. I want to say it as many times as it takes for you to embody this reality. Stress is a literal killer. It is killing your communities. It is killing your people. It is killing us. It's killing our fathers. It's killing the men in our lives. Like, Stress is killing us. And then they want to put on that burden even more, right? They put on that burden of stress and then they switch it around and go, who cares about rape victims? Your retirement's looking great. And people go, oh, because like so much of our stress is also how are we going to retire? How are we going to live our life? How are we going to do anything? That is strategic. But I want you to know that their strategy, I want you to liberate yourself from whatever they're doing, okay? That's not going to change what you're doing. And that's the problem is like you can change what you're doing technically based off of like some game you're playing. But even more than that, this is about doing the right thing, even if nobody else is doing it. And there is a right thing in paying attention to victims. There's a right thing in listening to them and believing them. And there's an even better thing to say, I'm going to believe victims and I'm going to be financially responsible and I'm going to, maintain my community status and I'm going to be there for my community and I'm going to be honest that I'm struggling, right? But the fact is that she is trying to say to you, Trump is trying to say to you, fuck these Epstein files, fuck everything else. Like none of this matters. What matters is, look, some people in America have 401ks. Some people in America, their retirement funds. Because remember that this is some people. This isn't all Americans. How many Americans don't have 401ks? How many Americans aren't working jobs where they've even started to think about retirement? So this is only appealing to who? Who? Like the middle class is struggling enough that even people who are in those positions feel like they're struggling, but it's not even, that's why I say like, you have to want to uplift from the bottom up. They want to uplift, like they want to lift people up from like maybe here up. Remember that video we watched like 2 months ago or maybe a month ago now? The guy who said, you're working class, even if you're worth like 10 million or like up to 10 million. That's something to think about because again, what you're thinking is I make 30K a year, but to retire, you're going to need at least like 2 to live off interest in any capacity, to have some sort of a similar life to what you had when you were working, right? And so when we have these conversations, right? Chad says, I'm an artist and a florist, 401k where? I'm a YouTuber, 401k where? I don't have a 401k. Like, what are you talking about? And so like our finances are different now. Of course, we could switch careers and have a different job. But the fact is like this system at play, it isn't working. It's working in the way that it was intended, but it's not working for people, right? It's working for the only people who will benefit from it. So it's just like, when I hear her say things like that, like, oh, forget this thing here, look at this money insert thing here. It's just so, it's the point Phil is trying to make, that America specifically is an evil, evil place. And its priorities are incredibly misguided.
Also, after her department exposed the names of at least 43 victims and shared dozens of unredacted nude images of young women and possibly teenagers in the January 30th files release, all while heavily redacting much of the rest of the files, potentially withholding millions more, and insisting that it had met its obligations under the law, even while many lawmakers say that is just not true. And that's also without mentioning the people in or around this administration that are named in the files themselves. Like I said, Lutnick lied about visiting Epstein's island. Elon Musk appears to have lied about refusing to visit, and according to unredacted files that lawmakers have been able to see, Donald Trump may have lied about kicking Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago in the early 2000s. Or if he was telling the truth, according to earlier reporting by the Wall Street Journal, that may have happened after an 18-year-old told the club's managers that Epstein had pressured her for sex. With the story being that those managers relayed the allegations to Trump, who agreed to kick Epstein out, but according to the Journal, the incident wasn't then reported to police. Another file suggests that Trump may have told police a few years later that everyone knew about Epstein's behavior, but only after the department had launched an investigation. And of course, with this, there are many others whose ties to Epstein have been seen as alarming. But of the people we definitely need to focus on, it includes people running the fucking government with the power to try and hold potential wrongdoers accountable. And again, that's not to say that everyone and anyone is guilty because they're in the files, right? Guilt can only be determined after a process. The problem is, as more and more information comes out and people are actually being held accountable, usually outside of the United States, Trump and his DOJ are suggesting that the country just needs to move on. This is over. It's done. And that the process, it's never really going to take place here. And actually, you had Trump talking to reporters about Andrew's arrest today and giving us even more reason to think that's the case.
Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents.
With all of that said, right, there are still lawmakers here that are pushing for more to be done and pointing to Andrew's arrest as a call to action. And so, for example, you had Republican Thomas Massie writing on Twitter, Prince Andrew was just arrested. This was the metric I established for success of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that Rep. Ro Khanna and I got passed. Now we need justice in the United States. It's time for AG Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash to act. You also had Democrat Robert Garcia adding in a statement, now it's time for the United States to end this White House cover-up. But as far as if anything meaningful is going to happen here, we're going to have to wait to see if it leads to any more action, though I wouldn't hold your breath. I'm hopeful, but I'm also cynical. And then separate from that, that it's going to be a while before we find out if anything's actually going to happen to Andrew and all these others. But also, if we can go back to Donald Trump in other news, Trump officially kicked off the first meeting of his so-called Board of Peace, where with Trump's
Do not care about this man. Okay. That moves us into a conversation about protecting children, which they're obviously not interested in. So this came, my Discord recommended it. MS Now, gay marriage under attack. This is 11 days ago, because don't sleep on it, girls. You think they don't give a fuck about the gays? Oh, they're secretly going to be working on us too, because that's the thing. They're like, you have to pay attention to the Epstein files and gay marriage and reproductive rights and I know it's a lot. So take a deep breath and rely on the community to do the work when you can't, but you cannot, do not get it twisted that they are not also working on all of the other things as well at the same time.
If at first you don't succeed, try, and try again, ideally with a more favorable Supreme Court. That has been the strategy for certain conservative groups for decades. And they have a new target now, gay marriage. A new group calling itself Greater Than is trying to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, the Supreme Court ruling which legalized same-sex marriage. They're ostensibly doing this to protect the children. Take a listen.
When Obergefell redefined marriage to include same-sex couples, it was billed as a win for adult equality. In reality, it created inequality for children. It made our children less than.
Okay, this is Lila Rose. Are you ready for some Britney lore? My mom and dad were hoping I would be like her. They were like, you'd be like Lila Rose. And I was like, or hear me out. No. How about no? But that's what they wanted from me. If you want to understand what version of Britney my parents were like begging for me to be, that they would be proud of me, that that's who they wanted me to be. When they say like, I'm proud you're independent, but I don't like what you stand for, they wanted me to be her. That's who they wanted me to be. For context, let's watch some Lila Rose videos just so you understand.
You talked about how when you would drink, you would become...
This is now This Impact. So this is her. So here's the thing. Lila Rose, okay, here's the thing. Call Her Daddy, which I think is a liberal podcast. The #1 podcast for women, even though Alex is a liberal and believes in abortion, brought on Lila Rose and gave her a microphone. Liberals keep giving microphones to bigots. And then they're like, why are they getting so popular?
The person you thought you wanted to be. I can fuck, like I can be hot. No, I recommend something revolutionary called True Love and Marriage. Meet Lila Rose.
Right? Hold on.
No, you talked about how when you...
Yeah, right? Is this... Oh, no, is this somebody else? Wait, am I wrong? Wait, maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on, I take it back. Is this not Lila Rose on the couch? Am I white? Am I assuming all white women look the same? Wait, I thought this was her on the couch. Wait, did I misspeak? Wait. No, I don't think that's her. Wait, oh my God, I was racist. I thought all white ladies look the same, I think. Hold on. Is that not her on the couch? I literally thought it was her. Wait, hold on, girls. I might be wrong. I'm sorry. I thought it was her. My bad.
When you would drink, you would become the person you thought you wanted to be. I can fuck, like I can be hot. No, I recommend something revolutionary called True Love and Marriage.
Oh my God. Okay, it's not her. Relief. My bad. See how quickly I fixed that? I legit thought it was her. Oh my God.
Lila Rose, part-time anti-abortion crusader, full-time controversy queen. She's like a character from a spy novel, only her missions involve undercover videos in abortion clinics instead of car chases. Let's rewind. Picture this, a young Lila, just 9 years old, coming across a book on abortion. It was a light bulb moment. Not the energy-saving kind, more like one of those old-timey flickering bulbs in a horror movie basement. The fire was lit and Lila decided to spend her waking hours trying to humanize fetuses. Fast forward to her UCLA days. Raised in a Christian family, Lila swerved into the Catholic Church's lane during college. As she put it, I began to see the Catholic faith as the fulfillment of all that I believed. Lila's college experience wasn't just frat parties and finals. She was busy founding Live Action. Think of it as her personal startup, but instead of tech and apps, it was all about anti-abortion activism. Lila's claim to fame was going undercover in Planned Parenthood clinics. Her viral videos raised eyebrows, leading to national debates and congressional hearings. Lila became a major player in the anti-abortion space. She's been a keynote speaker at major conservative events and has developed a substantial following online where she advocates against abortion rights. Some call her a hero. others a villain. She was dubbed 2008's Person of the Year by Operation Rescue and is considered to be a champion by many in the anti-abortion camp. They consider her like a modern-day Joan of Arc, if Joan had a YouTube channel. Lila once declared, "Love them both," about mothers and their unborn children. It was a slogan simple enough for a bumper sticker, but complex enough to fuel endless Twitter wars. So who is Lila Rose, really? Well, she's a mix of undercover journalist, anti-abortion poster girl, and catalyst for national debate. Whether you're pro-choice or anti-abortion, one thing's for sure, in the political theater of reproductive care, Lila Rose has reserved herself a permanent box seat.
She really has. Isn't that amazing? If you could just be like a pro-life, anti-gay, whatever, pick a lane and stick to it, you can make a whole career out of it.
And what's so crazy to me is the fact that in American hospitals today, in one wing of the hospital, there's babies as young as 21 weeks old who are being kept alive in NICU. And then in another wing of the hospital, there is abortions being done on babies that same age. Sometimes we see lives that are smaller or less developed as less precious. That's the entire ideology of abortion, right? It says that if the baby is in the first trimester or the second trimester, then they're not really a life yet. No, if you're a human life, you're a human life. You deserve protection.
First of all, the AI baby gagged. Man, I really should just pick a lane and stick to it and then make that my whole brand, you know? Again, I really wish pro-lifers would be more consistent with their beliefs and understand that, you know, if it is a moral decision to protect children's lives, which I agree with, I think we should protect children's lives. Where is the nuance of that? And how does that extend past the womb? Right? It's not that I think that's the problem that I have with anyone who's pushing a narrative or making a prescription. It's like, okay, but how does this extend? So is your actual moral standing that you want to protect children, or is it just specifically you want to stop abortions? Because if they just said, oh, it's not about the baby, it's about the medical procedure abortion, I don't want it to happen anymore. I'd be like, oh, does that mean all abortions or just the ones where the fetus is, quote, viable? Or does that mean like stillbirths that are like being pushed out of the womb, i.e. abortion? Like, what is abortion to you? What does abortion mean to you? What is an abortion? Like, where is the consistency in this? I want to protect kids. So now she's weaponizing and saying gay marriage is bad for children. Why is it bad for children? Why was gay marriage only cool if it was for liberating adults instead of forming new families, right? Like, where is the consistency with this logic? And the thing is, they don't have it because, again, knowing why you believe something is really, really difficult. It's really hard to be a good person, let alone know why you believe. So now she's clinging to Catholicism. Catholicism tells her why it's bad. But then I would ask the Catholics, why is it bad? I understand. You know my position on this. I think, and if you don't understand that, I do think it's a baby in process. I do think it's a life. I do think when you get pregnant, you know what I mean? Like, that is a viable or a valid living entity. I am not anti-abortion, but I also think I was watching, what's her name? Crutch, Spice and Crutch. Is that her name? I was watching her and she said, the problem with abortion and ableism is like the first line of reasoning for the reason abortion makes sense is to abort disabled babies. And again, it comes down to the fact that your body, you have a right over your body. Your reasoning for that abortion is your business, but I still think you should deconstruct it. Right? I think you should deconstruct why you want an abortion. So when you have that abortion, it's fulfilling. That because there is a guilt relationship to abortion that occurs. But as somebody who has been with women through their abortion, or not through the abortion literally, but with them during the process of abortion, like being a support system, or have been with women who have held like little ceremonies for their aborted fetuses, like those women come away feeling liberated by their decision because they knew why they were doing it and it made sense for them. But like it really was the right decision to make, rather than the idea of like We don't talk enough about mothers who resent having children. We don't talk enough about parents who resent having babies. We don't talk about that enough. And though I think that's horrible, in some way you should never have been in that position to resent your, having a child. I think there is a difference between resenting having a baby and loving your children. Actually, on season 10 of Love is Blind, Emma, who's adopted, her sister is really scared for Emma because Emma is all of a sudden maybe changing her mind on wanting a baby. And she goes, look, I have 2 children and I love my children, but if I could go back, I would not have had these babies. And it's not the babies that she doesn't love. It's the fact that if she could go back, remember, those babies don't exist if you go back. Okay. So you should have the right to make these choices that best work for you. But I think what's difficult is conservatives will say, so you agree it's a life? And I'm like, sure, I agree it's a life. And they're like, so you think we should kill a life? I was like, well, we all think we should kill life. Right. And they're like, oh, you think we should kill babies? And I was like, well, what's a baby? You know what I mean? Like, what's a baby? Like, what do you mean by baby? And I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to play games with you. I'm just literally like, I don't think we should kill babies. I think you should have right to abortions. But I also think like, what is a baby and when is it a baby is a very important conversation. It's a very serious conversation. And it also is about harm reduction. I think the dilemma is like, you think we should kill babies because you voted for a genocide. Like, I'm not anti-genocide because I don't think we should kill babies. I'm anti-genocide because I think it's morally wrong to eradicate a group of people. And there's no reason for that. I think it's wrong to bomb people and murder people. And I think it's wrong to do all these things. I think the dilemma is that sometimes an abortion can be right. Sometimes self-defense and killing someone can be right. The issue is like there's no justification for a genocide. You're not going to come up with an argument for when a genocide makes sense, And so the problem is like you're not actually being real in this conversation. You're not even coming up with a situation in which you would tolerate abortion. So that's when I know you're really fucking with me. You can't come up with one reason why an abortion is ever okay. Then you're not even serious about the conversation. Not one situation in which an abortion is okay. You can't think of one. So that's why the conversations with these people don't make sense, because they're never going to have the conversation that justifies the real situation in which it's going to be necessary. We don't like it. We don't have to like that it's necessary, but it will be necessary at some point to have an abortion. And it will be for the greater good. It will be for the greater joy of that person. It will be for saving a life. Again, Catholics like to get around this. I asked a priest, if you guys are new to my audience, I asked a priest, I said, because my parents were arguing with me over having an abortion, which I've never had an abortion. But they were like, would you get an abortion? I was like, well, what if I have an ectopic pregnancy and it's in my fallopian tube and I got to get an abortion? And they're like, well, I'm sure the Catholic Church wouldn't let you die because of that situation. And I was like, well, let's ask. So we asked one of our priest friends who's a canon lawyer for the church, so he knows the law of the church. And he said, in Catholicism, you can't directly have an abortion. What they would do is they would go in and clip that part of your fallopian tube that then would result in an abortion, and therefore it's okay. But you didn't have an abortion. I was like, oh, so I'm going to permanently make it so I can't have a baby anymore in the future, so I can get around a loophole of not having a direct abortion. And he said, yeah. And I said, sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it? And he said, but the point is that you can't have the abortion, even if the result is in the fetus dying or not being viable, right? Or never coming to term. And my parents were like, well, I guess if that's the law, that's the law. And I said, so you would rather I get sterilized and never have the chance of a baby in order for me not to have a direct abortion? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, then check this out. Then months later, I'm talking to my parents and they're like, hey, are you guys going to have babies? I was like, we have decided not to have children. We're going to get sterilized. And they're like, no, you're going to get sterilized. Don't get sterilized. I was like, oh, so it was okay to get sterilized if it resulted in the ending of a fetus's life, but it wasn't okay to get an abortion that would have allowed me to have kids in the future. But now that I neither am pregnant with an ectopic pregnancy nor having children, I can't get sterilized. Like, you see how we're jumping? See how there's no consistency? There's just no consistency. There's nothing. There's no thought into why they think this is right or wrong. And this isn't unique to conservatives, by the way. This isn't unique to everyone. Do not take for granted that you're on the right side of history by accident. Okay? If you're born into a progressive home or a liberal home and you happen to be on the right side of history and you take it for granted, you don't even know why. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to know why you think this is right or wrong. And especially, you should be very careful about, see, I made this video on my podcast channel about moving in with your boyfriend. It's more than this. Be careful who you give medical responsibility to. Be careful. Oh my God, Eric Dane died. Did you guys hear the news? I was just thinking, oh my God, I forgot to talk about it. Eric Dane died 1 year. We just watched him talk about his MS journey. You never know. You never know. Like, you know what I mean? MS took him. It took him. So quickly it took him.
The world remembering the life and career of Eric Dane, passing away at the age of 53 after a valiant fight against ALS. The charismatic actor
ALS.
immortalized on Grey's Anatomy.
Is that what you're calling me now, McSteamy?
Dane first donning the white coat as Dr. Mark.
Literally within, what was it, a year? We just watched his video 8 months ago. We watched this video on stream 8 months ago. This video, we watched it.
A few weeks later, I noticed it had gotten a little worse. So I went and saw a hand specialist.
And boom, he's died. You just never know, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, there are so many problems in the world. Colon cancer is up. Young people are dying every day. Vanderbeek just died. Like, everything is so... You just never know. So I don't want you to say, you just never know, so I'm going to destroy the planet because I could die tomorrow. I want you to say, you never know, so we should do everything in our power to make the world a better place for each other. You know? Just devastating. Just absolutely devastated, you know? It's just, all of it is so sad, and you just never know. So, again, I mean, to be honest, like, the deaths this week have, like, really motivated me and my partner to be like, we got to go to the doctor. I don't care. We have to go. I don't care how much it costs. Like, we have to check, because if we're going to die, we might as well know. You know what I mean? If we got 6 months to live, fuck, I'd like to know, just so I can know what's my last stream going to be, really. Like, you know, we should check. You know what I mean? We should just go. It's up. There are problems on all of us. You know what I mean? And it's sad. It's sad that, girl. But it's not going to stop us from showing up. And I think that's the thing. It happens to a lot of people where, like, a lot of men especially, I'm such a man in this regard, like, I think I got to go to work. I don't got time to go to the hospital. I got to work. I got to pay bills. I got stuff to do. I don't have time. And then all of a sudden it's too late. We can't do preventative care, you know? So we have to just kind of do our best. But it comes out of nowhere. So all of these people that are focused on abortions, and there's so many other problems in the world that need our attention. And abortion could be literally stopped if you believed in sterilization, birth control, sex education. They do not care about stopping abortions. They just want control over your body. If they really believed in stopping abortions, they would get everybody fucking educated. Okay? And that's it. Period.
It made our children less than. Conservative groups love to frame their arguments around protecting children. I would ask, of course, where was this concern over the Epstein files or when the Trump administration worked to defund infant nutrition?
See how Trump is reworking history to just say he was exonerated, he's not in the Epstein files. He is in the Epstein files. He is so in the Epstein files. Like, he's all over the Epstein files. And that's the point, is like, victims have come forward, women have come forward, his ex-wife, all these people have come forward. All these people have come forward. And all these pro-lifers who voted for Trump have the audacity to say they care about kids.
Or preschool, or for that matter, used 5-year-olds as bait in immigration raids. But that's neither here nor there. You might recall that same-sex marriage was confirmed by the skin of its teeth in a 5-4 ruling from a Supreme Court that was far more liberal than it is today. There wasn't a Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett or a Brett Kavanaugh back then. And if you're thinking to yourself, gay marriage is safe, people are worrying too much, the political battle is over, it'll be here forever, well, let's talk about another right that people once called safe, reproductive care. Here's a reminder of what Justice Kavanaugh said about Roe v. Wade during his Senate confirmation hearings.
I said that it's settled as a precedent of the Supreme Court. And one of the important things to keep in mind about Roe v. Wade is that it has been reaffirmed many times over the past 45 years.
Less than 4 years after he said that, Kavanaugh voted to rescind the federal right to abortion, reversing Roe v. Wade. But that vote did not actually happen overnight. It happened after nearly 50 years of work by conservative groups. They faced repeated setbacks and often failed until they didn't. The same thing happened with the end of affirmative action and with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act. Outside groups spent decades doing work behind the scenes until they got what they wanted. Roe v. Wade was settled law right up until the fact it wasn't. Affirmative action, also an established precedent until it wasn't. The Voting Rights Act was the crown jewel of the civil rights movement until it, too, was gutted. Are we going to look back at this moment and say, gay marriage was the law of the land until it wasn't? Joining us now to discuss
We could with reproductive rights. We could with so many other things. That's the problem. Everyone says, like, oh, you have gay marriage. What more do you want? Okay, like, you're not trying to take it away every day. That's the problem. You are trying to. In Europe, there's debates over it. That's why Poland's in trouble right now, because Poland's like, we're religious. We want to have gay marriage. And the EU is like, there's this whole thing happening around, this whole conversation is about not taking for granted the rights you have because it could be taken tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, even though you are born free, other human beings find new ways every day to limit that relationship with freedom. So spiritually, we're all free, obviously, or eventually, but literally, physically, okay? And that's why it's ironic that conservatives are all about freedom, freedom, freedom. They don't even know what that means. They have no idea.
This is Kelly Robinson, CEO.
Because their freedom is patriarchy. Their freedom is in Christ, which is just a form of like, what is that? How can you be free and be a Christian? How can you be free? Make it make sense.
The Human Rights Campaign. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us, especially while Bad Bunny happens to be dancing away on another channel. We really appreciate it. I want to ask you how worried you are about whether the courts may try to overturn Obergefell and what groups like yours may be doing to prepare for that.
Damn, this third girl here, her hair, I really need to get a haircut. It's beautiful. This is the most beautiful curl. Like everything about this is so beautiful. See, my hair is shaped in this thing, but look how much my bangs have grown out, guys. Has anyone noticed? Of course not. This is just my personal thing. My hair has grown out so much. I'm trying to grow out my hair. So they're in this very annoying spot right now where it's touching my eyes and it's pissing me off. But eventually it's going to be down here. But it like, look how much it grew. Like it was just up here not too long ago, right? And now we're here, which is kind of amazing. And just wait till it's like all the way down here with the curl. I'm so excited, but it's in this very annoying spot right now. I'm trapped.
That possibility.
Look, this is concerning. And I think that anybody that's seen this play out, you should be aware, but you shouldn't be panicked at this point. Obergefell is still the law of the land. We passed the Respect for Marriage Act with bipartisan support. That law is on the books. But I think what you see through this campaign is a fringe and extremist movement that is trying to see how far the public and the courts will allow them to go. And while their end goal may be a Supreme Court decision, the erosion of our rights is already taking place in too many ways. I mean, you just look at Texas that last year passed a law saying that judges did not have to marry same-sex couples. That makes the right to marriage in Texas for some a right in name only. We have to be paying attention here and mobilizing the support that we know is enjoyed across the country for marriage equality.
Kelly, what do you make of the approach that they are trying now, right? They tried for years to make it about same-sex marriage. Now they're using a legal argument about protecting children, as Catherine laid out. Does the fact that they're appealing to this culture war, the same way that they did with trans rights in the run-up to the last election to attack the Vice President Kamala Harris in her campaign, do you see that being a way in for them into the broader cultural debate and then the legal debate?
I think this is a dog whistle that falls flat. I mean, like was said earlier, if you look at the things that they're prioritizing, they've got nothing to do with making our families more safe, more whole, or the world more affordable for people. I do think that this is an opportunity for us to go back to telling.
This is Kelly Robinson, Human Rights Campaign president.
The stories that were actually the foundation of us winning marriage equality. This is about humanity and dignity for every single person. The foundation of the Obergefell decision was about Jim Obergefell suing and fighting to ensure that his name could be on his husband's death certificate. That's what that was all about. Edie Win.
You know what's crazy? First of all, it's devastating. But you know what's crazy is, do you remember that group that Elon Musk supported right after he did the Hail Hitler? And he went to, it was a German group, and it was like their right-wing group. Apparently they have gay people in that group. I actually think white supremacists, conservative white supremacists, their whole thing is going to be like, we're cool with gay people as long as they're white. I swear to God, it's going to be the new thing. And it's going to be like, it already is a thing, truly. But it's going to be like the normal gays. That's why there's like YouTube channels with like the normal gays. And I'm like, the normal gays. Like, you ever see that channel? The brand of like, we're just like, we're not queer. That's why when I make that video, when you're gay but not queer, if you read the comments on my podcast channel for that video, people want to be like, I'm a normal gay. I'm not queer. I'm just gay. I'm a lesbian. I'm not queer. This is why Cat Black saying I'm not queer, I'm a trans woman is like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, I get what you're saying, but what are you doing? Don't you see that's a right-wing thing? Right-wing people are always like, I'm not queer. I'm a normal gay. So I don't understand how she doesn't see that. Like, stop saying that. Stop saying you're not queer. Like, it's bad to be queer. You know what I mean? It's driving me crazy. But that's the thing. Like, because people want to feel normal. Look, girl, I feel normal in my everyday life. Every day I'm normal. That doesn't mean I'm not queer. Queer people are normal. Whoa. Hey, guys, queer people are normal people. They're normal. They're normal.
Spencer's fight was about ensuring that her late wife's estate could be transferred to her without jumping through more hoops, just like any other couple. It was about dignity and respect. And I think that there's a chance to get back to that. But we have to remember that regardless of this campaign, 70% of Americans still support marriage equality. Regardless of this campaign, almost 30% of Generation Z are identifying as a member of our community. They are fighting a future that has already arrived, but we've got to make sure that our movement is showing up to hold the line.
Can I ask you on the personal side of things? You're married. What does it mean for you to see this campaign that could affect the legal status of your own family?
You know, I think about this a lot. My wife and I, we've got 2 young kids. We own a home together. We've been able to design the family of our dreams. My life is not possible even a generation before. The only reason that we can raise our family and be who we are is because people put their bodies and their lives on the line to fight for these rights and protections, to fight for our shared dignity and humanity. And as challenging as these times are, I think that fights like this give us a chance to remember that we've got more in common with one another than what divides us. And I think that this particular moment can be a call to anyone that thought that the fight was over, anyone that believed that some of these civil rights battles were settled, to remind them that it is not. And for us to get through this moment, we're going to have to come together and fight again, not only for marriage equality, but honestly, to protect the foundational principles of our democracy so that all of our voices can be heard and our families can be safe.
Kelly, I want to ask you about an action that was taken a few years ago, I think in anticipation of future efforts to overturn Obergefell, which is that I think it was in 2022, President Biden signed the Respect for Marriage Act, which I believe said that basically states and the federal government had to recognize when some states basically legally sanctioned a same-sex.
And by the way, this reminds me of the abortion stuff where they're penalizing people for leaving states to get an abortion, you know? And that's why I say if they could create, like, if you can do something as simple as leaving these states, because look, if you leave these states, you're not paying taxes into these states. They're not getting local funding for the locals. Everything changes, right? Like, I don't think it makes sense for you to move to a conservative state if you can help it. You know what I mean? Move to a more liberal state if you can afford it. Move your family and send a message that we want to go in this direction. But you know what's ironic? Is so many conservatives live in liberal states. They do live there. A lot of MAGA people live in liberal states. They say they don't, but they do, because they're running into the same problem the rest of us are running into. It's hard to leave neighborhoods you know, families you know, churches you know, schools you know. You know, it's hard to leave something you know. So we all are struggling in this sense, but then it's like you don't even want to live in a conservative state. Like my parents, they live in a beautiful California, and I'm like, and they're looking around to these more conservative places near some of the kids, and they're like, the standard is different. I was like, you mean it's ugly? You mean it's ugly? You want to live in a beautiful liberal state because you know it's prettier. And you want the same pretty in those liberal states, and you're not seeing it in these conservative places. And they're like, the standard of the homes are different. And I was like, you mean they're less? They're not good. They're ugly. And like their materials are less. And it's cheaper because the families in these areas are used to a very different standard. You're used to a very spoiled, high standard. Okay? So you don't even live in a place that's conservative funded because you know it's bad. And that's the point. You want the benefit of living in a place that, where are taxes so high? Your taxes are so high because your neighborhoods are so beautiful. Hello? And that's the point. Like, make it make sense. And that's the problem. They don't want it. They don't want the life conservatives offer. And why should they? You know, why should they? It's not good enough.
Marriage. So why does that not provide protection for...
Oh, Chet says Utah is beautiful, but why is Utah beautiful? Because Mormons are rich. Mormons, very classist, very rich. Okay? Very rich. They might be conservative, but they're rich, but they're community-based. Mormons, they uplift the whole community. That's the thing with Mormons, though. Mormons help other Mormons. The Mormon section of Utah, beautiful. Because the Mormons give houses to people. They get people funded. Very rich, very racist. Thank you, chat. Okay? Utah, landscape-wise, is also very gorgeous. Okay?
The LGBTQ plus community.
It definitely provides a level of protection that I think folks should take some comfort in. But again, you have to be looking at how all this is playing out. If you look no further than the fight for reproductive rights and the abortion battle, you can see that what was a right today could just as swiftly be taken away tomorrow. But what the Respect for Marriage Act does is it provides some federal protections. It says if you are legally married in any state across the country, you can have access to the full range of federal benefits, of which there are over 1,000 federal benefits for married couples, from tax benefits.
Look, if you want to, that's the thing. If they want to change the system and not give all of these benefits to married people, we'll call it a day. But the reality is that marriage is a system. It's also a culture. You get treated differently when you're married. People take you more seriously. Look, I don't want to be a 40-year-old with a boyfriend with peace and love. I'm not going to be a 40-year-old with a girlfriend. I have a life partner. Okay, there is a difference between dating to see and having a life partner. And when you have a life partner, you get treated differently and people take you more seriously because it is a serious thing. Okay, it is a very serious thing to have a life partner, to build a family, to bring children into the universe, to own a home, to pay into property taxes, do all these things. And so, like, they are trying, conservatives want to weaponize and say, like, but you're not really married. I mean, look at my own family. My own family doesn't go to non-Catholic weddings. They don't count my marriage as real. My nieces and nephews don't call my partner uncle. They call them Mr. The kids literally call them Mr. I'm like, so you're downgrading our marriage. You're saying our marriage is invalid. And they're like, yeah, well, your marriage is invalid. And I'm like, oh, they're like, you're secular married, but you're not like real married. I'm like, oh, okay. So you're sending the message to your children. They do not have an extra adult in their life that can support them. They're missing out on an uncle. They're missing out on this tie. Your kids are going to be so fucking blown away when they get old and find out their family is weird as fuck. You guys are so weird. Like, everyone's weird, but you guys are weird. And like, that's going to be so funny. You know? It's just going to be so funny. And that's the point, right? Chad says, I live in Quebec and half of the adult couples are unmarried and often call their partners boyfriend, girlfriends well into their 40s. Bubbles. Been together 20 years plus. It is a bubbles thing, but I also think it's like, I don't know if we're all doing the same thing, but I just think there's like, yeah, in my bubble, calling a grown-up a boyfriend or a girlfriend, it just feels so unserious because boyfriends and girlfriends aren't serious. That's why they're boys and girls, right? You know how we're always talking about the way we are misogynistic by calling grown women girls, but then we're grown-ups calling each other my boyfriend. It's like, yeah, it's to symbolize youth. Boy, girl, young, youthful. It's not, you have a boyfriend because he's a boy. You have a girlfriend because she's a girl. But then it's like, maybe it's not that deep, or maybe it is. Who knows? Who knows if it's that deep or not? I guess we'll have to think about it, That's the thing that makes me wonder. I'm not saying, either way, it is a bubble thing, but also I've been wondering about that idea. For me, that's why. That's how my thinking is. Like, you're not a boy, you're not a girl, you're an adult. Would you like to be in partnership with me? We're no longer children. Like, our language matters to me, but if it doesn't matter to you, then it is what it is, right?
Able to, visit your partner in the hospital and so many more. But if you live in a state that has a trigger law on the books where if Obergefell is overturned, that they would overturn marriage equality in that state too, that still means that you'd have to go out of the state to get married to enjoy those federal benefits. So although the tapestry is complicated, and honestly overturning Roe v. Wade or eliminating the Respect for Marriage Act would result in extreme chaos across the country, right now there's still a level of protections, and there should be urgency that people are feeling because we can understand the playbook of our opposition.
Kelly Robinson, let me ask you really quickly, actually, before we go, do you think this is something that'll turn out people to the polls? There was some thought that maybe perhaps the overturning of Roe versus Wade was going to be a factor in the election. It's debatable whether or not it actually got people to the polls as aggressively as people had hoped for. Would this attack now on the rights of same-sex marriage or LGBTQ Americans, will that get people out to the polls to defend it?
Let's hope.
It is already happening. Look, in New York City in the last election, LGBTQ plus people represented 14% of the electorate. That is huge. At HRC, we've identified 75 million equality voters around this country who prioritize issues like this when deciding who to vote for. In a world where the other side is not delivering on anything that people need, this will be yet another reason that you see a wave of LGBTQ plus people turning out all across the country, from school boards all the way through federal elections, to ensure that our rights are not rolled back.
Kelly Robinson, really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Love that. Thank you, Discord, for sharing it with us. So good. Okay, this is good. I mean, it's devastating, but it's good that we're talking about it because I think it's really necessary. Okay, here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna watch, let me see. Let's watch. I'm running out of spoons. I've been here too long. I've been here too long. We might have to wait for the, let's do that. I'm running out of spoons. Hold on, let me think. Ugh. Okay, here's what we'll do. Because I used Offender in the thumbnail, we'll watch that video because it will take about an hour to go through, probably less, maybe a little less. And that's usually my cutoff time. We'll save the African philosophy versus Western philosophy for next week, because he has multiple videos anyway. So and I wanted to watch like 3 videos on that. So we'll cover that next week. That makes more sense for spoons. Let me take a 2-second break. We'll come back. We will go over this video. It might take us like 45 minutes-ish. God knows we talk so much. So we'll dedicate our spoons to that, okay? I'll be right back, and we'll watch this video from Public Offender. All right, girls, I'm back. Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. Okay, Public Offender. My Discord recommended this video. Let me move my video so you can see him. Ba-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. 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 Elvin is the musician you listen to when I go on break. That's Elvin's music. Links in the description for her information. The video is called Creepy Delivery Man Crashes Out in His Van Because Women Are Nice. Wait. This title's so long. Nice to him, but won't sleep with him. Da 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 da.
And when I look at women, the only thing that I can think is man. Like they just look like man. Like you know when you're looking at something that when you're looking at a huge pile of rocks that you're gonna have to shovel into your
Okay, this is the coming up. This is the preview into the video. Uh-oh.
backyard or something from your front driveway with like wheelbarrows and stuff, and it's gonna take all day. That's the feeling that I get whenever I even see a woman or meet a woman or come across them. They have this bubbly, like nice sort of vibe, but I can't, it's just not in me anymore.
Never sell.
Wait, hold on. Fuck. This reminds me, I saw a TikTok. I don't know if I have access to it. Hold on, I don't think I saved it. But, or maybe I did. There was a TikTok of a woman saying, as a lesbian, she was so confused about how men would think she was flirting with her because she was being nice to them. And this one, found it. Just kidding. I am so prepared.
Someone say that the reason why men mistake kindness and politeness as flirting is because they would never be kind or polite to someone that they are not attracted to. And my entire lesbian brain just had a conniption. You're actually shitting me. I could never pinpoint why. Every time I was nice to a man, they thought I liked them or they thought I was trying to get at them. When in reality, that's just because that is their projection of how they view women. Men are only nice and kind to women, most men, when they are physically attracted to them or when they are trying to get in their pants.
This happened to me so much growing up. Like a ridiculous amount growing up. Like I can't even explain to you how my girlfriends eventually were like, Brittany, you have to stop being nice to these men. And I was like, oh, I didn't want to be rude. And they're like, yeah, that's the problem. You have to ignore them. I was like, but he's talking to me. Like I remember being a little high schooler and I was walking down this road and this guy screamed at us outside of his car. And I thought it was guys from my school. They stopped the car on the road and they waved us over. And I ran up and I was like, oh, because I thought I knew them. Then I was like, oh, I don't know you. And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, oh, and then he like shook my hand. He was probably like 19 or 21 and I was like 15. And my girlfriend at the time, like high school girlfriend, friend, we dated and she was a friend. She grabbed me and pulled me away from the car and was like, we have to go. We can't talk to them. And I was like, what's happening? And she was like, they're trying to pick us up. And I was like, oh, but they're like, I don't even know them. And I had just come out of homeschooling into this bubble, but I thought I knew. I thought I was street smart enough to know better. But I legit remember just like that situation and thinking like, why are these grown men talking to us? They're not even high schoolers. There you go. There you go, you know? And so again, it's just like this idea, or I remember one time I was working at a grocery store. This is a better story, even a better story. I was at a grocery store working and this old man, old man. Oh, how, like, this is me. Hi, how are you? Welcome. How are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm good. How are you? I'm like, I'm good. You find everything you need okay? And he was like, yeah. He's like, though, I'm glad I found you. And I was like, okay. And he was like, so do you go to the high school nearby? And I was like, I'm 20. And he was like, oh. And I was like, and I just remember thinking like, I don't understand anything that's happening right now. What is happening? Like, to this day, I remember him so clearly being like flirting with me and then being like, do you go to the high school nearby? And I was like, the high school? I'm a grown up. I'm just saying.
Self-reflection is never, hey, I need to be better. If I want to get these women that I'm complaining about or whatever, I need to be a better man. I need to do the work. No. Instead, it's like, they're just, oh man, there's just so much work, man.
Stop being so team woman just for a second and think, what would it be like to be a man and love a woman? And if you're like, it would be great because women are perfect. Like, you're not mature enough for this conversation. Please just skip this video.
Men are just very odd. Now, I mean, I was going to say nowadays, but we've been weird for a while. Men are just very odd and we constantly are, playing victim. Men are like the biggest victim, like we're professional victims. You know what I'm saying? It's really ridiculous, but.
Chat says, it must be an American socializing thing because French people don't do that. They don't do it here in Croatia either. Let me tell you, in Croatia, same thing. I got here and I was like, hi, how are you? Like there would be like a baby, like maybe we're walking along the sidewalk and like maybe there'd be a kid and like, hi, how are you? And the mom would be like this, like, and my partner would be like, why are you talking to people's babies? And I was like, I just in the bubble I grew up in, you talk to people's babies. You're supposed to greet people. And my partner was like, do not talk to people's babies. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like I didn't grow up in that, but I grew up in a straight up bubble where like, be nice to moms, be nice to babies, like be nice to creatures, be nice to dogs, go up to dogs and be like, hi doggy. Like I grew up in a bubble where you show safety by acknowledging you exist. But here it's not like that. Do not do that. Do not. Okay. You just keep walking. Like you just keep, okay. Noted.
It's just weird listening to men talk. It's just really weird to listen. Like just to, I consume a lot of content. I do from all walks of life. Right. But one of the groups that just they really intrigue me is it's just me. It's just like the average man. Just listen to the average man talk. It's very wild because the average man is very dumb, very inarticulate. It seems like the lights aren't on upstairs. It seems like they don't have a conscience. They constantly deflect. They never take accountability. It's just like, whoa, this is crazy. They cannot. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just interesting. It's very interesting and wild.
I'm working, and all these women that I meet when I deliver and pick up stuff from them, dude, it always goes the same way. With a certain percentage of them, they're
pause. Wait a second. He said, when I'm out for delivery, so you're working. So you're a delivery person. You're working, right?
bubbly and they're nice, and they try to strike up conversation, but it's not like I'm rude, but I really don't talk to them. I only say what I have to. Like I'll reply with like a one-word answer, like yeah or good or whatever. I don't ask them anything. Honestly, I only really ask, who I ask questions to is like the fat chicks or like the ugly chicks. But if she's like pretty or something, there's just no.
Oh.
Point, because I just know how much effort it would take to be with a woman like that. How much effort.
I was just talking about this with somebody about how I know a handful of single men, and they could have women. Like they genuinely could have women. I talk about this all the time. I talk about how the loneliness epidemic or whatever that exists is predominantly men who don't, when it comes to being in romantic relationships and romantic partnerships, the bulk of those men could have access or has access to a woman or some women, right? They don't want the women they have access to because men think that they are worth more than that. If that, you know what I'm saying? And that man's men, we overinflate our ego. We overinflate.
But I don't, okay, wait, can I just correct this narrative? I don't like this conversation. That men could be with women. They just don't want to be the women that would pick them. These women deserve better. Because that plays into the narrative that the guy said, I only talk to the fat, ugly chicks. Fat, ugly chicks deserve love too. And you're not fat because you're ugly. I'm just saying, if that's the category we're working with, is that the assumption? I don't like this narrative that these girls who are just like him, no, these girls, I don't like, there's something about that narrative that doesn't work. Now, if you're saying girls who are just as grumpy as him and just as fatphobic as him could be with him, they probably would be together. And then maybe in that case, he's still not choosing them because they're not up to his standard, even though they're the same as him. Is that what he's saying? Is that what offender means to imply? Because there are those women, right? Just like there's white supremacist women who marry white supremacists. You know what I mean? These men are oh, I love a white supremacist girly, but this one's fat. Is that what he's saying?
Inflate our worth. We overinflate our attractiveness, our intellect, so on and so forth. So, you have a below average man thinking that. See,
what does below average mean? Average to who? That's still buying into this narrative that there's even an average to talk about. I don't talk that way. I'm not below average for what? Do you just mean morals, ethics, belief systems, values? What does it mean to be below average? Now, obviously, I know what offender means because we're playing into a very specific construct, the same construct that these men are playing into. So he's countering their argumentation with their own argumentation. But I would say the counter to this argumentation is that there should be no, average, whatever. You should not sit there and be like, send me a picture of your man so I can see if he's hot. No. Send me a picture of your girl. Let me decide if she's pretty. No. Like, you don't get to decide if you think my wife is attractive. But that's like a certain bubble is like, I want girls that are used as props to make me feel better about myself. Instead of I want a person that I connect with and I love and all the good things.
He deserves, or he's entitled to, an attractive woman, right? And but simultaneously, they recognize that the women that they want are out of their league. Like he just did. Oh yeah, the pretty women seems like a lot to handle, which is bullshit, but whatever.
Exactly.
But he recognizes though that the women that he wants are out of his league. And instead of him taking ownership of that and being like, you know what? And that's okay. Like I'm attracted to these women. They're not really much attracted to me, but there are women that I probably could find attractive. I'm just not looking at them. And I need to, set my sights on like a different demographic of women pretty much.
But even that narrative, I agree with him from his perspective. That's what he should be thinking about. But also you should eradicate that from your thinking in general. I can't date the girl I really want, so I'll settle for this girl. Just date the girl you really want. If she really wants you, you guys can date. If she doesn't want you, then it doesn't matter. You have to stop wanting her. If you only want her because she's pretty, you don't even want this girl. You want the vessel she's in, which could change at any moment.
It's never that. It's never self-reflection. It's never, hey, I need to be better. If I want to get these women that I'm complaining.
Okay, just for the record, chatter, I have a chat. I think you're a bot. I keep getting this comment over and over again. It says we need to get children to view gender essentialism as archaic as the flat earth. When that day comes, the species will have made progress. I'm going to block you because I think you're a bot. Because if you're a real human being and you only write that comment every time, it's the same comment I've gotten from multiple usernames. If you write it, I'm going to block you. Because even though I agree with the sentiment, it's not useful coming over and over again. It's not a real thought you're having if you're not expanding on it, which makes me think you're a bot. So this is what's interesting is like, even though I agree with the sentiment, I think the person saying it might be crazy. And therefore it's not useful. Again, I don't want people just saying things. I want you to back it up. Chat agrees. I've seen this comment so many times. That's what I'm saying. It's a bot, right? Or it's a crazy person because no real adult with real thoughts writes the same message, right? So it's like, okay, this isn't a real person, but this actually plays into you have to walk the walk. I don't even want to hear something I agree with unless you're actually like utilizing it in your own life. I hate, it goes back to this idea of like, don't give me advice you won't take yourself.
About or whatever. I need to be a better man. I need to do the work. No. Instead, it's like, they're just, oh man, there's just so much work, man. It's crazy. And I know a handful of men that are like lonely and like a little, on the edge. They're edgy. And it's all because they don't want, like, they literally think they deserve some babe, some extremely attractive. You know what I mean? Like they think they deserve.
Okay, you know how before I left for break, I talked about calling your partner a girlfriend or a boyfriend. And I was like, you're not a boy, you're not a girl, you're an adult. Let's decide what we're doing here. It goes into the same bubble for me of like the ball and chain or this is my bitch. It's like, yeah, what you call your partner, what you call your significant other, what you call your husband or wife, what you call your person, I think matters. And the same way the way you talk about dating matters. Like misogynistic boomer men being like, oh, the old ball and chain, like that's not love to me. Being 45 years old and being like, this is my girlfriend, that's not love for me. Like, I'm not a girl. I'm not your friend. I'm like more than this. You know what I mean? Like there has to be a sentiment in which this language, now I'm not saying it's bad for you to call your partner a girlfriend or boyfriend. It's just for Brittany, when I think about deconstructing my language and what I am calling somebody, and I'm thinking about what that means to convey, I don't want to convey in my bubble what a girlfriend and boyfriend is, which is something temporary and casual. That's why you have to ask, is this a serious boyfriend? I don't want you to have to ask because marriage implies seriousness, partner implies seriousness. Like there's a language barrier here. Or not a language barrier, but a categorization here that it's important to say that in the bubble I'm in, conveying it, what I mean to convey is dependent on the word that I use, right? I'm doing it on purpose. So when men sit here and say, oh, I don't even hit on the hot girls. I hit on the fat, ugly girls. So right now we know he's fat phobic. He's already put ugly and fat in the same category. And 2, he's already arguing that there is such thing as an ugly person. If I'm in love with you, you can't be ugly. If I'm in love with my person, there's no such thing as an ugly person. Now, obviously, there is something to be said about what is ugly. And you could say, oh, yeah, like I'm more of an uglier person than somebody else. But if I'm in love with this person, I don't really believe in ugly, because I don't really think anybody's ugly. People are only ugly in a specific context. Otherwise, like, ugly doesn't really exist. And now, I do think, ironically enough, though ugliness doesn't quite exist, I do think beauty does. But I think beauty is something different in the sense that a healthy organ looks more beautiful than a sick organ. But a sick organ, I wouldn't say is ugly, though you could absolutely say, I might say that in a certain context. I would say an ugly organ is a cry for help. That's why a certain variation of not doing hygienic things, not being in shape, not being a very particular type of person might indicate unhealthiness, but not always, right? So then in that case, it's not even that you're ugly, it's that you're unhealthy. And then unhealthy doesn't have to mean, again, we're not giving into fat phobia here. You can be healthy and be what people consider fat, which is very, like, that's the part of it that's kind of funny, is that it's so dependent on the language we're using on the bubble, but he's already indicated to associate ugly and fat in the same category against what he really wants, which is interesting. Like, it's all very, like, offender was right to catch it. It's a very important thing to pay attention to, but it tells you a lot about people. Okay, this goes back into what I was saying on my podcast channel, because I was answering comments. You know, we always think like we're going to be the very rare case where we're completely blindsided and deceived by the person we're with. But the truth is, if you listen to how people talk about gender, people, foreigners, immigrants, disabled people, whatever, they will tell you who they are. People will tell you who they are. This man just told us everything we need to know about him. I don't need to inquire more. He used the language he used. Now, of course, if I wanted to double, triple check, I could be like, what do you mean by that? But generally, people really do tell us who they are.
That. Like, that's what it is. And if they weren't fucking shallow Hal, if they weren't shallow, right? They all need to go watch Shallow Hal. But if they weren't so shallow, they could have a woman. They could be with a woman. And
yeah, but see, this is where offender fails in a sense, because Shallow Hal is a deeply the message though feels good. It actually did not stand the test of time. If you rewatch Shallow Hal, and that was so fun when it came out, I actually do think it sends like the wrong message. It sends the wrong message overall, that if Hal knew what these girls were like versus what they look like, he would like them more. But that's kind of the point. Why are you judging the girls on what they look like? So what that movie did is it changed. You remember how it works? He got a spell put on him by a witch, and then he saw people who were ugly as their personality, so they were beautiful, and he saw people who were typically beautiful as ugly because their personalities were rotten. But that goes into the same, that's not deconstruction, it's deception. So now you're not deconstructing, you're being tricked into, but the what you need to realize is that, you know, what a person looks like doesn't tell you anything about them. And the fact that you think it does is the problem. Now, you could say at the end, he realizes that, though. Yeah, but how did he realize it, though? He realized it by falling in love with a version of them that doesn't exist. Because, again, he fell in love with their beauty. He was amazed that these beautiful girls were talking to him. And then when at a part of the show, he gets the spell taken off of him, and he runs into one of the girls, and she's like, not pretty. And he's like, oh. And he's like, why are you talking to me? I don't know you. And she goes, you do know me. We shared a cab. He goes, no, I shared a cab with like a beautiful girl. He's like, no, I didn't share a cab with you. Like, he didn't even recognize his own girlfriend. He's like, why is there that fat chick, or why is that whale in our seat? I don't remember what he said. It was something insulting. Like, why is that girl in my seat? That's your girlfriend. He doesn't even recognize his own girlfriend because of the spell. So he's not even in love with her. He's in love with the fact that she came in that body, you know? Anyways, there's a whole thing to it.
That woman will actually be on their level, socioeconomically, physically, so on and so forth. But they don't want that.
It would take to even get her into bed, and how much effort it would take if you were in a relationship with her, and how much you'd have to do. And
how much you'd have to do to get into bed with her?
Look at women, the only thing that I can think is, man, like they just look like man, like, you know, when you're looking at something that, like, when you're looking at a huge pile of rocks that you're gonna have to shovel into your backyard or something from your front driveway with like wheelbarrows and stuff, and it's gonna take all day. or you're looking at some big, huge project, all this snow that you're gonna have to shovel and it's all ice, so you're gonna have to chip away at it. It's gonna be a whole day thing. You're just like looking at it like, man, like this is gonna take so much. That's the feeling that I get whenever I even see a woman or meet a woman
Things you should tell your therapist and not TikTok.
or come across them. They have this bubbly, like nice sort of vibe, but I can't, it's just not in me anymore, man. I can't do that back to them. And I can't act like I'm in.
It's because you don't like them.
Yeah.
It's because you don't like women. That's why you can't do that back to them. If you are struggling with treating women nice and being kind to them and being
Like as a human, like them. Remember, women don't like men as a group, as a position of power. We know this because girls are so desperate girls want to be in love. Girls really want a Prince Charming. They want someone they can love and be with, generally speaking. And the reason they're upset with men is because like our lives are in danger, right? Like men, I don't think they like women. They think they're stupid because patriarchy has convinced them that they're inferior to them. Remember, women were not raised in a bubble that conditioned them from childhood to think that men were secondary to them. We don't have that conditioning. Men have been conditioned to, this is the result of patriarchy. Him being lonely in a truck making a TikTok is the result of patriarchy. Just like you can't afford a home is the result of capitalism. But then you blame women. Remember, men are blaming women instead of capitalism for the reason they can't afford a house because we decided to go to work. And men are blaming their loneliness epidemic on women because they decided to not acknowledge patriarchy. This is the result of patriarchy.
being happy around a woman, especially a happy woman, is because you don't like women. That's what it is.
Interested in all this stuff because it's just, I can't try it. You know, I just don't feel like trying anymore. And there's just too much things that you have to do. It's just too exhausting. It's just too exhausting. I just look at women and I'm exhausted. You know, I just look at them and I'm exhausted, dude. I can't even talk to them anymore. I don't talk to them. All these women that I deliver things to, and they do the.
You just said you talk to the fat ones and the unattractive, the ones you find unattractive. What are you talking about? You don't talk to the women you find attractive because you have told yourself that you can't get those women anyway. So you don't even want to talk to them again because you don't like women, because you don't respect them as human beings. Because why wouldn't you talk to an attractive woman the same way you would talk to an unattractive woman or a woman that you found unattractive or a fat woman or whatever the case may be? Why wouldn't you just talk to all of them the same? I talk to women the same. Whether I'm attracted to them, whether I find them attractive or not, I just talk to them all the same. I talk to my wife differently because she's my wife, but pretty much every other woman, I talk to them the same. I don't have to be attracted to a woman to respect her. I don't have to be attracted to a woman to help her. I don't have to be attracted to a woman to be kind to her. I don't have to be attracted to a woman to have empathy for her. I don't have to be sleeping with the woman to have empathy for her.
I'm not even processing your gender generally, unless for safety reasons, but I'm not even processing your gender. I'm just acting accordingly, you know? It's just like, I'm not even processing. I'm just doing the right thing. Like if I hold open a door for somebody, I'm not even processing their gender outside of safety concerns. I'm just holding the door open. Like I'm not sitting there thinking like you're a man and you're a woman, so I have to do this or this. I'm just like, hey, you're walking the same direction as me. Do you want me to hold open the door for you? That's all I'm thinking. And that's the point. Like obviously we understand there's some safety concerns, but generally all I'm trying to think is like how to be a good person in this moment. Like, oh, you dropped something, let me pick it up for you. But I think these men in these bubbles, they're being calculated so far into gender. And that's why you have to deconstruct gender and expectations because of gender. And so they're, and also I don't get the snow analogy because like if you're shoveling snow out of your driveway and you're just looking at it, at least the benefit after is that you have a clean home because you did the work. I guess in his case, it's not a guarantee that you'll shove the snow and get a date. But also if you're just shoving the snow to get a date, I mean, that requires the consent of another person, which is what's missing from this analogy. Because like the point of cleaning your driveway up from the snow is you're guaranteed a result because the house is yours. You don't need the consent from the house or the snow to shovel it, but you need the consent from the woman to go on the date. So it's like, why is that how you think about? I guess what he's explaining is the feeling. So it's not he's explaining the feeling of, then what I would tell him is like, hey, it's okay to be single, right? Okay, so maybe that's what I would say to him is like, hey, bro, you could be single. There's nothing wrong with being single. And he's like, oh, I want to have sex. I'm like, yeah, there are a lot of people who will hook up on apps. A lot of people aren't interested in relationships. Just go on Tinder, say short term, looking for friends with benefits, looking for updated STI panels, somebody to have fun with on the weekends, and just find a consensual sexual partner. Oh, I don't want a consensual sexual partner. I want a girlfriend. Okay, what do you want a girlfriend for? I want someone to watch movies with. Okay, get a friend. Like, what do you really want a girlfriend for? What do you really want a woman for? What do you really want to date for? You don't have to date. Men need to deconstruct their need to be partnered the same way women had to. That's why women aren't worried, not obviously every bubble of women, but a very specific type of woman. We are not worried about being single because we deconstructed our value away from partnership. Men need to do the same thing. It would literally alleviate the loneliness epidemic. But because men are so hooked to patriarchy, they still think their fundamental value comes from partnership. Which is why it's bad for us. 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 It's bad for us.
Like, what are we talking about? Because I have empathy and I have all those things for men too. I have those things for.
Don't use Tinder. Chat said Tinder doesn't work. The algorithm is fucked. Use Hinge or something else. Tinder is too much of a hookup app. Try Hinge or don't use any dating apps since they're marketing campaigns and mostly full of men. Use social events. Go to more progressive events. Go to queer events. Meet people, value people. But also your lovers aren't just like, your lovers aren't objects. Find people you actually like, you're friends with, and have sex with them. Like, find consensual partners. Don't find people to have sex with. Go to a sex worker you respect and pay if you're looking at it in that way, like a business transaction. But you're not responsible enough. Until you are responsible enough to value the person you are with, you can't have neither sex workers nor consensual lovers. You have to value humanity first, or all the sex you have is coercive. Okay? You are not allowed to feel entitled to sex. You're not entitled to sex. It is reasonable that you want it. It's fair that you want it, but you're not entitled to it. And so you must have organic connection with people in order to have consensual sex. Any sex that is had under any version or any kind of coercion is bad. Until you can deconstruct your entitlement to sex, you shouldn't be having it.
Children too, so I'm not understanding. Shit, I got them for animals. I got it for the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? That's because you don't like women. And I'm not saying you don't like women romantically or physically. I'm saying you don't like them as human beings. You just want to sleep with them. You just see them as objects.
What everyone does when they meet somebody for the first time, it's just, how's your day? Is it busy out there? Or, oh, thank you so much for doing this. With all this snow around and all this ice, the whole right half of the United States is covered in an iceberg, as you guys know. It's made my job extremely difficult, but all these, nearly impossible actually. All these women, they're so, oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you for getting it over the ice and through the snow and all this stuff. And I don't even say anything. They're just, it's like they're talking to themselves at this point. Like, I really don't say anything. And it's not like I'm rude. I'm not mean. I'm not trying to,
not saying anything.
Wait, hold on. He's working. What are the women are thanking you for doing your job, you piece of. The women are thanking you for doing your job. That's all they're doing. They are just saying, hey, thanks, bro, for doing your job. Men will be like, women never thank me for doing my job. They're literally just saying, thanks, bro. They would have thanked anyone. Yeah, he's unprofessional as fuck. Thank you, chat. You're unprofessional. Grow the fuck up. You're doing a job. They're thanking you. That's what we do in a culture. That's what we're supposed to do. Thank workers for their job. Move on your day. What does this have to do with gender? What does this have to do with women? What does this have to do with anything?
Anything in that instance would be you being rude, by the way.
Assault them. I'm not mean. I'm not throwing things around, and I don't have like angry energy or anything like that. I'm very calm.
Well, see, he is angry. Anger, quiet anger, school shooter anger. He's angry as fuck. This is an angry man. This is a bitter, angry man. Anger can be silent.
Calculated. I just do what I need to do. But I guess I just feel like we've all been acting like women our entire lives. All of us men have been acting like them. They do the whole, and you do the same thing. Oh yeah, and then you're talking back and trying to get shit going. And the only thing I can think is like, again, this is part of this psychological.
So you mean acting like humans?
What? Yeah,
men have been
what?
acting like humans this whole time. Like, you know, how women, they like want to talk to you and they're like, oh yeah, hey, how you doing today? And then they
Small
expect the man to be
talk.
like, oh, I'm doing.
He's like, you know, maybe he's autistic and he's like, I hate small talk. It's just a script. This is why I tell my autistic girlies, guys, small talk is necessary for humanity to keep moving forward. You have to small talk because maybe that's what maybe he's autistic and he's like, small talk is so fake and I hate these women. They're just like pretending they care and they're thanking me for my job. It's so fake. Why can't we have a real conversation? It's like, you know what I mean? Maybe he's doing the whole, something feels wrong, but he's blaming the wrong source. You know, but like small talk is necessary. You have to small talk with people, thank people for doing their jobs, thank people for opening the door for you, you know, do small talk, right? It's maybe that's what's happening. Maybe something related. I don't know.
But okay, how you doing? I'm just like over it. Like, I just don't, because I just want to sleep with them and I just want to enslave them. So like, why would I ever talk to
I said on one of my streams the other day that I was like, the loneliness epidemic is really just like heavily impacting conservative men. And then somebody in my comment section was like, what do you mean? Progressive men are literally left in the dust. Women just want to date MAGA men and conservative men and alpha men, and all the progressive men get overlooked and we're lonely. I'm like, you're a conservative, bro. Progressive men are not entitled to people's bodies or entitled to partnership. If you are a progressive man, you've already deconstructed the need to be partnered because you understand that ultimately it's not about that. Your sense of agency, your sense of humanity isn't dependent on partnership. So the fact that you're in my comment section yelling at me like, Brittany, this is crazy. We're left in the dust and all these women are choosing conservative men. You mean they have choice and free will to choose not you? Like, that's what I'm saying. They're not progressive.
They're not even human to me.
Operation where they just all Agent Smithed us. They just all like put the hand in the chest and then just copied themselves onto us. And a lot of this was done through our mothers. You know, our mothers did this to us. But you know,
oh, these Machiavellian mothers. These Machiavellian mothers chopping the tits off their daughters. Fat women on TikTok and on Instagram, not beautiful. Absolutely disgusting. How am I supposed to get hard when you're fat? How am I supposed to come? Ethan! Please, Ethan, help me. I need to come. I will grow up eventually, I promise.
when you start to come out of this, it's actually a mind fuck, man, because
you're a fucking delivery boy. But I'm sorry, I gotta call that out. You're a fucking delivery boy. What do you why are you what do you know about any fuck? Like, what are you talking about?
you just really have you just start to realize that basically everything you ever did was like not even masculine, or like wasn't even what being a
This guy is crazy. This guy is so therapy. You know, okay, this goes back. If you want to be a man who gets men on that side of the aisle to come over, lead by example, go to therapy.
man is. And that's a huge trip. And, you know, I don't think men, it feels natural to me to like not really say anything to them. Like, you know, especially now, maybe back in the day where saying things to them actually got you somewhere.
What did I say?
What did I say?
The only reason why you were talking to women back in the day was because
back in the day is because they got you somewhere.
Are the women talking to you?
Are the women talking to you?
To get somewhere with
to
you?
To get somewhere with you, or are they just talking to you? Because that's,
like,
you know.
That's what
exactly. Thank you.
What we do as human, we're a social species. Like, we're social beings. So why wouldn't you just talk to them? I don't understand.
Exactly.
This is very weird.
Exactly.
But now, you know, in today's society, saying something to them doesn't do anything except just validate them or give them attention.
It just validates them. Bro, imagine a woman being like, oh, hey, bro, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. And you're like, I'm not validating you. That's what it is. It's like, bro, please, I'm tired. We're all making minimum wage and we can't afford houses. Just say you're welcome and leave.
No point in doing all these niceties anymore because we're not getting pussy from you. You know, we're not getting pussy from you. We're not getting children from you. We're not getting a nice.
Therapy, and a male therapist, so women don't have to deal with you. Okay.
Potential future, and you're like submissive and warm and all this stuff. Like
submissive and warm. Did you guys see? Did you guys see Love is Blind season 10? Did you see this fucking loser? Hold on, I gotta see if I can find it really fast. I don't think I can. I doubt I can find it, but Oh my God. Love is Blind. I'm Not Submissive. He's absolutely fucking crazy. Like, just this guy who got with the doctor. Remember how he got with the doctor? And then he was like, she doesn't do Pilates and she doesn't work out. And it's the worst sex I ever had. That guy, oh, he's the worst. I can't find it right now. Fuck. Okay, I'll cover it because I'm going to do Love is Blind stream. Listen, this boy ended up with a doctor and he's like, oh, I want someone in shape. I want someone this. He goes to the girl that he didn't even end up with. And he goes, you should choose me. You should be with me. I'm an alpha. I'll never be submissive. The guy you chose is submissive. Like, you should be with me. And I'm just like, it is the worst display of an attempt to, I don't even know what, that I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, oh my God. Like, it is probably the worst villain of the show that we've seen in my near memory. I cannot believe that anything he said came out of his mouth this season. Same energy of like, I don't know where these men get off. I don't understand this. How did you? You know what I mean? It's just like the most insane thing. And then this guy over here, like, we're not even getting pussy from you, bro. We're not even getting babies from you, bro. Why do you even feel comfortable getting on the internet and posting this video? Like, can we see, guys, this is why I keep saying the loneliness epidemic is a crisis and society needs to solve it by dismantling patriarchy, by dismantling capitalism. The loneliness epidemic is absolutely the result of capitalism and patriarchy having a baby, because these men are tied to, their identity is tied to having money, having status, having a baby, having pussy, having house. And I'm saying your status is more than just existing in this fucking world and getting a house and getting a partner and all the things. And until you realize that, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And so the loneliness epidemic is real. It's really impacting people. And it's not on purpose in the way you think. It's just the result of. It's the obvious result of. The obvious result. Okay? The issue is that everyone's solution is that women should marry these men, when the obvious solution is that society needs to deconstruct from partnership, which isn't going to happen with Project 2025 people suggesting boot camps for couples. Right? We're not getting further away from it with people talking about reproductive rights and questioning whether people have agency over when they should have children. Right? This is exactly the consequence of it, which is why it's bad. The data is in front of us. Capitalism isn't working. We can't afford homes. Okay? Patriarchy isn't working. Men aren't it's not that people don't want partners. See how everyone's partners and nobody's picking partners? And then everyone's like, oh, it's the other gender's fault. It's the system that raised these babies. It's the parents that raised these babies. It's the values we have as a country. It's also this obsession with being partnered in the first place. Listen to me when I say every day. My partner and I talked about this openly. We talk about everything openly. But if they die, if I die, I hope they either choose to get remarried or not. But like, I genuinely will probably, I don't want to speak for future Brittany, but I will do the same thing I did before I found my partner. I will live my life. I will date when I want, but the focus will not be just getting married. The focus will be like, if it happens, it happens. If not, like, there's so many other things happening. But like, this obsession, it's your everyday life. You're swiping for 20 hours a day. Like, all you care about is dating. All you think about is being married. And I get it, because every time you go home to your family gathering, the family goes, are you married yet? But don't you see how that's a system? Now imagine you went to a family that never asked you that. Imagine if every time you went home, nobody asked, are you married yet? Would you really feel that pressure to get married? So we need a cultural shift. We need to move away from people assuming that the most important thing in your life that's happening is who you're dating. We should let people volunteer, like, hey, what's new in your life? And if they want to share they're dating someone, great. But you see how we need to move away? Now, I'm not saying in trusted circles you can't ask that, you know? But I do understand why a lot of people feel a pressure, because they hear it everywhere, right? And especially like the way he says it too, like, you're not giving me pussy. Like, you're not giving me pussy? You're not giving me babies? I swear, you know what? I feel like this should be one of those like dystopian movies, but the men should just start partnering together. Didn't Fresh and Fit, didn't Myron say that? Myron said, you know, is there really a difference between getting a blowjob for a man or a woman? It's still a mouth. I'm just saying the boys should get together. I don't want them to have kids, but the boys should just get together. Not in a gay way, in a completely straight heterosexual way. They should do lifelong partnerships, right? And start raising families. I don't really believe that. I'm making a joke. I think they should leave kids because I don't want kids to raise them. But if the boys want to get together and own houses, you know, girls are doing that. Guys, hear me. Girls are doing that. Women are literally signing legal contracts together and getting houses together. Isn't that amazing how men just can't do anything? But women are coming up with all these things. Literally, so many of my, like, not my girlfriends, but so many of my girlfriends will send me articles, or people will send me articles and be like, oh my God, this should be us. And I'm like, no, girl, but like hilarious. And honestly, I talked to one of my friends about this. I said, hey, would you ever buy a house with me? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, why? She's like, I just trust you. You always pay people back. You're good with money. Like, you'll pay me back. And I was like, I would pay you back. I would never fuck her over, ever. She knows that. And honestly, if I wasn't married, okay, so if my partner died, I might hit up one of my girlfriends to be like, you want to buy a house together? Somebody I really trusted, who I knew for a fact we would never fuck each other over. Yeah, I could trust somebody to do that. I could trust like at least 3 of my girlfriends to do that. And I think I would. I think I'd be like, hey, I have the money. Do you have the money? Like, do you want to buy a house? But that's what I'm saying. Girls, get your money in order, because you and your girlies in 10 years might be able to buy a house together that you trust. But not just a casual friend. It would have to be like it would have to be someone very close to you. And I do. I have at least 3 girls in my life that I would 100% trust. I would trust with everything. I could trust them in every part of my life, 100. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it could be you. It could be you, but make sure, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. It has to be somebody you trust as much as yourself when it comes to these things. These are serious matters. They're very big deals. You should not just trust anybody with this. This is very serious. Do not sign a legal contract with people you do not like have the absolute discernment about, okay? Okay?
No, you're radicalized and you're feminist and you want to conquer the world. And
you literally are a delivery boy.
There's nothing wrong with being a delivery boy. I just want to say that. But I do think it's a little funny that he's talking shit. It's like that boy I went on a date with who's like, oh, you don't make that much money. And I was like, okay, but you make no money. Why are you talking to me like I don't make that much money when you make no money? See, I wasn't even going to judge you for making no money, but now I have to judge you for making no money because you came at me for not making enough money.
You think you deserve a submissive woman? Why? For what reason?
First of all, no man deserves a submissive woman. Period. Ever.
You're an undereducated delivery boy. And by the way, I believe this dude is grifting. I've looked at his page. If you guys want to go look it up.
I honestly think a lot of these boys are grifting too.
It seems like an act. I'm not putting it past these dudes to say like he doesn't hate women, because to do this, you have to hate women. Even if it's a joke or you're grifting, you still hate women because you're perpetuating an arm against women. But I'm saying, this sounds rehearsed. It doesn't even sound real.
There's just no, there's just no point. You know, it's just exhaustion for nothing, you know, exhaustion for suffering, exhaustion for exhaustion's sake. But they seem to still do the same things, like, you know, just bubbly and nice and saying all these nice things and trying to get a conversation going. And then they get all pissy and like moody, and they take offense and they completely shut off this performance, this facade, when I don't play it back, you know, when I don't play the game.
You mean when you're rude? You mean when you're fucking rude and they're like, hey, why the fuck are you being rude?
Back. Yeah.
You mean when you're rude? Yeah.
Offender pre-watched. Wait, I pre-watched. See, offender. Exactly. You mean when you're rude?
The way you're trying to act like that's not a normal reaction to somebody being rude and ignoring them is hilarious.
When I'm just like, yeah, good. You know, it's over. It's over. Like, stop. Like, it's over. It's over. You know, there's no more of this. There's no more of this. That's what I want to tell them, is like, hey, just stop. It's over. You know, like when they start to talk to you or when they start to be all bubbly, hi, oh, thank you so much. I just want to be like, really, you can just stop. Like, it's pointless. It's pointless. You can just stop.
Guys, this video, you can't see because my pictures, look at it says part 1. Girls, this is just part 1.
Please, like, just be quiet. Let me do my job, and I'll have you do the signature, and you can tip me, and that's how you could show your thanks. But really, I don't need anything else, you know. It doesn't mean anything to me. So all your bullshit, all your niceties and your fakeness, it's just garbage. So,
because if a person is nice to you but they don't sleep with you, then they're being fake. Okay.
I mean, look, I get tired of this with men too, because men act like this too. Because men are a bunch of women now, and they have all this crazy energy. When I deliver them and pick up stuff from them, even these dudes are like, they're all over the place, man. They're saying all kinds of stuff. And
what?
Wait,
So come to find out,
is he bisexual?
It's just humans. Interesting.
really expressive and having this energy that's really like nervous, and I'm just like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, would you just fucking chill? Like, would you
Wait, so he's just mad at people in general. It's like everybody. He probably hates dogs too. He's probably like, in this dog the other day, I tried to pet the dog and it was being all like cutesy and rolling on its back and showing me its belly. Like, that's going to work on me when I was just trying to get through my day. Like, he probably,
just relax, bro? Like, this is nothing. Like, can you just be what you are when you're like sitting on the couch?
Damn, dude. Yeah, man. Check his hard drive. This dude definitely is up to some nefarious shit. Like, how could a human being, man or woman, try to rationalize or justify what that man just said?
Exactly.
I have no idea, but this idiot's gonna try.
So there was a guy that made a video and the caption was, "I just look at women and I'm exhausted." Now he rambled quite a bit, and some of the
Stop. Listen, we do not judge people for how they look. I do not know the moral character of anybody by how I'm looking at them generally, unless they're signaling with clothing. But how you dress yourself, what haircut you choose, how you appear, as much as you say it's, but there is a pattern. And the way this man looks, there is a pattern, okay? There's a guy on Love is Blind Season 10 who looks just like this. And the moment I saw him, I went, ew, Trump voter, ew. And then we come to find out, Trump guy. Because at the end of the day, there is a stereotype, okay? And you know what I'm just saying? I'm just saying there's a look. And you know what sucks? I had somebody in my chat say this the other day. I don't know if they're here today. I don't remember the username, but they said like, oh, it really sucks that the alt-right has the right has co-opted this aesthetic, because this used to be the like anti-establishment aesthetic, and now I have to like almost change what I look like. And yeah, it's like, oh, I got to change what I look like, because that's why when certain women look like Republicans, I'm like, hey girl, time to change, time to look different. You're giving Republican, you're giving conservative, change your aesthetic. I know you don't like it. I don't like it either, but we live in a society. Chat says, which one? The one who's the soccer player. Yeah, the soccer player one. The one who's like, I'm in crypto, I day trade. The one who's like, I day trade. I didn't vote, but I would have voted for Trump. I love the stuff he's doing. That one, the lawyer dad went really hard on him on season 10. That guy.
stuff that he said kind of came off like
And look, the woman said, oh, we have the same values. She's a Trumper. Ohio has a lot of Trumpers.
jerk, but his overall beginning message, I think a lot of people didn't understand it, because he's not saying like doing work.
We completely understood it.
Work for a woman that you're dating is exhausting. It's this. And I would love for women for a second to stop being so team woman just for a second and think, what would it be like to be a man and love a woman? And if you're like,
Jesus Christ, I'm tired of you fucking guys complaining about everything. That man literally said, why would I continue to be nice to women when I'm not even getting any pussy? He said, why would I be nice? I'm not even getting no pussy. Why do men be nice to women? Why women just stop? You're not even giving us any pussy, and you refuse to have babies for us, and you don't want to be submissive. That's what he said. What? The exhausting part is his entitlement is making him tired, because every single time he sees a woman that he wants, he has to do like some mental gymnastics to like rationalize why he deserves this woman. And that shit is tiresome for you. Instead, what he could do is just treat people, women and women.
I think this goes into the fantasy stuff. What did we talk about this? The fantasy versus the reality. The fantasy of a submissive woman and a dominant man is a fantasy. It's fun in the bedroom, less fun in real life. Because even growing up in my conservative bubbles, all the women in my life are dominant. All the women in my life either work or have worked. All the women in my life are like absolutely not submissive. They might internalize and have issues around misogyny and think like they're less than because a man is XYZ, or they might adhere to gender expectations. But even growing up in very religious bubbles, the women are talking. I just love my sister-in-law so much. My farm brother's wife, she's so funny and she's so opinionated and she really speaks her mind. And I'm like, you tell him, girl, you tell him. Don't let him talk louder than you. You tell him. And like my brother, like even when I was living with them at a time, and that was so much fun. We talk about it all the time. We reminisce, like, oh my God, we miss those days. And they would come to us with like anything. I was like, she's right, you're wrong. Whatever it is, she's right, you're wrong. And like we would talk about it for real. I wouldn't just actually take her side every time. But genuinely, she was more right than he was ever right. And a big part of that is because she is seeing things he doesn't see. She's the one who's, you know, pregnant with her 6th kid. She's the one who has to go through 3 months of incredible like motion sickness and pregnancy sickness and morning sickness. Like she's the one who has to have the kids on her all day. Like, yes, he tries and he helps and he's there, he's working at home and that's great. But she doesn't have to see everything that happens in the same detail she does. So anything she asks of him realistically is going to make a lot more sense, even if he doesn't see it right away, which is what I told him. I said, I know your reflex is going to be like, I already see everything. I'm type A. She sees things from an angle you can't. Just like you're this tall and she's this short, you guys are seeing the world from different heights. You have different perspectives. You got to listen to her. And so they, you know, he came to, he stepped up as he should. And he, you know, overcame as he should. But what I think is hard is being the type of person raised under patriarchy who already feels like, no, I'm the man. I know what's going on. That's my job. I've already considered everything. You have considered everything that is within your sphere to consider. The world doesn't revolve around you. And there are things that you cannot take into consideration because you are not XYZ. That's why perspectives matter. That's why representation matters. It's why we have to think about the intersection of all of these things coming together. And also, even if you have like, let's say you take intersectionality into mind and you have 6 intersections all, what about all the ones over here that aren't even connected to you? Think about it like a grid of traffic. You're at the stoplight in 4 streets, okay? You can see this variation of these 4 streets. Yeah, but that doesn't take into account all the streets on the other side because they're not within your vision, okay? You have to think about this in any way possible for your brain to have that bubble pop and realize, oh, yeah, I guess I don't know what's going on that side of town. You know, you ever, the other day I was on the phone with my sister and I hear this loud music start, do, 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 do. And I'm like, what is that sound? And I'm like, oh, I think there's a marching band outside. And she's like, what? Apparently it's like, it was like a school band or a marching band. I don't know what it was, but I opened up my window and I looked down and I saw it and I was like, oh shit. Like, I don't know the customs in Croatia yet. I know there's a lot of carnival happening, so maybe that's what it was, or a lot of the country is celebrating right now. So I was like, maybe that's what it was. But I opened up the door and I was like, oh, that's crazy. Hours later, I told my partner, oh, did you hear the marching band? And he was like, what marching band? I was like, oh, you didn't hear it? And he's like, no. And I was like, so, okay, we're having like different relationships to what we think is happening in the neighborhood. Like he never would have known. And I know something was happening in the neighborhood. That perspective, though, seems like not helpful, is actually exactly what can change, though, the way you have a relationship with everything in your life. Me knowing something happened and him not knowing is it's just a piece of information that plays now into how I view the world. Like, oh, our neighborhood has celebrations. Oh, there's a parade happening. Oh, there's maybe this happening. Like, yeah, it just has carnival around here as well. There's a celebration happening. Like that plays it. Maybe we could have gone out that week. Maybe I could have said, hey, you want to go out? There's a celebration happening. And that would have changed our weekend. Like we didn't choose to do that, but I'm saying like the idea of this is it's an added layer of information that seems not important. But the information that does not seem important can be life-changing. Like a lump that shows up on your body and you're like, oh, what's that? I'm going to ignore it. Or a change in your baby's cry. Oh, the baby's crying. I saw this video the other day of a dad. He was like awake. He was like rubbing his eyes and the baby was making a funny noise and he didn't do anything about it because he probably didn't even, maybe he was waking up. Maybe he didn't process it. But the mom jumped up from her sleep and grabbed the baby and started hitting the baby because the baby was choking. And the dad didn't register. The brain didn't register. My baby is choking. And that's what's so scary about being like cheap. I'm assuming he didn't have the information to know that sound wasn't normal. Because a lot of new parents aren't trained. They don't go to classes. They don't know. And then something I don't know if it's trained into us or if it's just patriarchy or what, but I feel like the real reason people don't choose men to be nannies is I don't think they have the thing or they're not trained to have the thing. But I hear a cry and I'm like, that's a weird cry. And I think a lot of men can have it. I think they do have it. But I think generally it's almost like men tune it out or something. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, if it's, I think it must be trained into them or something. But like, okay, this is a weird example, but I think it works. My partner is very in tune to Indiana. Like, our cat, like my cat, will make the smallest variation in breathing and he's on top of it. And I'm like, how'd you even hear that? He's one of those people. But I don't know, because he's such a unique case. I don't know if like, but he hears it. And I'm like, oh, like he will catch that Indiana is even walking differently. He's like, did you see that? And I was like, what? And I feel like I'm more the typical man in that situation. I was like, what? Huh? I didn't notice. And he's like, how could you not notice? She's literally limping. I was like, is she? And like, that's him. He's just like, he's so in tune to Indiana. And I think that's the thing that I don't know what that is, but I think it's partially personality, partially interest, partially training, and all of those things together, you know? Chances you could have gone out and once go out, but a car got hit by a car or found $1 million. You could have. My life could have changed, you know. But I don't know. I don't want to believe that women have an intuition that's built into them biologically. But there must be some component that's there. But I think even more than that, it's probably trained into us to be aware. Because I see it in my partner. Like, they struggle to sleep when Indiana's struggling. Like, they literally struggle to sleep because they're afraid. I'm afraid. I struggle to sleep. I was literally losing so much sleep at one point because I was worried about Indiana dying in the middle of the night. Now, imagine you're a parent who doesn't have that worry and you're sleeping soundly because you don't give a fuck. Or, you know, minus the cases where you're genuinely sleeping. But like, I have lost so much sleep the last few months over Indiana. Like, it's so real. So that's what we're trying to say is interesting about this idea that men are like, women aren't the same. Girl, you're not the same. Like, you're not showing up, or maybe you are the same as our great grandfathers, but we don't want it. You know, I don't know if this is true. I saw a woman say about Scott Galloway, who we hate, was recommending that men aren't in the delivery room with their wives. I don't know if that was true, but I was thinking, like, are we going back to that era where men aren't in the delivery room because they, quote, lose interest in their wives after pregnancy? I don't know if that's true, but I was thinking about that idea. Like, is that really what's the new suggestion is going to be? We're going to go back. So that's the problem. Men want to go back. Women want to move forward. If only men would just move forward with us. Move forward with us. I don't know. I haven't seen the clip myself, but I saw a TikTok about it. So I don't know. I'd have to confirm. We can confirm. Hold on. Let me just fucking try to find it really fast. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. This is what I get. Hold on. Scott Galloway delivery rooms.
There's a podcast clip of Scott Galloway going around right now where he says that he doesn't believe that dads deserve paternity leave or that they really need to be involved for the first 6 months of a baby's life. But he even goes as far as saying that he doesn't think that men should be in the delivery room when their wife is giving birth, that if it were up to him, men would be in the waiting room with a cigar waiting to find out what kind of baby they had, right? He said, I think I quote, I found it disgusting and unnatural. Disgusting and unnatural. Childbirth, the thing that is most natural in this world, right? Like, the reason that children exist, that Scott exists, that any of us exist, childbirth, disgusting and unnatural. I'm looking at a loss for words because Scott right now is seen as one of the main thought leaders when it comes to what boys and men need specifically.
Which he did on purpose. He is a business person. He's not a psychologist or anything else. He did this on purpose because he knew he could take advantage of vulnerable men.
When it comes to the male loneliness epidemic and the masculinity crisis and all the things, right? And yet he is saying that men are not needed when it comes to raising their children for the first 6 months. Men don't deserve paternity leave, and that they shouldn't be in the delivery room when their wives are giving birth. Now, I am lucky to be married to a true masculine man who was...
Well, I don't believe in true masculine men, but I wish I could see this clip.
Galloway needs to stop talking about men and boys.
Listen to that entire interview if you have a chance, because that criticism of Scott Galloway is spot on. His response is interesting, though. He responds by talking about capitalism and the fact that you've got winners and losers.
Boo, boo. I wish I could find the original actual post because I'm curious where she got this post. But okay, that's the TikTok that I did see. So we'll have to look into it. But either way, Boo.
Women like human beings. I'm just not, this is stupid. This is a crazy take.
Stop being so team woman just for a second and think, what would it be like to be a man and love a woman? And if you're like, it would be great because women are perfect. Like, you're not mature enough for this conversation. Please just skip this video.
Women are not perfect. Women aren't perfect. And you, every single time you guys say women are perfect, I know you're an abuser. Because that's what you say to your woman when you guys are arguing. You're not perfect. That's what you're saying, right? It's not a legitimate, like,
well, women aren't perfect, men aren't perfect, humanity isn't perfect. But if it's used as a weaponizer, then it's not real. It's not real commentary. When I'm talking to my partner, I never think to say to them, well, you're not perfect either, because listen to that tonality. Like, you're not perfect either. Nobody said they were perfect. That is not the way we have a discussion in this marriage. We do not have the discussion that way. We would say something like, hey, I love you. Can I talk to you for a second? Do you have the spoons? And be like, yeah. Be like, hey, I noticed X, Y, and Z. I'm not sure why that's happening. Could we talk about it? And they're like, oh yeah, I didn't even notice I was doing that. I guess this is this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Let's talk about it. Like, do we want that? Do we not want that? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? What do we? It's not you, it's, hey, what are we going to do about this? Now, obviously in a healthy environment, we can say we, and I'm not going to have to actually do anything. In an unhealthy environment, when we say we, it's going to be all the woman's responsibility. And that's the issue when men say, when Dr. K says society should help men, women hear, I'm going to have to do this, aren't I? Because typically in an abusive relationship between men and women, when the we is used, the men expect the women to do everything. In a healthy relationship, in a healthy societal relationship, having society fix the problems, it's institutional, societal, communal, like we as a community would uplift everybody up and help people. And a healthy relationship, the we is not actually me doing anything, because the we is recognizing that instead of putting the blame on you, even though the responsibility is going to be on you singular since you did the action, you're going to fix it, but I'm going to support you. That's the point. Or whoever the person is that is doing the thing will be supported, but they need to do the thing, because I didn't do the thing. You did the thing. But instead of being like, you did the thing, so you have to do it, which feels like an attack, and then they get defensive, and then they're like, well, you're not perfect either. See? It's, hey, how can I support you in this? I love you. What can I do? And then let's say they're not doing it for a while. Let's say like they are really dropping the ball. Be like, hey, so now we're heading into a serious zone. If this continues, we need medical intervention, spiritual intervention, family intervention. Which one are we doing? And then if it is not done and it continues, we are getting divorced. So, preventative measures until the last resort, you know? Because again, we're not about to spend 30 years in a bad marriage waiting for him to figure it out. Because you're either the person you said you were when I married you, or you lied to me, and lying is considered abuse in this marriage. So show up or get out.
You know, that this affects me, you know what I'm saying? It's just, she's clocking you and you're like, you're not perfect, like, right? That's what's happening.
I do not want to read that bullshit. But honestly, like all the things that, you know, you may have done out of anger or said, or the times maybe some of you got physical, or just all the shit that you may have said, or the times maybe some of you got physical, or just all the shit that you may have put a dude through because you didn't know any better or whatever. Because not all of you are going to, you guys can't keep running back to these excuses in the same way that every other man can't keep running to excuses to condone his foul-ass behavior. But it can be exhausting. And so when a guy gets to that stage, because I was at that stage for a while, it's because of previous things. It's because of previous.
Is he saying when the girls get physical?
Only better if you got physically, like all the things that.
Right?
Hold on.
That's what's happening.
I do not want to read that bullshit. But honestly, like all the things that, you know, you may have done out of anger or said, or the times maybe some of you got physical, or just all the shit that you may have put a dude through because you didn't.
Okay, he's talking to women. Why are the women getting physical? Why is anyone getting physical? Physical who? What does that mean? See how men condone physical violence in their own bubbles because they just think, and that's the thing. If you keep going around saying women can't be physically abused or men can't be physically abused by women, and then you just play it off like oh, she's crazy, instead of saying like that's not acceptable. You can't be physical no matter whose gender, what's happening. You play it into I have to take it as a part of patriarchy because women can actually abuse men, except women can. And then it's like this whole idea of like, well, women can abuse men too. Stop. Abuse is abuse is abuse. It doesn't matter the gender. But you normalizing, because that's the trap of masculinity. How can I be a strong masculine man if a woman could beat me up? How can I be a strong masculine man if men can be assaulted? How can I be a strong, you can be both. Both exist, but they make it a gendered issue. Okay, but what about women? Women abuse men. Yeah, but the women are told that women are trained to hit men. And it as a way to encourage the man to be a man. I know this sounds so fucked up. There are bubbles that tell women the best way to put a man in his place is to beat him the same way parents are told to beat their kids to show them discipline and show them respect. And I'm saying you have to stop training people to use violence as a communication measure. You have to stop encouraging people to use violence as something retaliatory. Hello? What did Carrie Underwood say? I da-na-na-na-na-na into his four-wheel drive, whatever. Into the side of his four-wheel, whatever, that one. Okay, that song was a banger. And all of us were like, yes, girl, revenge. But, am I even here right now? Hello, who am I talking to? Well, I've really been ranting about Carrie Underwood for a second here. Did anybody even hear me say it? Hello? Ooh, hello? Am I here? Am I back? Am I gay? What's happening? Uh-oh. Yes, we're back. Carrie Underwood, you're here? Okay. So all of this to say, Carrie Underwood, we all love it, but also what are we talking about? Okay, we don't need to reinforce violence as a measure, but that's the problem. So then it gets normalized. So before we can even talk about, well, women do this too, we have to talk about what system put in place this idea that women's only way of communication was a form of violence. Okay? Thank you, chat, for validating me that I am very gay. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I dug my key into the side of his pretty little souped up, is it sucked up or souped up four-wheel drive? Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Know any better or whatever, because not all of you are going to, you guys can't keep running back to these excuses in the same way that every other man can't keep running to excuses to condone his foul ass behavior. But it can be exhausting. And so when a guy gets to that stage, because I was at that stage for a while, it's because of previous things. It's because previous dating experiences, and that's not even dating, it's relationships. And some of these men is previous marriage. It's kind of like this. Men are simple. Okay, I'll explain it in men's terms, and I'll use Call
That is so reductive.
of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Men know 25 kill streak gets me a tactical nuke. So
what? Who are you? Okay, so who are you making this for?
Exactly.
You're making this. You have to understand.
No, that was so smart. Who is this for? If this is a video towards women, then why are you talking about Call of Duty? You know we can't show up there. They'll harass us. One time I tried to be in a COD lobby. I never got so many slurs thrown my way in my life.
And your audience, the message. This is for women. You're trying to mansplain to women what that other idiot said, and you're using a fucking Call of Duty analogy.
So stupid.
Wow.
So stupid.
25 kill streak gets me a tactical nuke. So
I mean, I understand because I'm a boy, but you can't expect women to understand Call of Duty. They're not playing. They don't have the language unless you are a woman who plays Call of Duty, and then I respect you. Not for playing Call of Duty, for just being a woman.
sometimes being with some of y'all is like, I did that. Where's the reward? Where's the tactical nuke? There is none. And so, like, you solve a problem where you think that you came to a conclusion that's going to overall better the relationship, and there's nothing there, nothing changes. And so you're just stuck, like.
You know, I remember because we have a lot of dating conversations with my parents, right? And I remember we were having one of those conversations, and they're like, well, why are my sons married? And my dad would be like, married what? They don't even have a job. And I'm like, burn. And then my dad would be like, what do you mean married? To who? Who are they going to provide for? They don't even have money. And like, my mom would be like, but don't you think, isn't it interesting they're not married? And my dad's like, no. He's like, what are they going to do? And I'm just like, well, okay, but even more than that, like, what is the thing we're aiming for? What is the future? But like, it's funny too, because when my dad got with my mom, he was working, but he wasn't in his career. She was working because she's a single mom, and she wasn't really in her career, but she was killing it. And I think what it was is, I think what my dad and mom really mean is, well, my mom's different, but what my dad really means is like, his sons need to be somebody, because he hates Andrew Tate, but he votes for Trump. See how that works? His sons need to be somebody who's kind, But he has to remember that he isn't the same person he was in his 20s either. And he's not the same. The world isn't the same. My dad had an apartment in Seal Beach, California. Okay? In a beach area on a single man's income. He was living on the beach. The beach. The sand was the backyard. They conceived me on the sands, allegedly, on the beach, allegedly. Okay? I'm a beach baby. On a single man's income, my dad was living on the beach. Okay? So you can just imagine the world was a very different place. You know what I mean? There's no way that could happen now in the same way. But the point is, like, my dad is right that, like, what woman is going to be with them? They can't even pay their own bills. But what he's really saying is none of my brothers are truly independent or know themselves. Okay? They're not truly independent. They do not know themselves. They have no sense of self. Okay? And that's the problem. And what my mom is missing from the conversation is she expects her kids to be versions of people she did not raise us to be. And she won't take responsibility or accountability for that fact. She raised my brothers poorly. My father raised my brothers poorly. The only reason some of us got out is because we made the effort. The only reason some of the two girls did better is because we became liberals and then we became progressives. The only reasons two of my brothers are doing fairly well is because they're doing things to break generational curses. Okay? The only reason three of my brothers, if you really want to count it, are doing well is because they actually are going to therapy or doing the work. Like, the brothers that are doing well have not only, like, done variations of counseling or done introspective work, but they've either deconstructed or some variation of not being strictly the way we were raised is helping. Okay? The other brothers are doing okay, but they could be doing better. And then two of them are lost. Three of them maybe soon here. But the point is that with all of these kids, 10 kids, all of them who need therapy, obviously something went wrong with the raising of the children. See how we go back to personal responsibility and accountability as much as progressives want to blame the system alone? Don't you agree that conservative parents are raising their kids badly? Don't you want to hold our parents a little bit accountable outside of the system for the way that we were raised? And acknowledge in which ways our parents failed to raise us because of the system? But don't you also agree that our parents kind of raised us badly? You know, it just feels like our parents also dropped the ball, just personally. And you know how we know they dropped the ball? Because even as they got more economically sound, more liberated, more free, they're still shitty parents. They're still keeping up the same shit they did before. They're still doing, you keep thinking, oh, if we give all these parents all of the tools they need, they're going to change tomorrow. Liberating people from the system is going to help future generations, not present ones. The only work present generations can do is do the work themselves. The only hope to liberate people out of the system is for future generations because they're going to get a different start. Our parents are already fucked. Our families are already fucked. The only chance for them to liberate themselves is personal. They have to personally make that effort because they've already been conditioned in the system that we exist in. So they have to dismantle their relationship to the system. We are working to liberate people from the system for the future. So they can start off in a completely different world away from all of this bullshit. That's it. I think that's why people keep forgetting, like, we're not doing the work today for people who exist today. It's too late, girl. We're already infected. You know what I mean? We're just trying to sit here to work on this whatever. It's the future generations that we're trying to liberate out of the even needing to be here and fight this thing, this entitlement to pussy. We're not going to raise kids in the future thinking they should be entitled to pussy. That's the point. But our dads are 65 years old and might think they are entitled to pussy. Our brothers are going to get to 45 years old, 60 years old, 80 years old thinking they're still entitled to pussy. I got to stop saying pussy. Ugh. You know what I'm saying? Hello? Okay, let's finish out this video, girl.
Okay, so then nothing matters then. Like I can point all this stuff out and nothing's going to change. And then even when you recognize there's a problem, you try to
How is this analogous to the game? What you just said? Where's the 25 kill shriek? And what the fuck are you talking about?
Explain it or talk about it. And you can't do that neither because then a certain type of woman, she pulls out a sword and shield and she's like, this is a fight. It's like, no, this is not a fight. if this continues, we're not going to be together, and I can't live like this, but I also don't want to live without you. And then it's just
Girl, okay, if a man came to me and said, hey, I'm really fighting for this relationship, you know, I just feel like it's a battle every time. I don't want to fight her, but I want to be with her, but I can't stay like this. I'd be like, homie, break up with her. It's time. She's not your girl. You're not compatible. Break up with her. Fighting for a relationship that you don't feel fulfilled in does not make sense. When our parents said fight for your marriage, that's not what they're talking about. And if they are, they're bad. No. Life is hard. Marriage is easy. Life is hard. Marriage is easy. Do not marry somebody and think you cannot marry somebody you are dating and you think to yourself, this is a hard relationship. You cannot marry the person you have a hard relationship with.
it's just destined to fail, even though that you as a person know, like, these are ways that we can solve this shit. Like, I thought we were supposed to be together. And then you have to watch it tank because of unresolved issues. And then it's funny because sometimes I talk to these women later and they're completely different. Like, they're exactly what they needed to be 5 years later.
Is that because they're not dating you anymore? Or is that because they did the work separate from you? Is it maybe because they were just a different person at that point?
Later, but then it screws you up and then you have to pick up the pieces and then stop drinking so much and get back into the gym because your physique's shit now and all this stuff or whatever it may be. It becomes exhausting. So after you...
Hey, the breakup glow up is so real. I glowed the fuck up after my last breakup. Oh my God. I've never looked so pretty in my life. And I am 8 years older. You know what I mean? 6 years older, I guess. I have never looked prettier in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me tell you. The glow up was crazy.
Go through that a few times. Yeah, you'll go somewhere and you'll be like, yeah, that girl's beautiful. Cool. Stay away from me. You just have no interest. I used to go to clubs and bars in the past and way in the past, and I would look at it like I need to, get like at least 4 to 6 Instagrams or phone numbers. Then I remember fast forwarding 4 years.
Never in my life have I gone to a club and thought that. Never in my life have I gone to a club with any of my male friends and they thought like that. Look at offender's face. Look at his face. Never in my life, from my understanding, maybe they were doing it behind my back, have I ever been around people, maybe 1 or 2. I can think of 1 or 2 people who might have been doing that, but I have no evidence of it, thinking they have to get people's numbers. Never. Not my bubble, not my thing, not it.
Years later, and then I would go to clubs and bars, on the weekends, visit some friends or whatever, and there'd be women all around. I'm like, oh, you're not talking to any of them. I was like, I don't care. I don't want to.
How are you not listening to how odd this sounds, bro?
So weird.
You're saying that you go out to bars and clubs and you're just with a bunch of dudes and you don't like the women. I'm in another capacity. It's fine, but what are you going there for then? You can drink at home. You know what I'm saying? Bars are to socialize. Like, what's happening?
Speak to any of them. So I'd look at a woman like, damn, she's beautiful. And you think like, oh, that'd be dope to like pull her or whatever the fuck, or have her next to me.
Pull her.
Whatever. But you look at it like, I don't want to deal with any of the shit that comes with that. So there were a lot of guys.
This video is for the boys. Guys, man, you think to yourself, I want to go to the bar. I want to pull this chick. But then you're like, what's the point, bro? Yeah, man, yeah. You just like, you want to smash, but it's like, oh, isn't it even worth it, bro? I gotta take off my clothes and put on a condom. That's a joke. I don't wear condoms. But like, is it worth it, bro? The next day, she's like texting you, like, I had a great time. Like, of course she did. But then you gotta like reply and like, you send a little like emoji. That's what he sounds like. Like, this sounds like a conversation for the boys. Does this have anything to do with me? Like, anytime you talk about women and you're talking about pulling, you're not talking about anything more than sex. Talk to your boys about it because, like, we do not care.
That had like the best of intentions for you, that like really fantasized about like a future in a life with you. And for some of you, maybe you're younger, you didn't know any better, but y'all tortured the shit out of that dude. And for me, it was always the women that I thought that would never do that. Like, there was one girl that got a good family upbringing, family go to church all the time. She's telling me like, oh, we'll have to go to church in the future and stuff. And she's like, I love reading books. I don't like dressing too revealing. And so then
red flag.
We'd go somewhere, she'd dress in like a sundress or something. And I'm like, that looks hotter than a woman showing a bunch of skin. Like, that's great. Like, the way it hugs your body. Like, so I I was so impressed with everything because that's not the background I come from at all. So I was like,
but you guys aren't together anymore. So what happened?
Yeah, so what happened? Also, that was a horrible. I hated everything that just came out of this man's mouth. Everything that just came out of this man's mouth, my whole inside just went like every part of me just died a little bit inside, and every part of me went like, oh my God, like ew.
I love how y'all, it's always this. So what happened? She was so impressive. She wore sundresses and didn't reveal herself that much, which again, very weird for a man to say stuff
So
like
weird.
that. But
So weird.
what happened then, brother?
Maybe that's what I'm supposed to go for. You know, I'm different, so we'll balance each other out. That woman screwed me over worse than any other woman ever has. And there's been multiple times where I looked at a woman like this.
How did she screw you over?
Yeah, I want to know.
Tell us.
Tell us.
What did she do to screw you over?
I need details.
I was just talking about how it's so hard to like comment on content from men, because this is a good video and the other one is a good video to comment on or whatever. But like most men, you guys don't elaborate. You're very vague and
You know what's interesting though? The season 10 guy, the Trump voter I was talking about who looks like this a bit, he was like, oh, I've been screwed over by a girl. Like she cheated on me, da-da-da. And his mom was pumping him up way too much. His mom was a problem. I'm sorry. I said what I said. She was neglectful. She abandoned her family. She basically wasn't there. The dad wasn't there. The whole thing was a mess. You know what I mean? Like, and then they value traveling and being free, but they didn't value anything like, I don't know, upbringing. The guy was like, this guy was so like, I travel, I do stuff. I want to like settle down. Also, I want to get married and have kids. And I'm like, which one is it? You know what I mean? Like, which one is it? And then like, everything about the mom too was like, oh, he got cheated on. You know, I don't want a girl like that to come into his life and break his heart, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, yeah, but what happened? I'm not saying the girl was right for cheating. I'm saying, did she cheat or like what happened? I need details. And also he voted for Trump. He would have voted for a rapist. What do I care what he thinks about women? Don't you understand? If you vote for a rapist, I do not care what you think about women. Do you know what I'm saying? His mother doesn't even like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care what you think about women. You don't get a say in what you think about women if you voted for Trump. I don't care about that opinion. The fact that this girl is still dating him, even though he said he would have voted for Trump, it just says to me, I assume her family is a Trump voter too. Just says to me everything I need to know about this relationship. But then why do all these women, you know what I'm saying, keep engaging with these men and then wonder why they say the things they do? I'm not saying every person who's ever voted for Trump is mean to their spouse. I'm saying your willingness to put aside what Trump has done is going to show up in your marriage. And it does. I've never met a conservative man. I've never met a man who is either pro-Trump, voted for Trump, or is indifferent to Trump, that it doesn't show up in their marriage. And maybe I'm just like anecdotal. It's anecdotal. But I'm saying there's a pattern.
Mystical and shit like that, because what you're saying is untrue and you know it. So you say these very vague things, very broadly, you know what I'm saying? And the thought there is like, well, how can you challenge what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You leave yourself like this plausible deniability. You leave yourself like wiggle room.
He's like, this girl broke my heart. She just like really fucked me over in every way possible. Find out the girl just like left. She just like broke up with him. I'm not saying she did, right? She could have done really something horrible to him, could have done the worst thing ever. But like, imagine she's just like left. You know what I mean?
All this stuff because you're being so ambiguous. You know, how did that woman screw you over? Tell us.
And it was just a complete and utter opposite. And so it just becomes exhausting. It is a stage that, you know, some men stay in for, you know, longer than others. But you got to be honest, like some of your homegirls, you got a beautiful homegirl. This is not going to apply to all women, but for sure, a lot of you. You have a beautiful homegirl that gets a bunch of attention. You know how she is behind closed doors. You know that woman. Like some of you got homegirls, you're like, good luck any guy that's trying to be with her. So yeah, after a while, you just see.
Most women wouldn't be friends with those women. Like the women you're talking about, they're usually not friends. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, which women?
It's like, you're beautiful, sweetheart. I love everything that you're wearing and how it fits you. Great, cool. I'm going to look this way now. So that
all these conversations from these dudes are crotch level as fuck. Like crotch level conversations.
What's crotch level? What's that mean? What's that mean?
What she's wearing, how beautiful she is. Like,
oh, everything's like about the penis, like he's thinking with his dick.
You guys don't like women, man. Let's just be honest. You and the other dude, y'all don't like women. And that's why you started to agree with his dumb ass talking.
Yeah, like I don't think they like. The thing is like I don't think Offender's saying he's gay. He's saying you don't like women. For real, for real. Like you think women are secondary to you. You do not like them. And the problem is like you're upset you don't like them. Like Myron. Genuinely, I don't think Myron Gaines is gay. I think he just doesn't like women and he's stuck. I think if Myron was really gay, he'd be gay. I do. I believe that. I believe that if he was gay, he would just own it because he would be like power couple. Okay. But I think he just doesn't like women. And I do think little boys who are raised in patriarchy, some of them will genuinely be taught to think women are so less than them that liking them is a reflection of their own character. And that's a problem. I will say, thank goodness that none of my brothers hate women. Some of them just hate themselves so much that they take it out on women. But that's, you know, at least none of them hate women, I guess. But I think that makes sense because there's no way you could be raised by I don't think the way my father treats my mother would allow, I don't think the way he treats her would allow my brothers to internalize the idea of hating women as people. But the issue is that second part of it where my father refused to go to therapy. And instead of going to therapy, he tells his kids, you know what I do? I shove my feelings way down. And I'm like, Dad, no. And then all my brothers shove their feelings. And then they don't go to therapy. Shout out to the brothers who have decided to go to therapy. I'm proud of you. But like, it's one of those things where, you know, the lesson I think my brothers took was like, hey, like women are great, but you got to find the right woman. But also like the problem my dad has, the problem my mom has is they rely so heavily on the forgiveness of Christ that they forget to hold people accountable. So that's where toxic forgiveness comes in. Oh, I forgive them. The Lord would have forgave them. But they didn't take accountability. You can forgive them from your own perspective and not hold it against them, but you can't forgive them and then invite them to the get together. That doesn't make sense. Like I forgive you, meaning I'm not going to hold on to the bitterness, but I do not accept you, you know? And that's the problem. That's the problem. Tethos Brit's dad. I tell you what, listen, my dad was so confident when he said it too. He goes, this is what I do. Like it was the most serious piece of advice he was about to give all of us who were like, we're locked in. We're like, yes, give us good advice, Dad. And he goes, take the feelings and shove them way down. And it's just like, oh, that explains my whole childhood. All of my life makes sense now. I was like, I cannot believe you just gave us that advice with so much confidence and thought that was going to work. Okay. You're ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person. That's a ridiculous thing. Okay. Before I go, I want to read you this one thing from Bell Hooks because I think it's important. And my sister's reading Bell Hooks right now and she goes, oh my God, this is exactly what you were saying the other day. And I was like, thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Let me bring it up for you. It's so good. And it plays a role in that conversation about systems versus personal responsibility, because just because conservatives have co-opted the concept of personal responsibility doesn't mean you guys still don't have a responsibility to working on yourselves. Okay. It says, the more we accept ourselves, the better prepared we are to take responsibilities in all areas of our life. Commenting on this third pillar of self-esteem, Brendan defines self-responsibility as the willingness to take responsibility for my actions and the attainment of my goals for my life and well-being. Taking responsibility does not mean that we deny the reality of institutionalized injustice. For example, racism, sexism, and homophobia all create barriers and concrete incidents of discrimination. Simply taking responsibility does not mean that we can prevent discriminatory acts from happening. But we can choose how we respond to acts of injustice. Taking responsibility means that in the face of barriers, we still have the capacity to invent our lives to shape our destinies in ways that maximize our well-being. Every day we practice this shape-shifting to cope with realities we cannot easily change. Bell Hooks. Get it, okay? Thank you. This is the All About Love book. I think that's what it's called, right? All About Love. Bell Hooks, All About Love. That's from that book. Love this passage. Love it. Believe in it. I buy into it. Call it my new religion. 100% girl. Bell Hooks, All About Love. There is some dated stuff in there. I always say her opinion about Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky will always make me side-eye, but that was written in 1993, so I'll give it to her. But remember that she died queer. She died a woman, Black, educated. No, she's not dead. Wait, is Bell Hooks dead? Did I just say Bell Hooks died? Oh my God, wait. No, Bell Hooks is still alive, isn't she? No, Bell Hooks died. No, Bell Hooks, yeah, she died. No, Bell Hooks is alive. Did she die? Wait, I said I don't. Yes, she did in 2021. Okay. She died queer, Black, a woman, educated, powerful, beautiful, everything. Okay? She's everything. I didn't want to okay, yeah. I thought so, but I didn't want to put that into the universe because God knows we could have used her right now. Okay. Love her. And I love that book. I think it's good. You should check it out. Oh my God. That was a roller coaster. That was a wild ride. That was a wild moment. That was a lot. That's it. That's all I wanted to say today. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys had a good week. I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope you stay safe. Oh, and just a reminder, if you were around in New Orleans to handle Shia LaBeouf and you took a picture with him, you fucking suck. Wait, I got to show you this to you. You fucking suck. This is why the world will never heal. No, stay here. I'm not leaving. Let me show you this fucking piece of shit. I am so disappointed in every single person who bothered to take a picture with Shia fucking LaBeouf after what he did to women. Time and time again, this man has beat women, abused women, and you guys thought it would be funny to take photos with him. This is why the world will never heal, because you're too busy taking pictures with celebrities who beat women. And I'm so glad to hear that there's a possibility his marriage might be over. God save Mia, okay? This man not only beat the fuck out of AKA Twigs, but beat on other women, was held accountable, arrested for assault, and none of you care, and I'm sick of it. Look at him leaving jail after being arrested in New Orleans, okay?
What happened, man?
This is him, piece of shit.
Happy Mardi Gras.
Yeah, fuck him, right?
Oh, Shia.
Oh,
Addiction
Shia
is a beast.
This man is going through
What's your
it.
name?
Listen to this, look at this.
Joe.
Your name is Shiloh. I do know you.
No, you're not. Look at this.
Transform.
Why are we even entertaining this?
Mr. LaBeouf,
Look at
Liam
this.
Combs with Baton Rouge News, man. We just want to know how you enjoy.
This is only coming out of my left ear.
God bless you guys. Mardi Gras is amazing.
God bless you guys. I'm Catholic now. I did a movie called Padre Pio. I'm a saint. I'm muted for things. Look at it. Shia LaBeouf. It's Shia LaBeouf. Okay, that's it. I'm sick of it. And then people are out here taking pictures and bragging. Look at. This picture goes, my cousin did get a pic with him too. And then the comments like, cool, your cousin got a pic with a known woman to beat her. Very cool, bro. Yeah, very fucking cool. Your cousin's so cool, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? People are out here bragging about, oh, I got a picture with Shia LaBeouf. I got a picture of Shia. Anyways. Okay. Oof. Anyway. My mom goes, did you hear about Shia LaBeouf? He's doing a Padre Pio movie. I don't care, Mom. She goes, I think he's Catholic. I think God is going to save him. I think he's better now. I think Hollywood really got to him as a kid. Look, he grew up in a very abusive household. Super abusive household, right? That's horrible, and I'm sad for him. You know, he doesn't get to come back from it all without accountability, owning what he did. Oh, I was fighting demons. Like, God saved me. Jesus saved my soul. The abuser to Jesus pipeline is well alive, girls. It's well alive. Okay, with that said, please treat yourselves with kindness. Please go to therapy. Love yourselves. Do what you can. Read bell hooks. Meditate. Be kind to your neighbors. All the good stuff. Don't order a singular coffee or drink on Uber Eats. Please, for the love of God. At least order the home meal for the family. You know what I'm saying? Tip well. All the good stuff. Okay. I'll see you guys Monday. Bye.